All right, hi guys, very good morning everyone, and welcome once again to Om Institute YouTube channel, and welcome to the next marathon, which is specifically demanded by the students, and that is about. Good morning everyone, and welcome once again to Om Institute YouTube channel, and welcome to the next marathon, which is specifically demanded by the students, and that is about. Okay, yes, guys. So, very good morning, everyone. Come on, everybody, quickly keep on connecting. Okay, I hope I have checked that audio video looks good, but if there is any issue at your end, you can just let me know in the chat box. Right, very good morning, all. Hukum, it would be more about practice in that area, reading, solving variety of questions. Okay. So, this session is helpful, of course, for all branches of engineering, because it's general aptitude, the syllabus being common for all branches of engineering. Okay, so you can update all your friends, even if they are not from EC or EE, okay, that they will be able to, they can definitely join this session and get the benefit of this general aptitude. Okay. All right. Very good morning, everyone. Come on. So, yeah, let's get started then. Just a second. Okay. All right, guys. So, yeah, then finally starting up. Okay, students are joining, and others will keep joining. By the time, let's get started. You can also share the session in the Telegram and WhatsApp channels you are connected to. Okay, to give maximum benefit to all the GATE 2026 aspirants. Okay, now let me first start with the overview of the session. I mean, in terms of syllabus and important areas, what you should generally be targeting. Especially at the end moment, provided just 2 weeks left for the examination for EC and EE. Okay. Otherwise, if you're writing instrumentation paper or if somebody writing computer science paper, for them it is just 1 week. The GATE official examinations will commence on 7th of February. Okay, that is the first weekend, and then EC and EE is on 14th and 15th February. Okay, so see, officially, whenever you talk about aptitude and GATE, it is broken into 4 different parts. One is quantitative aptitude, where they have written some areas. I have elaborated it. I mean, especially when they mention numerical computation and estimation, there are n number of topics that can be included within it. Okay, so I have elaborated all the topics. Okay, this is what they officially mention in the quantitative aptitude. Okay, then analytical aptitude, or simply you can also call it as logical reasoning. Okay, where they simply put down some basic headings. Okay, like logic, induction and deduction, analogy, numerical relation and reasoning. But what are the topics actually to be covered? I have again broken into detail. Spatial aptitude also can be referred to as non-verbal reasoning, where the questions are related to images, imagination of images, or translation of images, rotation of images. So again, what are the things covered? They have mentioned here, but I will again tell you in more detail. This is the official, word-to-word syllabus that I first copied from GATE, and the fourth part, is the verbal ability. Then, okay, that is basically English. Okay, which comprises of grammar, comprehension, that is a passage reading, as well as the vocabulary part. Now, let us talk about the detailed syllabus and most probable areas. Okay, that you should be aware about from the beginning. Okay, so what is the detailed syllabus? So, quantitative aptitude, starting first with the quantitative aptitude. Okay, so you have number system and tricks, percentages, profit and loss, simple interest, compound interest, ratio, problem on ages. Okay, many of them are very foundation topics. Okay, averages and allocation, time and work, pipe and system, speed, time and distance. Okay, with speed, time and distance, there can be problems on trains, problems on boats, then progressions, graphs and functions. Okay, theory of equations, exponents and logarithm, mensuration and geometry, permutation, combination, DI, and still I put etc. because the topics of general aptitude can never actually be put into full stop. Okay, anything that is logic based and basic computation can be put into gate general aptitude. Okay, but still I'll tell you, okay, there are few areas they commonly keep asking. Okay, like number system and tricks is definitely important. Okay, percentages is important directly. I mean, it's not necessary that they mix it with profit loss or simple interest, compound interest, that they also will do. That is basically application of percentage only. But direct, some word problems based on percentage calculation, even in gate 25 they have asked, and students confuse in it because the statement is big. Okay, so that is why you should be very clear with the percentage calculation and the type of questions can come. Okay, then basic ratio. Okay, problems on ages, averages and allegation, time and work, pipe and system. See, usually an exam like gate where they have very limited scope of asking the question, 10 questions are there, that too they have quant, reasoning, spatial aptitude, verbal ability. Okay, so all these miscellaneous topics in any exam where aptitude syllabus is heavy, then I would say time and work or speed, time and distance is actually important. But in exam like it, very less chances, they ask progression, that is summation based questions, AP, GP or miscellaneous sum, that is one important area. Graphs and functions is an important area actually. Okay, but this is something, directly, indirectly you cover in engineering mathematics as well, different functions and, the graphs. Okay, but yeah, they keep asking the questions of some basic graphical analysis, in the aptitude. Okay, theory of equation, exponents and log, the questions on log calculation and property. Okay, now something which is very, very important, not only 2, I will put it as 3-star because almost every time you are getting the question. Okay, if you see 10 previous year questions, okay, 9 out of 10 you will get mensuration, and probably in some branches it will be 10 out of 10 also. So one question, and that too 2 marks, is almost like guaranteed from this area. Okay, permutation and combination is again an important area. Okay, is again an important area. Right, of course, linked with it is probability, but probability, from at least my point of view, I cover in mathematics, because in mathematics we have to study several distributions and statistics. So probability makes sense there only. Okay, otherwise, you can, if you include probability here, that is again important. DI is again an important area. So there are few areas that even if you have not seen till now, if you have not prepared, these are the areas that you should not miss. Geometry and mensuration. See, questions of geometry mensuration are not that difficult, but only thing is several times you forget the important formulas or theorems, then you are stuck and you waste unnecessary time. Okay, so you should be clear about the theorems and formulas. Okay, then DI, nothing. Mostly the DI calculations are around percentages and ratio. Okay, so ratio not directly, but as a calculation and as a indirect question can be important for you. So I tick mark here. Okay, so at least these tick mark areas are high probable model, and this is like almost sure. When I put 3-star means I'm almost assuming that next year also, that means this year only, gate 26, there could be a question coming up on the mensuration and geometry as well, correct? Okay. Now coming to analytical aptitude, as I told, also known as logical reasoning, the question on series, the missing term of a series, okay, which is important, odd one out, coding and decoding. Okay, yeah, it's also slightly important. Questions on clocks. Okay, they have put up, okay, some tricky questions also from, clocks they have put up. Calendars, okay, not that important. Blood relations, again important. Okay, direction sense, very basic, mostly Pythagoras theorem or basic coordinates can help you solve the questions of direction sense, and you all know what is north, east, west, south. Okay, now this is something very, very important. Arrangements and ordering and puzzles and, miscellaneous puzzles. Sometimes there are questions which I can't call it as an ordering question, also a blood relation, but it's a basic puzzle. You have to, problem statement is given, you have to solve, just like you keep solving maybe some puzzles in newspapers or magazines. Sometimes they even put up the question like Sudoku. Okay, you might have played the game of Sudoku. So, anything, any random question, but this is a high probable model question. Okay, so I'll show you some models of arrangements and puzzles based question. Okay, then Venn diagram, I would say again moderately important. Logical deduction and syllogism again important. Okay, so these are like high probable areas, especially that double star, of course, being more high probable. Okay, right. So in a sense, you might have seen that I have highlighted more topics here. I mean, in terms of the tick mark or the star I'm putting, because if you especially see the recent trends, they are putting more focus on analytical aptitude, more questions from basic logic. Okay, they are being asked in the gate examination. Okay, now coming to the next area, spatial aptitude. Okay, which is usually a business of one question for them. Okay, but I have given the elaborated list of topics, a series, odd one out, rotation of images, translation of images, embedded figures, assembly of figures, incomplete pattern, mirror image, water image, paper cutting, paper folding, patterns in 2D, 3D, and cubes and dice. Here, okay, I wouldn't say anything is very high probable because they have to ask one question, they can put anything, but series of images. Okay, some pattern is given, what could be the next image, and then what can be the next important area from here is mirror images. Okay, cubes and dice, and the patterns in 2D and 3D. Okay, these are like more probable areas from the spatial aptitude, I would say. Okay, so and anyways, verbal usually don't deal with, so that's why I'm not discussing verbal ability in this session. But usually if you see what can be expected, what can be the trend. Okay, expected trend, if you talk about the spatial aptitude, it is usually one question. Okay, verbal ability. Now that one question may be 1 mark or 2 mark, it depends on the level of question they are making. Okay, verbal ability, it's usually 2 to 3 questions, but currently 2 questions is what they are preferring more. Okay, so what happens? 7 or remaining 7 questions. Okay, remaining I would say 6 to 7 questions. This is basically the majorly from quant and reasoning. Okay, quantitative and analytical aptitude, that too with major focus on the reasoning. Okay, now you see here very simple logic. Quantitative aptitude, how many questions they are left to us with quantitative aptitude? 2 to 3 questions. Okay, out of that 2 to 3 questions, one question is almost fixed, that is from geometry. Okay, that is from geometry. Okay, one question is fixed from geometry itself. Okay, and one question, okay, but something on the very basic. Okay, it's more about understanding the question. Okay, and at the end they may ask some percentage or ratio based or average based calculation, right? Okay, so that is there. Or sometimes a question on basic tricks of number systems like finding units, place, or remainders when large numbers are given. Large numbers means beyond the scope of calculator, because they also know calculator is allowed in the exam. So they will not give you any number system or tricky question which can be handled by a calculator, right? So as I told you, one question from quant is like geometry and mensuration, almost sure. One can be DI. Okay, one is usually counting, permutation and combination. Okay, and one sometimes basic graphs. Okay, that is something that if you have studied mathematics and calculus, you don't have to study anything separately. I mean, basic graph analysis, you know how to do it. Okay, and then sometimes it can be basic question, very basic language you have to understand. Okay, so that is how the quant is little simplified, because the scope of asking the question is less. Okay, it's not a pure aptitude based exam. Okay, they have limited questions for aptitude but high weightage for aptitude. Okay, so you have to target accordingly. Now the 2 to 3 questions may be from reasoning. Okay, out of which, as I told you, okay, 1 or 2 questions are usually only from arrangements or puzzles. Okay, then they can ask maybe a series missing term question or a clocks based question, sometimes blood relation. Okay, this is also very probable. Logical deduction or syllogism, one question, if I write this combined, if I combine this, okay, then this become a very high probable model. One question either, see, syllogism is also can be covered under logical deduction only, but I have put it as a separate topic. Okay, so one question usually they can put up from here, a usual trend I am telling. Okay, and then one question from arrangement and ordering. Okay, one from clocks, blood relation. So like this miscellaneous 3-4 questions they make. Okay, and sometimes I'm telling the questions may be like a puzzle of Sudoku. Now, what you need to study for it? Okay, you have been solving such questions, in magazines and newspapers like that. Okay, so that is anyway something, that should be like a bonus for you. Okay, so this is how usually the pattern is broken. Okay, now if you are not, very good in English, see, verbal, as I'm telling 2 to 3 questions, it is usually a business of 2 to 3 questions, correct, na? Verbal is usually a business of 2 to 3 questions. So how do you handle that? Okay, if you are really have some basic amount on English, you don't need to study anything from verbal. Don't spend time. Just look into PYQs. Okay, because I'm telling you. Okay, and if you are have not studied English since childhood. Suppose, let me assume you are not at all good in English. You don't know anything about English, then you leave it, because in a matter of 1 month, nobody can improve the English. Okay, vocabulary, how many words you can remember? No, it's almost infinite words. Okay, so if you are decent in basic English, don't put any extra efforts, only solve PYQs in verbal enough. Okay, and if you think English you never know at all, okay, leave it. Then don't spend a lot of time for these 2 questions. Okay, because if these are 2 questions, now I'm telling you what are the 2 questions. Normally, one question is direct vocabulary based question, and one is passage reading. Okay, one is passage reading, some conclusion out of the passage, and they don't use very heavy English in that passage also. That's what I'm telling. If you have decent English, you can solve that passage based question. Vocabulary, somebody might have good English, still not able to solve vocabulary, because it depends on what word they are putting. I'm telling you, the number of words in vocabulary is actually, like, you can call it as infinity. Okay, right. I will start with the first area, guys. So topic by, whatever area I'm covering, I will keep highlighting here. Okay, so I will start with the first area. Okay, where I will take fundamental questions, but yet important. Okay, I mean the questions which are more about understanding of the language and putting everything into equation. Okay, it may be a basic simplification question, percentage question, or related to percentage, like I told, profit loss, etc. Or it may require basic ratio or average calculation, and then some number system tricks also I will keep adding. Okay, so this is the first area I'm starting. So block by block I have divided the today's marathon. So let me know how's the Josh, and are you ready to start off? Actually, this was just an introduction about the syllabus and important areas. Now we'll start by question and conquering. So let me know in the chat box how many of you are fully ready. Okay, with your notebook, with your virtual calculator. Okay, with your virtual, specifically virtual calculator, no scientific calculator. Okay, keep your notebook ready. Whenever I give a question, you start solving, and then you match your answer with me. If you know you are able to, okay, right. If you know you are able to solve the question, you can just try solving on your own. Keep the video on mute also for some time. Okay. Yes. Ready, ready, ready. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You will receive the PDF. I have given you the signals PDF also. Okay, so you will receive this PDF as well. That you don't worry about. Okay. All right. Yeah, guys. PDF, you leave it to me. I'll give it to you like my every other session. Okay. I'll give it to you in the Telegram later on. Okay. And yeah, as always, my rule, PDF will be password protected. The first question, see how the basic question I'm starting with. Okay. Right. You are ready? So come on. Okay. Come on. Start solving the question. Okay. See, where I will share the PDF whenever I get some free time, whenever I have, I am given some break for you. Okay, I will share the Telegram link. Just wait for it. Okay. I will share you my Telegram link where you are going to receive the PDF. Okay. Don't you worry about that. Okay. Don't you worry about that. Okay. A box contains equal number of pens and pencils. If 12 pencils are taken out, leaving, now see, equal number of pens and pencils means suppose both of them are equal to n. Okay. Now if 12 pencils are taken out, leaving thrice as many pens as pencils in the box. Okay. So how many pens were there? N. I have not taken out any pen. Okay. Now thrice as many pens as pencils in the box. Okay. What is the meaning of this particular statement? Anybody with the answer? Okay. Thrice as many pens as pencils in the box. Okay, how many pencils will be there? 12 pencils are taken out. Okay, so number of pencils left will be n minus 12. Number of pencils left will be n minus 12. Okay, thrice as many pens as, okay, the pencils in the box, right? So the number of pens left will be thrice of, as many pencils in the box, and pencils are now n minus 12. So what is this? N equal to 3n minus 36, giving you 2n is 36, n equal to 18. Okay, how many were present? Total number of pens and pencils. Okay, total number of pens and pencils. Initially both were n, so answer is 2n, and that is equal to 36. That is equal to 36. What is their option number A? Now see. Very, very easy. You might have seen the solution. There are some questions which is one line equation. Okay, but still, okay, you have taken some time. Okay, very less comments have come till now, but yeah, answers have started coming up. A correct, Dileshwar correct, Sheikh correct. Okay, but this is what I say, one question that can be expected. Okay, right, correct, Vishnu. Okay, now next question. Now this is little better. The previous one was one liner. This is just a better question. Okay, Abhishek correct answer. Okay, have a look into it. A shop stores X kg of rice. The first customer buys half this amount plus half a kg of rice. The second customer buys half the remaining. Now see, a shop has X kg of rice. Okay, the first customer buys half this amount plus half a kg of rice. So how much will the first customer buy? Okay, half this amount plus another half a kg. That means he buys X plus 1 by 2. Right. How much is left? He buys X plus 1 by 2. How much will be left? Left will be original X minus this calculation, and this will become X minus 1 is divided by 2. This is going to become what? This is going to become the X minus 1 is divided by 2. Okay. Now the second customer buys half the remaining amount. So remaining amount means Y. Okay, the second customer again buys half the remaining plus again half the kg of rice. Same pattern. So whenever second customer has bought it, okay, how much is left after the second customer? Okay, like X minus 1 by 2, suppose the left is now going to be Y minus 1 by 2. I call it as Z. Okay, then third customer also buys half the remaining amount plus half a kg of rice. Okay, so after the third customer, how much is left? Same. What was left originally? Z. He will buy half the amount plus half a kg. How much is left? Again Z minus 1 by 2. Okay. Thereafter, no rice is left. So, because now they mention thereafter no rice is left, that means this left quantity should be 0. This left quantity should be 0. Okay, that means Z must be equal to 1. If this left quantity has to be 0, Z has to be 1. Okay, Z has to be 1 means Y minus 1 by 2 is 1. That means Y has to be how much? 2 plus 1, 3. Now, what is the value of Y? X minus 1 by 2, that has to be 3. So, X has to be 7. They can ask the exact value also, but which of the following best describes the value of X? Okay, so there is only one interval which includes this, and that is option number B. That is option number B. Correct. Yes, some answers have started coming up. Okay, yes, Babina, yes, Sheikh, correct answer B. Okay, right, it is B. Correct, Nitin. Guru Suman, just recheck your answers once. Okay, next question, dear. Now see, question on age, but again, usually these questions are just writing down, one equation to get the answer, one or two equation. Okay, 10 years ago, a man is 6 times as old as his daughter. Suppose man's age is X, daughter's age is Y. Okay, so 10 years ago, this X means current. Okay, and similarly, Y means current age of the man and daughter, the current or present age, anything you say. Now, 10 years ago, the man, okay, what will be the man's age 10 years ago? X minus 10. Not only man's age, daughters also 10 years ago will be Y minus 10 in age. Okay, now the man is 6 times as old as his daughter. Okay, so X minus 10, okay, this is going to give you one equation, 6Y minus 60, or X is equal to 6Y minus 50. Then 3 years hence, next statement here, 3 years hence. 3 years hence means 3 years from now. 3 years hence means 3 years later. Okay, 3 years hence means 3 years later. Okay, so what is there 3 years later? Okay, thrice his age, okay, that is man's age. Okay, thrice his age, that is 3x, okay, will be equal to 5 times of his daughter's age. Okay, not 3x, I mean 3 of x plus 3, because 3 years later, so 3 years later the age will be x plus 3 and y plus 3. Okay, thrice his age, that is thrice the man's age, will be equal to 5 times his daughter's age. Daughter's age will be y plus 3. So another relation between x and y will be ready here. Okay, and we need to get the present age of the daughter. Present age of the daughter means y. Okay, what is the value of y? That is what I wanted. Okay, so we can simply replace x now. What is this? 3x plus 9 equal to 5y plus 15. I will replace the value of x. X is how much? 6y minus 50, and then plus 9 is equal to 5y plus 15. Solving this equation, I get 18y minus 150 plus 9 is 5y plus 15. Okay, so how much is 13y? That becomes 150 on the other side, 165 and 156 basically. Okay, so what is y? When you cancel by 13, it is going to be 12. The daughter's age is actually 12. Option number C. Now let me see. Yes, the options are ready. Correct. Some of you have given it. 12 is the correct answer. Yes, Abhishek. Yes, Sheikh. Yes, yes, Linda. Okay, 12. 12 is the correct answer. Bhanu, correct answer. Okay. Yes, Guru Samvat. Okay, Zinkal. Correct answer. C is the correct answer. Rajendra, correct answer. Okay, next question. Now, a basic ratio calculation. Okay, a basic ratio calculation. Rupees 5,040 is divided among 5 men, 4 women and 3 boys. The ratio of share of a man, women and boy is 7:4:3. Is 7:4:3. What is the share of a woman? 5,040 is divided among 5 men. Now see, ratio of the share of a man, single man and women and boy is given to you as 7:4:3. Now the only thing you should know while handling any ratio calculation is, if a ratio is given as, suppose 7:4:3, what is the share of a man? You can take it as 7k. It is not 743. It can be any multiple of 743. So a woman's share can be taken as 4k and a boy's share can be taken as 3k. Got this point? This is the simple thing. Okay, whenever two quantities are in the ratio, A is to B, you can take the actual quantity as multiple of A and B. It can be any multiple of A and B, right? Okay. Because when I write ratio, it is a simplified ratio after some cancellation. Okay, now the 5,040 is divided among what? 5,040 is divided among 5 men. Okay, 5 men. So 5 men means 5 into 7k, because a single man's share is 7k. Okay, then 4 women. Okay, each women 4k. So total amount going to the women is 4 into 4k, and 3 boys, and each boy has the share of 3k. That means you just have to solve this one line equation. How much? 35 plus 16, 51 plus 9, 60k. What should be k equal to? 504 divided by 60. That means 80 and 24, 84. Okay, now final question is, what is the share of a woman? As I told you, share of a woman means this 4k. Okay, 4k, and if the k is 84, it is 336. That should be the answer. Option number B. 336, that should be your correct answer. Okay, tell me for any type of confusion. Okay, tell me for any type of confusion. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, 336 is the final answer. Rajendra has come up with the answer. Okay. Okay, Nitin Sai also came up with the answer. Correct. Okay, next question then. What is there? In a company, okay, now many have come up with the answer. 336, yeah. Now, in a company, the ratio of the number of employees of level BCD is 5:7:8. Okay, the authority decided to increase the number of employees by 40%, 60%, 50%. Now you see, be very careful whenever, see, a simple habit that you should put down. Okay, right. You ask me what is the doubt you have. I am explaining with solution only. Okay, what is the concept in ratio logic? Okay, definitely, guys, I cannot define percentage and ratio. It is not, a school class. Okay, but yeah, if you have any doubts, I will clarify it. Okay, how to solve the question, I am going to help. Wherever required some theory like permutation, combination, or, geometry, there I will assist you. But any theoretical discussion in ratio, percentage, no, that is not going to happen in today's class. I will be very honest with you. Okay, I'll be very honest with you. Okay, because if we keep doing in one day marathon, you will not be able to do 50% also. So that will not be an effective session then. Okay, yeah, come on. So, authority decided to increase. Now, whenever we talk about increasing the percentage of employees, suppose, let's take a simple basic calculation here. Okay, Now suppose x is there, okay, and you say that x has to be increased by some p percentage, okay, or by some 10 percentage. Now what do you mean by 10 percentage? 10 percentage means 10 by 100 of x, okay, that is 0.1 x. But rather than writing the 10% separately, whenever I say x has to be increased by 10%, okay, it will become how much? It will become 110%, because original value is 100% of it, correct na? Original value is 100% of it, right? 100% of it, okay. So 110%, if a quantity has to be increased by 10%, you write 110%. Now tell me what is 110%? It is 110 by 100 of x, that is going to be 1.1x. That is going to be 1.1x, right? Okay, so this is going to become 1.1x. So that is why, rather than increasing by 10%, writing 0.1x and then adding with x, directly take the quantity as 110%. Okay, now what is told here in a company, okay, the ratio of number of employees of BCD level is 5:7:8. That means, again I'll tell you, again the last point I told you now with the ratio, if quantities are in the ratio 5:7:8, okay, what is the actual quantity you will take? Any multiple of 5, 7, 8. That means B can be taken as 5k, C can be taken as 7k, D can be taken as 8k. Okay, can be taken as 8k. Now that is the original thing. Now authority decided to increase the number of employees by 40%. So this has to be increased by 40%. This has to increase by 60%. And this has to increase by 50%. Okay, so now increase by 40% means how much? 140%, na? Okay, that's what, increase by 40%. So how you should actually write down the calculation? You should actually write down the question that this should be now 140%. What is 140%? Okay, I am writing the new values. Okay, I told na plus 40%. Plus 40 means 140. 140 means 140 by 100, na, actual quantity. So 1.4 times. 1.4 times 5k. Now this has to be increased by how much? 60%. Okay, 60% means it becomes 160%. 1.6 times 7k. 1.6 times 7k. Okay, and then the other quantity, this has to be increased by, this has to be increased by 50%. Okay, and that means 1.5 times. Okay, 50% means it becomes 150%. Okay, the 1.5 times of 8k. So what are the new quantities if you see? Okay, this is 7k and 1.6 into 7. This should be how much? 1.12k. Okay, and 1.5 into 8. This should be 12k. Okay, this should be 12k. Now, ratio means we have to write down the numbers in integral. Now, it should not be left like this, 1.12k. Okay, but yeah, see, 7 and 12, what to multiply to complete the ratio, if you have to see with respect to 7 and 12 as well. Okay, and that is 1.2. How much will I take? That can be my correct answer. I think into 5. Because this ratio itself, you can see, 7:12 will only come, okay, when it is option number D. When it is option number D. That way you can, tick mark your answer basically. Okay, that way you should be able to tick mark your answer. Okay, that way you should be able to tick mark your answer. 35:60, because, when you divide by 5, that is the only thing that is going to match, at least the first and third. So D answer. Okay, that is D answer. Sorry, this is 11.2, not 1.12, of course. Okay, so yeah, correct. So into 5 times when you do this also, then that is 56. That I have written 1.12. Sorry, yeah. Okay, so D answer is what is the correct answer. Okay, a basic ratio plus percentage mix. Now see, this is again a percentage, a little better question. As I told you, even in GATE 25, there was a 2-mark question. I think that was in EC. Okay, but they keep coming in different branches. Okay, which was just a basic percentage calculation, but this much of paragraph, and many students either not attempted or have done some basic mistake. Okay, and that was a 2-mark question. So that is why I'm telling you, from the fundamental part also, you should be ready to get the question. So what is there? In an election, 10% of the total votes cast were invalid. Okay, in an election, 10% of the total votes cast were invalid. Okay, and how many votes were cast? 1,53,000 votes were cast. Okay, so how many are valid votes? First, let me write down this. Valid votes are 90%, because 10% are invalid. Okay, 90% of what? Okay, 90% of the total votes which were cast is 1,53,000. 90% means 0.9 times this value. Okay, and how much will be this value? Okay, let me write down this answer first. Okay, 137700. Okay, these are the valid votes. Okay, now there were only three contestants, A, B, and C. A, B, C secured A%, B% and C% of the valid votes, okay, respectively. A won the elections, and if A, B, C need not be distinct are positive integers. Okay, A won the elections. Okay, A has won the elections, and if A, B, C need not be distinct are positive integers. Okay, what is the least number of votes which could have been in the favor of A? Okay, A has won the election, remember, and they have secured A%, B%, C%. Okay, all the ABC, small ABC are positive integers, and they may not be distinct, they may be distinct. Nothing is specified like that. Okay. Okay. What is the least number of votes that could have been polled in favor of A? Okay, so if you have to think about minimum value of A, the least value of A, you have to think about maximizing first of all what can be the votes of B and C. Okay, if you have to think about A least, okay, try maximizing B and C. Okay, try maximizing B and C. Okay, but still remember, A has won. The A is greater than B, and also A is greater than C because A is the candidate that has won. A is the candidate that has won. Okay, so remember that point also. A is the candidate that has won. Okay, so don't forget that point. Okay, so A will be greater than B, A will be still greater than C. What can be the maximizing logic for B and C? What can be the maximizing logic? Answer has already come up, Nitin has given. Okay, so see, A has any value greater than B or C. Okay, but if you have to think about the A least value, A minimum, see, if you divide equally, it's 33.33. If you divide equally, 33.33, 33.33, 33.33. Okay, right. A, B, C, if you divide equally, it becomes 33.33 percentage. Okay, but all of the values are integers. All of the values are integers. Okay, so what should be A minimum? Okay, it should not be equal. A minimum has to be 34%. Okay, now this is A minimum. See, what is possibility is, what is another possibility is A maximum, if I ask you, could be 98% as well. Assuming A, B, C are positive integers, not 0. Okay, not 0, assuming. Okay, so A maximum can be 98%. Okay, in that case, B and C may be 1%. That also is possible. And still A has won. So A can win the huge margin also. But since A has won, what is the minimum votes he must have got? Okay, the minimum is 34%. Minimum is 34%. Why? Because, okay, why? Because understand like this. Suppose if A got slightly less than this, 33. Okay, so how much is left? Left is 67%. Okay, left is 67% to be divided in B and C. Okay, and when you are going to divide in B and C, at least one of them has to get 34. Na? Okay, both cannot be 33, 33. Okay, then it is 66. Okay, so B or C, okay, somebody will have greater than 33% or greater than equal to 34%. So A cannot win. That is why I am telling, for A to win, minimum 34% he has to get. Okay, so yeah, that is what answer. Okay, so what is the least number of votes or minimum number of votes A could have got? 34% of the valid votes. Okay, what were the valid votes? Okay, because A, B, C are the percentage of the valid votes, and that is 137700. 137700, and 34% means, again multiply this number by 0.34, and I am getting my answer as 46818. 46818 is what I am getting the answer, option number D. I think some of you have come up to the answer. Correct, na? 46818. Okay, that is the correct answer, option number D. Okay, that is option number D, 46818. Right? Next one. Okay, what is there in the next question? Have a look at this. The cost of a computer is 150% more than that of a mobile phone, and the cost of a mobile phone is 80% more than that of a calculator. Right? Then the cost of a computer decreases by 15%, Okay, mobile phone increases by 20% and cost of a calculator increases by 20%. What is the net percentage increase and decrease in the total cost of two computers, five mobile phones and two calculators? Okay, a little bit, I have to go language by language. The cost of a computer 150% more than that of a mobile, and the cost of a mobile phone is 80% more than that of calculator. Let me start, okay, by, okay, the original data. Okay, what is the amount of calculator? Suppose the calculator price is, we only need net percentage increase or decrease, na? Okay, is suppose rupees 100. Let this be rupees 100. Just an assumption. You can call it as X also, but taking 100 makes the calculation simple. Okay, now the cost of a mobile phone is 80% more. Okay, so what about a mobile phone? 80% more. Okay, so when you do plus 80%, what is 80%? Why I have taken 100? Because 80% of 100 is 80. Okay, so mobile phone will be 100 plus 80. That is 180. And the cost of a computer, is how much? 150% more than that of a mobile phone. Okay, so over this plus 150%, 150% more. Okay, so once again I told you dear, 150 more means net 250%. 250%, 2.5 times of 180, and 2.5 times of this value will be 450. Okay. Why can't be the answer as total valid votes by 3 plus 1? No, because it has to be integer, na Hemant. All of them are required to be integer, otherwise it becomes 34.33, na. ABC were integer. That is the important point mentioned in the previous question. Okay. So that is why we have taken that consideration. Okay. Yeah. Now come up here. Okay. Otherwise, if integer was not there, then why only plus 1? Total vote divide by 3 plus 0.1 also. Anything greater than that. Okay. Then there can be several possibilities. That is why that integral word is important. So original cost is given. Now the cost of a computer decreases by 15%, mobile phone increased by 20, and cost of calculator increased by 25. Okay. Now, see the next calculation. Okay. The cost of a computer decreased by 15%. Okay. So when you have to decrease by 15%, what is 15% of 100? Okay, what is 15% of 100 is 15. So when you 15, calculator will then become 85. Okay. Then what is the next thing? That of a mobile phone increases by 20. So the mobile phone cost increases by 20%. Plus 20%. So again I repeat, plus 20% means 120% total. Total 120%. And what is 120%? 1.2 times. 1.2 times of 180. Okay, 1.2 times of 180. I think this should be 216, correct, na? Yeah, that should be 216. Okay, then what about the computer? Okay, the cost of a computer increase. This also increased by 25%, plus 25%. So plus 25% means 125% total value. 125% means 1.25 times of 450. 1.25 times of 450. Let us do this. How much this is turning out to be? This is 562.5. 562.5, correct? Okay, right. Now, what is the net percentage increase and decrease in total cost of? Okay, so now we have to talk about, two computers. Okay, two computers and five mobiles and two calculators. Okay, so original price and new price, then only we can see net percent and increase. So twice of computer original price was 450. So twice of 450. 5 times mobile price was 180. 2 times calculator price was assumed as 100. Okay, so how much this is? This is going to be 900. This is also 900 plus 200. So the original quantity is 2000. Okay, the new data. Okay, 15% of computer not calculated. Where not calculated? I have calculated the cost of a computer. Achha, that was computer. Okay, sorry. That was computer, right? Sorry. Yeah. That I will change. This is same. This has to be changed. That first and third I think got swapped. Okay. Yeah, what is that? The cost of a computer. Here it is. The cost of a computer decreased by 15%. So this has to be minus 15%. Now minus 15% means how much? 85%. Na? Okay, 85% and 85% means 0.85. 0.85 of 450. Okay, how much will be this value? Okay, that is 382.5. Okay, and then calculator was how much? The cost of a calculator increased by 25%. That means, okay, 125% of 100, that is 125 only. That is 125. Okay, this is the new data. Okay now? Okay, yeah. So this is, and mobile was same. Mobile increased by 20%. Now, so this was anyways original data I have written. Okay, now the new data. Okay, 2 into computer. Okay, computer 382.5. 382.5. 5 times mobile phone. Mobile phone increased cost is 216. Okay, and calculator in new cost is 125. Okay, so how many calculator? Twice. Twice the calculator. Okay, so this is going to be how much? Let me write down this data quickly. 382.5 2 plus 216 into 5 plus twice of 125. This is 2095. Okay, so net it is increase only. Okay, 2095 is greater than 2000. Okay, that means there is an increase. Okay, that is what they are asking. Now, what is the net percentage increase or decrease? Okay, so how much is the percentage increase? Let me write down that final answer. How much is the percentage increase? Okay, 2095 minus 2000. This is the increase. Okay, if I only ask to increase, it is 95, but percentage increase to be divided always by the original value. So divide by 2000 into 100. Okay, so it is going to be how much? This is 4.75. This is going to be 4.75. Okay, everybody. 4.75 increase. Here is your answer ready. Option number B. 4.75 but increase. 4.75 but increase. Right? Yeah, that the values were swapped, but I have corrected that. Okay, so 4.75% of increase it is. 4.75% of increase it is. Got it? See, always remember, whenever you are writing the percentage increase or percentage decrease, whenever you are writing that percentage change, it has to be always taken as final value minus original value, or you can call it as initial value divided by initial value into 100. This is the change, final minus initial, but percentage change means compared as with respect to the original value, and original value you place in the denominator. So that is what I have done. This original value 2000 I have placed in the denominator. Correct, everybody? Okay, so several percentage calculations were included, and sorry I just swapped the data, but now it is correct. Okay, that was just a swap of data, but okay. Okay. So I see the way you should be solving in the exam, that way I am writing the calculator calculation. That way I am writing the calculations. Okay, the way you should be writing in the exam. Okay, otherwise every time calculating every percentage alone and then adding to the original quantity is waste of time. That you also have to understand. Okay, right. So when I say quantity increased by 150%, the quantity increased by 150. Originally any quantity is 100%. Originally any quantity is 100%. Just a second here. Yeah. Yeah, let's move forward. Okay, let us move forward. Right. So yeah, the next calculation. Now see, next calculation, next question. What is there? Mr. X gave 40% of the money he had to his parents. He also gave 10% of the remaining amount to each of his 3 siblings. Half of the amount now was spent on his personal expense, and the remaining amount of 21,000 was deposited in the bank. How much money did Mr. X have initially? Suppose X, how much money he had initially? Let us say that is some value X only. Okay, right? That is some value X only. So he gave 40%. Now these are successive things. Okay, remember there is something known as successive change. Okay, he gave 40% of the money he had to his parents. Okay, So we start with initial money, that is X, and out of that 40%, okay, will go where? Will go to parents. Okay, or I'll write this way, 40% goes to the parents. Okay, so how much will be left? 60% left. Now 60% means 60 by 100, 0.6x. Okay, because what is next mentioned is he also gave 10% of the remaining amount. So that is why I am writing the remaining amount, left amount successively. You have to write down a successive change. Okay, right? Successive change. Okay, so what is there? He gave 10% of the remaining amount to each of the three siblings. Okay, so how much given? Okay, so 3 times 10% to the siblings. 10% each to three siblings. So total 30% gone. Okay, how much is now left? How much is now left? 70% left. Okay, 70% of the previous amount. That is why I'm writing in a flow, successive change. 70% means 0.7 of 0.6x. 0.7 into 0.6x, and that is going to be how much? That is going to be 0.42x, correct? 0.42x. Okay, half of the amount now left was spent on personal expenses and remaining. Okay, now half of it. Okay, what is the half of it? Okay, what is the half of it? Okay, is 0.21x. Okay, so half on what? Half on expenses. That is personal expense. So half gone, half left. Okay, the half of this will be 0.21x, and that is given as 21,000. Solved, no problem. That is 21,000. What is the value of x? Okay, 21% is 21,000. So x is simply 1 lakh. X is simply 1 lakh. Okay, so x is equal to rupees 1 lakh. Correct. That is what is the answer. Now again, a successive change. The population of a town is 1,89,000. It decreases by 8% in the first year and increases by 5% in the second year. What is the population at the end of 2 years? What is the population at the end of 2 years? Okay, so see, 1,89,000. It decreases by 8%. Okay, decrease by 8%. That is what is given in the first year. First year 8% decrease. So how much left? 92% left. That's what I'm telling you. 8% decrease means 92% left, and 92% means 0.92 of the original value. We will do the calculation at the end. Okay, then it increases by 5% in the second year. So next time it has to increase. 5% increase. 5% increase means it becomes 105% now. 100 plus 5, it becomes 105% now. 105% means 1.05 of the previous value. Okay, that means I'll write down the calculation here. 1.05 times of the previous value, which is 0.92 into 189,000. Okay, so you just have to compute the product and write down the answer. 182,574. 182,574, option number A. Simple. 182,574. Option number A is what is the correct answer. Simple one. Okay, so that is what is net, the successive change. Okay, suppose if it was mentioned, okay, okay, that there is a decrease of fixed P percentage for n years. Every time decrease by n years. So what is the quantity left? What is the x left? Then you can directly write down 1 minus P by 100 raised to the power n into x initial. Okay, if it is an increase of fixed P percent, okay, for n years, then what is the quantity that is going to be left, or new quantity? That will be 1 plus P by 100, okay, raised to the power n into the initial value. Okay, right. Similar concept, as you know, this is what is the similar concept which is also used in the compound interest formula. Okay, because same thing, what is the amount accumulated after n years in compound interest? It is given by principal, the sum borrowed. Okay, 1 plus R by 100. R is the rate of interest raised to the power number of years. Okay, or let me write it as time. Okay, let me write it as time, T in years. So the same concept of successive change finally, converts to this compound interest formula as well. Okay, or sometimes it may be, decrease in 1 year, increase in another year. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to show you is not of formula based things, but rather I don't want that, if you remember this formula, okay. Otherwise, if you know the logic, if you know how to calculate percentage, you are able to solve the question. That is what, again, I repeat, only one or two areas where some specific cases and formulas you should remember is like geometry mensuration, PNC. That is okay because they are very, very high probable. Rest you have to solve by logic, okay, by manual calculation. Okay, right, because anyone, we have so many questions we have discussed till now, many more to come. Any one question can come. Okay, so because it is a matter of one such question, why you have to remember the formulas and cases for it, right? Now that is what you have to have the understanding of question and the method of solving it. That is important in gate aptitude. Gate aptitude. Now see, trader sells an article at a loss of 12%. Okay, what is the ratio of cost price to the selling price? A trader sells an article at a loss of 12.5%. Now see, whether it is profit or loss, it is always calculated on the cost price, because if you have to write down the formula, okay, how do you write down the percentage profit? Percentage profit is selling price minus cost price upon cost price into 100. Okay, and if you have to write down loss, loss means CP would have been more, cost price more than the selling price. You sell at a lesser price, so you are at a loss. Okay, but the difference always to be compared with the cost price. That is one thing. Okay, now again for percentage into 100. But see, if I ask you a particular quantity, or a particular article was sold at a loss of 12.5%, that means at what price it was sold. You have to write down the equation simply rather than formula. So you should say that this 12.5% is the loss, 12.5% of the cost price. Okay, so what should be my selling price? My selling price is, okay, original cost price, and because it is loss, the selling price has to be less, na? Okay, selling price has to be less. Okay, cost price minus this much percent of the cost price. Okay, so loss is 12.5%. That means I sold at 87.5%. If you are smart enough, this is what the calculation you should write. Okay, that means if I have to generalize here, okay, whenever you need to write down selling price, if there was a loss, it is 100 minus L percentage of the cost price. If I told you that the quantity was sold at a profit of 12.5%, so then 12.5% plus 100, that is 112%. Okay, so if it was sold at a profit, L means loss percentage here. If there was a profit, then how should you write selling price? 100 plus P percentage of the cost price. Any doubt, please, you can mention here. Okay, so selling price, because loss of 12.5% and loss means selling price less. How much less? 12.5% less as compared to your original cost price. So if you reduce 12.5%, how much is left? It is 87.5%. That is the calculation required. Okay, so that means selling price is 87.5 upon 100, because ratio is required. So I'm not computing it, I'm writing it as ratio of CP. The question is CP to SP. Okay, the ratio of CP to SP. So that is 100 is divided by 87.5. Okay, 100 divided by 87.5, correct? And that is going to be cancelled as how much? 12 if you cancel. Okay, this can be written as, sorry, rather 12.5. So it becomes 8 by 7 in that case. 8 by 7. Option C, it has to be there. It has to be option number C then. Not A, it is C. Yeah, some of you gave C only. Correct answer. It has to be C. 8 by 7 is the cancelled thing that can come up. Cancelled with 12.5, I think, right? Next. Okay. Find the CP of an article which is sold at 220 at a loss of 12%. See, again, similar thing. It is sold at 220. Selling price is directly given, which is 220. And because it is sold at a loss of 12%, so what should be the CP? Okay. So loss means it has to be less. How much less? 12% less. 88% of the cost price. It is sold at 88% of cost price. You sell it as lesser than cost price. How much lesser? 12%. So that lesser value becomes your loss value. Na? That logic, if you have any doubt, please tell me. Okay. So that means 220, we need to find the CP only, na? Is 88%. That is 88 by 100 times of CP. So how much is going to be the CP? This will cancel by how much? 1/4. And then into 2 zeros will be left. Yeah, 250. Correct, 250 it is. Okay. 3 zeros, 1000 by 4. Yeah, 250. Correct. Simple one. Simple equation. Now, a tradesman marks his good at such a price that after allowing a discount of 15%, he earns a profit of 20%. Now, in such cases, you should understand the flow of solving the question. See, there is something known as CP. What is CP for me? Cost price. Okay, what is CP for me? Cost price, correct? Okay, but I know that during festive seasons I have to offer some discounts to attract customer, or sometimes they may be bargaining also. Okay, but at the end I have to run my business, I have to run my shop, and I need to earn profit. Okay, so even after giving a discount, I should have the amount more than the cost price. Then only I can run a business. Otherwise, it is not practically possible. Okay, that is why there comes the concept of marking up the price. Okay, there is something known as cost price. Okay, which is increased by a certain particular value, and what you get is the MP. Okay, marked price. Okay, what is labeled on the product. Then, okay, so this is known as plus markup. You do some markup. Okay, and you get marked price. Then you reduce the discount from here. Okay, the discount. See, any customer coming, that customer would not know what was your cost price. Na? The customer will only know what is written on the product. That is labeled price, marked price, and discount is given over it, and final selling price is calculated. Now, the relation between these two will determine whether it is profit or loss. Okay, that is the flow that you should consider. Okay, so now what is given? Okay, a trader marks his good at such a price that after allowing a discount of 15%, he earns a profit. Find the marked price of an article which costed him rupees 850. Okay, so 850 is what? It is the CP. Okay, right. What is the marked price is not given. Okay, that is what is to be calculated. But on the marked price, he gives how much discount? He gives a discount of 15%. The discount is to be subtracted. Okay, so how much is left? Minus 15% discount. So how much is left? 85%, and that is selling price. 85% of the marked price. Okay, but what is mentioned? He earns a profit of 20%. Okay, so because a profit is given, okay, this selling price, because a percentage profit is given as 20%, the selling price is also equal to 100 plus profit means over cost price 120, 100 plus 20% of the cost price. So we have to just match these two. We have to just match these two and get our answer. Okay, 85% of the marked price, that means 85 by 100 of the marked price is 120%, that is 120 by 100 of the cost price, which is given to me 850. Okay, so 100 cancel, marked price 110 also cancel, 85 by 85, 850 by 85, so 10, 1200. What is the marked price? 1200. Okay, what is the marked price? 1200. The question was on marked price, and that is going to be option number A, 1200. This is also one possible category of question, because they can relate the marked price with discount and cost price, selling price, etc. Okay. Okay. In 9 innings of cricket, the average of a batsman is 58 runs. How many runs does he need to make in the 10th innings to get the average score 61? Okay. Yes, come on here. In 9 innings of cricket, the average of a batsman is 58 runs. How many runs does he need to make in the 10th innings to get the average score 61? Okay. In 9 innings of cricket, see, in 9 innings of cricket, the average of a batsman is 58 runs. Okay. How many runs does he need to make in the 10th inning to get the average of 61? Now see, whenever there is a basic average calculation, how do you write down the average? Okay. It is simply sum of observations. Okay. Is what is divided by number of observations. Correct? So we'll simply write down average as a sum divided by number of observations, suppose n. Always use this. But rather, what is more useful formula? Na? Rather, what is more useful formula? That the sum of observations is given by average of the data multiplied by number of observations in the data. Correct? This is what is more beneficial calculation. So, in the 9 inning, what is the sum of the runs scored by the batsman? That is average into 9. Okay, now how many runs does he need to make in the 10th inning? Suppose in the 10th innings he is going to make X runs. Okay, so now he will get the final average of 61. After 10 innings, 61. Okay, so what is the sum? 61 into 10, because now it becomes 10 innings. Okay, now this sum will be equal to how much? Already 9 innings he scored 58 into 9 runs. Okay, plus how much he scored in the 10th inning? Suppose x. Okay, you can get the value of x. That is what is the simple question. 610, or let me write down the final answer only. How much is the final calculated answer? Minus 58 into 9. If I do, 88 is what I am getting. 88 is what I am getting. Option number A. Yeah, already some of you have given that. Option number A, 88 is what is the correct answer. 88 is what is the correct answer, right? A. Come on. The average weight of some students in a group. Again, read this and answer this clearly. Okay. Average weight of some students in a group is 42. If 8 students having average 48 leave and 3 students having average of 48.25 join, the average weight of the new group is 50 gram more than that of the original group. How many students were there in the group initially? How many students were there in the group initially? Come on. Yeah. Anybody? Let's see this. Average weight of some students is 42. Okay, how many were there? How many students were there in the group initially? Suppose it was n. Okay, so average weight is initially 42. Okay, so the initial sum of those students is 42 into n. Suppose the original data was n. Okay, average into n is the sum of observation. Okay, now what is going to be the new sum? Okay, what is the average weight of the new group? 50 gram more than that of the original. 50 gram more means it was 42. Okay, 42 plus not 500, 42.05 it has to be. Okay, 50 gram. Okay, if you have to convert into kg, because the original data is kg. Okay, so you have to be careful. 42 kg plus 50 gram, that is 50 by 1000 kg. That is what I am writing it as. 42.05 kg as the new one. Okay, so new sum has to be 42.05 into how many observation now? 8 students left and 3 joined. Out of n, 8 left and 3 joined. Okay, this has to be the new sum. But how will you calculate? So only we have to get the new sum here. What will be the new sum? Now you see, the new sum is original sum 42n. Okay, out of which 8 students with average 48 left. So what was the sum of those 8 students? What was the sum of those students? 8 multiplied by average 44. Okay, so minus 8 into 44. Okay, plus 3 students. Okay, they joined. Okay, so 3 into their average was 48.25. Okay, so plus 3 into 48.25. This should be equated to 42.05 into n minus 5 into n minus 5. Correct. So let us be careful with the calculation. How much it is? 42n minus 220 plus how much this becomes? 48 into 3, 144, and then 0.75, correct, is equal to 42.05 times n minus 42.05 into 5. So 42 into 5 will be 210 and 0.25. Okay, 0.25. Okay, so 42.05 minus 42. So 0.05 n value I will get. How much that is? Let me write down the net value left. Okay, the other side I have minus 220. Okay, plus 144.75 and also plus 210 coming, 210.25. Okay, 135. And I don't think we are going to get the correct value of n from here, 100% not. That was 42. 48.25, they joined. The new average is, no, I don't think it is going to satisfy. Not at all. Any mistake I have done or what? The average was 42 into n. The initial sum was 42 into n. Correct. Okay, 8 students with the average 44. Okay, they leave the group. So they leave the group. So this much is the reduction. Okay, this much is the reduction. Oh, sorry, this was 8 into 48. I think I've done 5 into 48. That was okay. Okay, that can be corrected, no problem. That is a small thing only. This is 352. This one is 352. Okay, rest was 3 into 42. That is correct. And the net is 42.05. That also is correct only. Okay, so the only calculation change required is here. This was, I read it as 5 into, I think I read it as 5 into this one. Okay, so how much it is? Minus 352 now plus 144.75 plus 210. And that is actually 3. Yeah. This is actually, let me recheck it. That is this one, 3. Correct. Okay. Yeah. So this is turning out 3. Now n is how much? 300 by 5. That is 60. 60 would be the correct answer. B answer. Option number B. Option number B. Yeah. Okay. So basic equation writing from average. This is also one direct model of question where you only have to mostly use the formula that sum of observation is average into n. Okay, average of observation into total number of observation. Okay, all okay, right? I read it as 5 into 44. I think that's why I've written that. Okay, that was 8 into 44. Okay, yeah. Anyways, what was deleted? This was 3. Huh? Okay, now next question. Okay, now see this. Let ABC, have a look into this question. Let ABC be distinct digits and consider a 2-digit number AB and a 3-digit number CCB both defined under the usual decimal system. And if AB square is equal to CCB greater than 300, then what is the value of B? Then what is the value of B? Okay, ABC be 3 distinct digits and let A be a 2-digit number AB and a 3-digit number CCB both defined under the usual decimal system. Okay, now see here, okay, they are distinct digits, okay, and there is a 2-digit number and 3-digit number which is related by this relation, okay, AB square is CCB and both of them are greater than 300, okay, both of them are greater than 300, okay. Now, what are the squares greater than 300? If you just make an analysis of that and, okay, the square value is CCB, that means first 2 digits same. Okay, so what can be the AB square? Square is greater than 300. Okay, 324. That is 18 square. Okay, that is 18 square. But I want the square so that the first 2 digits are same. Then it is next how much? Okay, 19 square, 20 square, 21 square. This is a possibility because first 2 digits are same. Okay, first 2 digits. That basic understanding I think is giving us the answer. Okay, so this is possible. Okay, now we have to see, okay, what, and then what I have taken is 21 square, na? 21 square is 441. Yeah, correct only, na? Because B and B should satisfy here. Okay, so this becomes B, here it should be B. That is satisfied. Okay, then A and CCB. So what is the value of B? B equal to 1. Okay, it is satisfied and all are distinct. Yes. Okay, actually everything can be reduced here. A is 2, B equal to 1, C equal to 4. They are distinct as well. Okay, they are distinct as well. Okay, simple one. Logical computation has been done for this. Now, see, I have not exactly taken the GATE question, but in GATE 2025, I have taken, there was a 1 mark question which was only around the concept of prime numbers. You see this question now. This is not a GATE question, but I am telling you. Yeah. Come on. If A and B are natural numbers and A square minus B square is prime, then what is A square minus B square equal to? It's a prime number. Okay. Suppose if any number is prime, okay, it has, what is a prime number? It has only 2 factors. And what are the 2 factors? That is 1 and itself. A prime number can only have 2 factors, a 1 and itself. Okay, like 11. 11 can be only factorized as 11 and 1. There is no other number which can divide 11. Okay, there is no other. A number which can only be divided by itself or 1 is a prime number. That way also you can say, na? Okay, so A square minus B square is prime. A square minus B square, but this can be factorized as A minus B into A plus B. Okay, so if it is a prime number, if it is the prime number, Okay, it can only have two factors, the number 1 and n itself. I mean, that means suppose if n is a prime number, n can only be factorized as n into 1, no other possibility. Okay, it cannot be divided by any other thing. That means now out of this, some of them has to be 1. Okay, one of them has to be 1. Okay, so what is the possible choice for 1? A minus b, because a plus b will definitely be more only, na? Okay, so what is the only possibility is a minus b has to be 1. A minus b has to be 1. Okay, so that means a square minus b square is nothing as a plus b. Will be nothing but a plus b. Option number C. Correct. Option number C. It has to be a plus b. Logic. Simple. Simple. See. Let x and y be positive integers such that x is prime and y is composite. X is prime, y is composite. Okay. Now, x is prime. What are the prime numbers? Okay. 2 is the only even prime numbers. Prime number rest 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, etc. Okay, and y is composite mean, it may take any value like 4, it may be 6, it may be 8, it may be 9, 10, 12, then this has several possibilities. Okay. Y minus x cannot be even. 4 minus 2 is even. What is there? Yes, it can be even. 9 minus 7 is 2, that is even. So, this is wrong. Okay. X into y cannot be even integer, wrong. Because 2 is also a prime number, okay, if you consider 2 as a prime number, so 2y is always even. Okay, 2y is always even. Okay, so x into y cannot be even integer, wrong. Okay, x plus y upon x cannot be even integer. Let's break it actually. Let's break it actually. So when you divide by x, it is 1 plus y by x should not be even. That's what they are telling. Okay, that means y plus x should not be odd. Okay, because if this is odd, 1 plus odd will be even. So y by x cannot be odd. Is this correct? Y by x cannot be odd. See, y by x cannot be odd. Tell me, is this correct? Okay, 6 by 2. Okay, is 3. Okay, y has to be composite, x has to be from the prime list. Okay, so 6 by 2 equal to 3 equal to odd. Okay, this is y I have taken, this is x I have taken. Okay, so x plus y by x, even if I show and solve you fully, it becomes 8 by 2 and that is 4, which is even. Okay, so it cannot be even, wrong. Okay, so only possibility is D. Okay, that is D. Okay, none of them. Okay, none of the option correct, right? Okay. Okay, rather I have discussed this now. So see, why I am discussing such questions also, I'll show you this gate 25 question. 1 mark only. Okay, what is mentioned, I'll write down the data just roughly. P1 and P2 are any prime numbers. P1 and P2 be any arbitrary prime numbers. Which of the following is correct? Okay, choose the correct answer. Okay, P1 plus P2. Okay, not prime. P1 plus P2 cannot be prime. Okay, P1 into P2 cannot be prime. P1 into P2 is not a prime number. Option number C, P1 plus P2 plus 1 is not prime. Option number D, P1 P2 plus 1 not prime. P1 P2 plus 1 not prime. Okay. See, you have to choose the correct answer here. Which of them is the correct answer? Now, P1, P2 are any prime numbers. P1 plus P2 cannot be prime. Okay, P1 plus P2 cannot be prime. Okay, 2 and 5 are both prime. 2 plus 5 is 7, which is again prime. So this is definitely not correct. Okay, very logically, without looking into any other option, you can say that P1, P2 cannot be prime. Why? Product, na? Okay, P1, P2 prime means what can be the factors? It is divisible by P1 also, it is divisible by P2 also. Okay, if it is divisible, okay, by other than 1 and the number itself, okay, it cannot be prime. Okay, because this becomes divisible by P1 as well as alone divisible by P2. So that is why this cannot be prime. Blindly you can say the answer. Okay, now P1 plus P2 plus 1, just to give an example, it is not prime. P1 plus P2 plus 1. If you add 5 and 7 and 1 is equal to how much? That is 13, which is again prime. So that makes C option wrong, false. Okay, and if I have to show you, do P1, P2 plus 1. Okay, like 3 into 5, no, don't take that. Yeah, 2 into 3. 2 and 3 are both prime, plus 1, 7, which is again prime. So D also makes, this makes D also wrong. Okay. But anyways, without proving the results, you should say that P1, P2, it's a product. So that means it is divisible by P1 and divisible by P2 both. Okay, hence cannot be prime. Prime number can only be divisible by 1 or itself. Okay, simple. Okay. Next question. Okay, go to the next question. Yeah, come on. 3 bells ring at an interval of 18 minutes, 24 minutes, 32 minutes respectively. At a certain time, they begin to ring together. They begin to ring together. What length of time will elapse before they begin to ring together again? Okay, they ring at an interval of 18, 24 and 32. Okay, so suppose, okay, they at a certain amount of time they begin to ring together, and suppose that certain amount of time is t equal to 0. T equal to 0. But what is the possibility? Okay, the 3 bells are there. Suppose A, B and C. A, B and C. A will keep ringing at an interval of 18, that is 18, 36, 54, 72, etc. B will keep ringing at an interval of 24, 24, 48, again 72, etc. And C will keep ringing at 32, then 64, then 96 and etc. So see, what is the answer you have to make out? What is the answer you have to make out? You have to take, they will ring together, which is a common multiple of, okay, common multiple of. And if you just want the next one, that has to be the LCM. Okay, so they ring together, okay, at the time which should be given by the lowest common multiple of the given data, 18, 24 and 32. 18, 24 and 32. Okay, now, okay, however you want to calculate, you can calculate the LCM. Now what is there? Okay, I'll write down the calculation here itself. 18, 24, 32. Okay, what you should normally do is divide by 2. Okay, divide by the prime number which can divide at least 1. So if I divide by 2, all of them are divisible. This becomes 9, this is 12, this is 16. Again I can choose 2. You don't have to divide all. Choose the prime number which can divide at least one of them. So again if I choose 2, it is 9 is not divided, but this becomes 6 and this becomes 8. Again 2. So this is 9 still, but this becomes 3, this becomes 4. And again 2 times 2. Okay, again 2 times 2, directly 4 will be divided. So then you get 9, 3 and 1. Now choose 3. Okay, so this is divided and 9 by 3 also divided as 3. Last step 3, 1, 1, 1. Okay, when you get 1, 1, 1, there you have to stop. There you have to stop. Correct? Because further division is not possible. Okay, so what is the answer I told you is, it has to be LCM of the 3 data given, 18 and 24 and 32, and that is the product of these sideways numbers. 2, 2, 2, 2 coming 5 times, 2 power 5 into 3 power 2. 32 is multiplied by 9 and that is 288. 288. Okay, so 288 minutes, the data is in minutes, options is in hours. So 240 plus 48, 240 is 4 hours. 4 hours, 48 minutes. 4 hours and 48 minutes. Option number B. It is going to be 4 hours and 48 minutes. Done? 4 hours, 48 minutes. Option number B. Next question. Let's be ready for the next one. A number when divided by 12, 18, 30, 36 and 48 always leaves a remainder of 5, but leaves row remainder when divided by 11. A number, okay, when divided by 12, 18, 30, 36 and 48 Okay, 12, 18, 30, 36 and 48 always leaves a remainder of 5. But see, now when a number divided by 12, 18, 30, 36 and 48 always leaves a remainder of 5. See, a simple logic is, suppose take any two numbers. Suppose if I ask you what is LCM of 3 and 4, it will be 12. Okay, so 12 by 3 is divisible, 12 by 4 is 3. 12 is divisible by both 3 and 4. Okay, but if I ask you, if I take a number, suppose 14, okay, which is 12 plus 2, okay, if I divide 14 by 3, how much it will be? It means 12 plus 2 by 3. This 12 is divisible, okay, but what is not divisible is 2, and that is known as remainder. Okay, it leaves the remainder of 2. Okay, similarly, when you divide 14 by 4 as well, 14 means 12 plus 2 by 4. 12 is again divisible by 4. What is not divisible? That extra remaining part is 2. Okay. So, the concept of this question is when a number is divided by a set of this number, it will leave a remainder of 5. So, what should be that number? Okay, this number can be any multiple, not necessarily LCM. Okay, it can be any multiple, LCM or any multiple. Okay, because we have to think about lowest, so we'll go for LCM as well. Okay, but for normally what it is, it has to be any common multiple of the given set of numbers 12, 18, 30, 36 and 48. Okay, now if you take any common multiple of this and when you divide, then it is divisible, no remainder. But if you want a remainder of 5, okay, then the common multiple of this plus 5. Okay, the number can be written as common multiple of this plus 5. Now, common multiple means k times LCM. Okay, because we have some method to calculate the LCM. Okay, k times the LCM of the numbers plus 5. LCM means lowest common multiple, but I am telling you it can be any common multiple of the given numbers. Okay, so firstly, let us go for that LCM calculation. Okay, what about the LCM of the given numbers? 12, 18, 30, 36, 48. The first number that you can choose to divide is by 2. Okay, so when you divide by 2, okay, this divides as 6, 9, 15, 18, 24. Again, you can choose 2. Okay, so that 3, this is divided, not divided, leave it. 18 by 2, 9, 24 by 2 is 12. Again, you can choose 2, or rather, again, these are odd, so you can directly choose 2 into 2. So that 12 by 4, you get 3. 12 by 4, you get 3. Okay, now choose 3. Okay, so that is 3 by 3 becomes 1, 9 by 3 will be 3 and 15 by 3 will be 5. Again a 3 will be required, so that you have 1, 1, 1, 1 and this will be 5. 5 was not divided by 3. 5 will be divided by 5 and then you get all ones. Okay, so what is the LCM? Okay, what is going to be that number actually? Number, as I told you, k times the LCM. K times the LCM, and LCM is how much? 2 is coming 4 times, 2 power 4 into 3 square into 5 and plus 5. Okay, so how much is that number actually? This is 16 into 9 into 5. $720. So the number has to be a multiple of 720 plus 5. 720k plus 5. Okay, but then, okay, it leaves no remainder when divided by 11. What does it mean? This number also has to be divisible by 11. It also has to be, it leaves no remainder when divided by 11. That means it is perfectly divisible by 11. Okay, it is divisible by 11. Okay, so now definitely, okay, if you think about option number A, okay, if you think about option number A, it is created by K5. Okay, if you take K5, then you get 3605. Is it divisible by 11? Okay, now rest is calculator partner. Okay, whether it is divisible by 11, 3600 by 11, no, it is not divisible. Then option number, now k equal to 10 will give around 7200. Okay, so B definitely, no, this number has to be 720k plus 5. That is left with only option number A or C. Okay, 6200 plus 5, 6200 not divisible by 720. No, the B and D are first of all eliminated. Okay, only A and C. C will come if you take k equal to 10 actually. Okay, so that 7200 plus 5, you get 7205. Is that divided by 11? Okay. That is 655. Yes. It is perfect integer. It is divisible. So option number C has to be your right choice. Option number C has to be your right choice. Okay. Come on, everybody. Option number C. Now, what is the highest power of 2 in 300 factorial? In 300. See, if it was a simple number, na, see, what is the concept of this? Okay, highest power. Okay, let me say the highest power, I will call it as HP. See, if I asked you what is the highest power of 2 in suppose factorial 5, then you can solve it manually also. Divisibility rule of 11 is there but not required. You have calculator. No? So why do you go for divisibility rule? Okay, there are divisibility rule of numbers. Okay, if you know it, very good, but not required. Just divide and see. Calculator is there in your hand. The approach of the question should be based on what type of exam we are solving. Gate calculator is there, go for it. Now see, what is 5 factorial? Okay, first I have made the question little simpler. Okay, what is 5 factorial is 120. Okay, so when you factorize, okay, what can be the highest power of 2 that can come into it? Now 120 is nothing but can be written as 8 into 15. Now 15 is an odd number. Okay, 15 is odd number and any odd number cannot contain the factor of 2. Any odd number is not divisible by 2. Na? Okay, so I can write this as 8 which is 2 power 3 into 15. Okay, or this can be factorized as further into 3 into 5. Okay, factorization into prime numbers. Factorization into prime numbers. Okay, so what is the highest power of 2 that can be obtained? What is the highest power of 2 that can be obtained is 3. 2 power 3. Okay, 2 power 3. Got it? That is what is the intent of the question. But now, can you write down 300 factorial value and can you break it into different prime factors? That is almost impossible. Okay, almost going to take infinite amount of time. Okay, so that is why we need to have a method here. Okay, and the method is whenever you have highest power of a prime number p in factorial n, that is the question. Okay, is actually given by n by p. Okay, the integral value of n by p, this floor means integral value. Okay, then n by p square. Okay, then n by p cube. Keep dividing till you get 0, till you get any result as 0. Okay, this is method number 1. This is method number 1. Okay, I'll tell you another method also. So what do I mean is highest power of, my question was highest power of 2 in factorial 300. In factorial 300. Now this is going to be how much? 300 by 2. Okay, and then the integral part of it. Okay, then 300 by 4. Okay, then 300 by 8. Then you have to keep doing this 300 by 16. So definitely, because 2 is a small number, it is going to become a calculative method. Okay, it is going to become a calculative method. Let me just specify, these brackets are what? Integral part. If the answer is fractional, you only write down the integral part of the answer, or also known as the floor value. Okay, floor value. The floor means integer below that number. Okay, integer below that number. Okay, let me directly switch to method number 2 without spending the time here. Okay, what is the method number 2? This is the official formula, but simplification is more easy in the help of with the help of a division table. Okay, what type of division table? Understand with this question. 300. Okay, divide by 2. Now, when you divide, only write down the question. Repeatedly you divide by 2. Okay, you just repeatedly divide by 2 and only write down the quotient. Correct? Only write down the quotient. Okay, discard the remainder if there is any. Okay, so 300 by 2, this is perfectly divisible, 150. Okay, then further divide by 2, 75. Further divide by 2, now see, 37.5. I only write down the question, 37. The remainder of 1, discard. Okay, 37 by 2. Okay, 37 by 2, 18. Okay, this is going to be 18. Okay, 18 by 2, 9. 9 by 2, 4. Only question part. 4 by 2 is 2. 2 by 2 is 1. Now 1 by 2, question 0. When you get 0, you can stop. Because further it will be 0 only. Na? Further it will be 0 only. I don't know, this slide, the screen is becoming blur or what? Okay, but yeah, what is going to be the answer now? The answer will be the sum of all these coefficients. Answer will be sum of all these coefficients. Okay, sum of all these coefficients. Okay, so when you add all these coefficients, how much it is going to become? Yeah, it was blur for some time, but I think that's okay now. Yeah, so how much? Let me just keep calculating the net result. 296. 296. 296. Yes. Yeah, nice. MV already has given the answer 296. Zinkal. Okay, Hemant, Hussain Sagar, Anay Reddy, Linda Red. Yeah, already some answers 296 already came up. Okay, yeah, that is what it is. That is a simple division table. Okay, now again, what do I mean by this calculation is that 300 factorial, which is going to be a drastically big number, but suppose I factorized it. When I factorized it, it will have maximum of 2 power 296. Okay, into some other factors also will be there. But maximum power of 2 will be 296. Got the intent of the question? Yes, Winterchild, correct. This is the method that you have to use. Okay, highest power of a prime number in a given factorial. Okay, like here, if I do it, so this is 5, you divide by 2. Okay, what is the question? 5 by 2? Okay, 2. 2 by 2, 1. Okay, 1 by 2, 0. 0 means stop. Answer 2 plus 1, 3. See there. Okay, that is the answer. Now tell me the next one. Highest power of 5 in 500 factorial. Any prime number can be given. This is for any prime number p, highest power of prime number in factorial n. Okay, highest power of 5 in 500 factorial. I will again apply the division table only. Okay, what to do? Divide by 5 and write down only the quotient, discard the remainder. Okay, so 500 by 5, directly 100. 100 by 5, 20. 20 by 5, 4. Okay, 4 by 5, 4 is less than 5, the question will be 0. This is your signals to stop. The answer is how much? 124. 124, correct? 124. 500 by 5, you get 100 starting itself. Yeah, 124 is your answer. Simple one. Now see, this is one particular question. Highest power of a prime number in factorial n. Directly, it may not be that important, but it is indirectly important in one more calculation that I am going to take now. First, tell me this answer. What can be the number of zeros at the end of this product? Number of zeros at the end of this product. Number of zeros at the end of this product. Okay. How zeros can be obtained? Okay. Zeros at the end can be obtained by two different methods. Okay. Zeros at the end, okay, can be obtained by two different ways. Okay. When a number, okay, is multiplied by 10 or where the number is multiplied by 2 and 5. Okay. Right. Zeros at the end. Understand, suppose an example here. Suppose if I ask you, okay, 10 factorial. How do you factorize 10 factorial? 10 factorial can be written as 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 into 1. Now, how many zeros will it have at the end? Okay, see, definitely 1 0, because when a number is multiplied by 10, it will give you a 0. So 10 may be appearing directly or 10 may be appearing indirectly. Okay, how indirectly? 2 and 5 when multiplied, that also gives 10. Acha, how can you obtain 10? Only 2 into 5, 3 into something, 4 into something, that will not give you 10. Okay, 2 into 5. This 2 into 5 also makes 10. Okay, so there are two 10s. Okay, and if you have to write down 10 factorial, now, okay, right now I have the calculator. Now, let me write down for you 10 factorial value, which is 3628800. 3628800. How many zeros at the end? How many zeros are there at the end? 2 zeros are there at the end. Okay, 2 zeros are there at the end. Okay, and that is what is written here. 2 zeros are there at the end, and that is what has been written here as well, correct? Okay, so zeros at the end, okay, will be obtained, okay, by 10 power n, or suppose I say n zeros at the end, okay, or there is 2 into 5 power n. But yeah, now if you see this number, this 4 is 2 square, this 6 can further be written as 2 into 3, this is 2 cube, so there will be several other power of 2. There will be several other power of 2, but alone 2 or alone 5 is of no use. Alone 2 or alone 5 is of no use. You need 2 into 5. Okay, alone 2, alone 5 both are not important. That is why in this particular question, okay, 2 power triple 2 into 5 power is more. Triple 5 means triple 2 plus triple 3. So how many combinations can be made? Only 2 cross 5 common power triple into 5 power triple 3. This 5 power triple 3 alone 5 power is of no use. Okay, this will give you 10 power triple 2. So how many zeros at the end? How many zeros at the end can be seen? Triple 2 zeros at the end can be seen. How many zeros at the end can be seen? Triple 2 zeros at the end can be seen. Got my point? Triple 2. Triple 2 zeros at the end can be seen. Okay, chalo. So now let's take the next question. Triple 2 zeros at the end will be seen. Okay, so whatever is the minimum power of both, okay, that many combinations can be made. Now this comes the next real question. Number of zeros at the end of 75 factorial. Okay, so this I can say the zeros at the end is obtained because of 10 or 2 cross 5. 2 cross 5 also makes a 10. So in 10 factorial I can say that there are 2 10s, 10 square. Okay, so this question is equivalent to, the number of zeros at the end is equivalent to actually highest power of 10 in factorial 75. Got it? It has to be highest power of 10 in factorial 75. This is the way, if we do it, we'll get the answer. Okay, highest power of 10 in factorial 75 is to be calculated, right? Highest power of 10 in factorial 75. Now, what is that highest power of 10 in factorial 75? I just told you a method, that division method. 75 divided by 10, 7. Okay, 7 divided by 10, 0, 7 is less than 10. Okay, so is the answer 7? Is the answer 7? Wrong. Answer is not 7 here. Something is fundamentally wrong here. I have told you a division method for the highest power, but that is for highest power of a prime number in factorial n. Okay, this is wrong. Why? Because 10 is not prime. Because 10 is not prime. Okay, you cannot apply this method for a non-prime number. Okay, so what we do, we actually factorize 10 as 2 into 5. We actually factorize 10 as 2 into 5. Okay, we actually factorize 10 as 2 into 5, right? So let me come up here. 10 is 2 cross 5. Okay, so now I will first calculate what is highest power of 2 in 75 factorial. Okay, now 75 divide by 2. Okay, this becomes 37. Divide by 2, this becomes 18. Divide by 2, this becomes 9. Divide by 2, this is 4. Divide by 2, you get 2. 2 by 2, 1, and 1 by 2, 0. Net answer 55 and 65. This is 71. Okay, on the other side, let me also write down highest power of 5 in 75 factorial. Okay, so 75 divided by 5. I'll tell you only one calculation is required. Okay, now 15. 15 by 5, 3, and 3 by 5, 3 less than 5, so 0 question. Okay, so what is the answer? 18. Now you see, simple logic dear, you don't have to do both the calculations. Okay, I can say that the given 75 factorial has 2 raised to the power 71 and 5 raised to the power how much? 18 into some other factors. But okay, but how many 2 cross 5 can be combined? 2 cross 5 power 18, the minimum one. Okay, this is the minimum one, that only those many combinations are there, into some 2 power. When I reduce 18 from it, 53 will be left. that alone 2 power, as I told you, alone power of 2, alone power of 5 is of no use. Only minimum value required. So my logic is the 5 is greater than 2. Okay, and the method is the division method. So because when you divide by a larger number, 5 is larger than 2. Okay, you get smaller questions and the table vanishes away quickly. 2 was a smaller number, so you get bigger questions and it takes time for table to stop. Okay, so here answer is always more, here answer is always less. 5 greater than 2, so definitely highest power of 5 will be less than highest power of 2. Okay, so what can I say? The question was number of zeros at the end, which means highest power of 10, which will always be highest power of 5. Which will be always highest power of 5. So that means in the questions going forward, you only directly calculate highest power of 5. Okay, and the highest power of 5 calculated in my calculation is 18. Okay, that has to be answer. Okay, so you don't try with 2, you directly have to try highest power of 5. Number of zeros at the end of 100 factorial. Okay, so what is this? This is equal to, the actual concept is calculate highest power of 10 in 100 factorial, but that highest power of 10 is always equal to highest power of 5 in 100 factorial. Okay, highest power of 5 in 100 factorial. How much will be this value? Highest power of 5 in 100 factorial. How much will be this value? Let me see that. Okay, highest power of 5, 100 by 5, division table. Okay, 20 divide by 5, I get 4, divide by 5, I get 0. Answer is 24. Okay, highest power of 5 is equal to 24. That is the answer. See, already in the comment box, the answers are ready. Okay, so students are also becoming quicker, right? Next question. It can be any bigger number. Highest power in 3000 factorial. Highest number of zeros at the end of 3000 factorial is equal to highest power of 10 in 3000 factorial, which is further equal to highest power of 5 in 3000 factorial. In 3000 factorial. Tell me this answer now. I'll calculate here separately. 3000 by 5, 600 directly, divide by 5, 120, divide by 5, 24, divide by 5, cancelled by 4, and 4 by 5, question will be 0. So 720, 748, 748. What is there? 748. Check your answers and let me know for any sort of confusion. Yes, yes, Hemant, correct, 748. Now, next important category of question from number system and calculation is the units digit concept. Units digit concept. Now, what is that units digit concept? See, first thing you have to remember is whenever two numbers are multiplied, what is the units digit of the product? Suppose any large number you take also, 2348874 is multiplied by 12963, suppose. Okay, it's a large number, but if I ask you what is, when these two large numbers are multiplied, what is the units digit? See, how does the multiplication work? 3, 4, 12, carry 1, and then rest I don't require, because first I will complete all the digit multiplication by 3, then I will start with 6. Okay, 6, 4, 24, carry will be 2, and then etc. Then I will again write on 1 unit left. Okay, so all these will be cross only, na? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, this will be the fifth row. Okay, but when you add, okay, I don't need these answer. When you add, the answer is 2. The units place of the answer is 2. Okay, the units place of the answer is 2, and that is simply obtained as 4 into 3, because 4 into 3, 12, the unit place is 2. Okay, that means whenever any two numbers are multiplied, okay, unit digit of a product, okay, depends on what? Depends only on units digit of the given participating numbers. Okay, that means what was only required was this 4 and 3 calculation. This 4 cross 3 is 12 and the units place is 2. Got it? Okay, and the units place is 2. That is the only thing you have to take care. Now, how the questions come up for you? Okay, the questions that come up for you is, okay, it is the units digit of some given number which may have multiple digits. It may be a very, very big number raised to the power n. Okay, very, very big number raised to the power n. But let me tell you what I just told. This units place will depend only on what? It depends only on, now what is power n? Okay, repeated multiplication. Okay, so it will only depend on the units place of the given number, that is u. Okay, into u n times, that means u power n. Okay, so the bigger number will actually not matter. The question will give you so big number that it is beyond calculator scope. Okay, but that bigger number doesn't matter. Only the last digit, only the units digit of that number will matter. Okay, so you have to write down the answer as u power n. The answer will depend only on u power n. Okay, now further, what is u power n? Only 4 patterns you need to remember. Okay, only 4 pattern you need to remember. Okay, what are that 4 pattern? Now see, okay, u power n, I will break into, 3 cases. 3 cases, not 4. Okay, first case, if the units place of a number is 0, 1, 5 and 6. Okay, u power n will be u only. Okay, u power n will be u only. Okay, that is 0, 1, 5, 6. See, 1 power anything you understand, but suppose if you see the 5 powers, okay, 5 power 1 is 5, 5 square 25, 5 cube 125, 5 power 4 625. Okay, always ending with 5. The u power n, if the u is 5, 5 power n will always end at 5. Okay, similar pattern is there for 6. 6 square 36, 6 cube 216, again ending at 6. 6 power 4 you calculate, you get 1296, always ending at 6. Okay, that is the first case. So if the units place is by chance 0, 1, 5 or 6, then you don't need any calculation. I will show you one category of question, then I will take the next one. Okay, find the units digit of this, if suppose this is the question. So what I told you, units digit of any number will depend on what? Depends only on the unit digit of the given number. Okay, and 1 power anything will be 1. Okay, 666 power 666. The answer depends on the units place of the given number, which is 6. And then 6 power anything, as I just calculated. Okay, for 6 power anything, units place will be 6. Okay, you calculate any power of 6, it will always end in 6. Done? This is the first category. Now second. Okay, when the units place is 4 or 9. Okay, when the units place is 4 or 9, what you have to remember, that there will be a cyclic period of 2 and you can follow even odd pattern. Follow even odd pattern. I will explain. Just follow even odd pattern. Okay, now what is the cyclic period of 2? See, 4 power 1 is 4, 4 square is 16, 4 cube is 64, so 4 power 4 is 256. So it is alternating. Okay, 4 here, then 6 here. That is what I mean by cyclic period. After every 2 values, repetition. Okay, after every 2 values, CP here means cyclic period. And when we write period, when there is a repetition, so always there will be a repeated pattern. Okay, always there will be a repeated pattern. Okay, I'll check that again once again, Bhanu. Okay, always there will be a repeated pattern. Same thing for 9. Okay, 9 power 1, 9 power 2, 81. 9 cube is 729. Again repeated, na? 9 power 4, that is 81 square is, let me confirm this value, 6561 only, no? Yeah, 6561 confirmed. Okay, so 9, again 1. Cyclic period how much? 2. Okay, after every 2 values, repetition is happening. Okay, so you have to just follow even odd pattern. Now, what do I mean by even odd pattern? See the next question here. Okay, the question is 1994 raised to the power 1994. First of all, the answer depends on what? Okay, so answer depends only on unit place. Now let me write down that unit place. 4 power 1994 and 4 power 1994. 1994 is a even or odd number. You just see that 1994 is a even number. Okay, so what is 4 power even? Now every even power of 4 will be same because of repetition, because of cyclic period 2. See, whatever is 4 square, answer will be 4 power 4. Both of them, the units place is 6. Correct? So think about the lowest even number. What is the lowest even number? 2. What is the lowest even number? 2. Okay, 4 square, 16. Units place I want. I only want units place. 6. Okay, next question. 1919 power 4567. The answer depends on 9 power 4567. Units place is 9. Okay, and now for 4 and 9, you just have to check even or odd power. How much it is? It is an odd power. 9 power odd. Okay, so think about the lowest odd number, and the lowest odd number is 1. 9 power 1 ends at 9. Finish. The answer is respectively 6 and 9. Okay, yeah, Bhanu, correct. Right, Pushplata, correct answer. Right, Nitin Sai, correct. 6 and 9 respectively. These are the two answers. Done. What is there? Okay, 6 and 9. Next question. Okay, Acha, now let me take the next case and explain it to you. Okay, now the next and the third case, rest of the digits. What are the rest of the digits? 2, 3, 7, 8. Okay, they all have the cyclic period of 4. They all have the cyclic period of 4. Let me explain you how. Okay, not required, but just let me explain it to you. 2 power 1 is 2, 2 square is 4, 2 cube is 8, 2 power 4 is 16, 2 power 5 is 32. Repetition. After 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, repetition after 4. Okay, cyclic period how much? 4. Repetition after 4 times. Okay, repetition after 4 times. Praneeth Kumar, yeah, 4 square is 16. What is the problem? Okay, 4 square is 16 only. Okay, but I want the units place, so I will write 6. That is why in all of this, I'm just writing this as the next step. I don't say 4 square is 6, but 4 square, the answer will be 6. The question is units place, not the calculated answer. I know that, Praneeth, 4 square is not 6. I know that. Okay. Okay. Now, suppose, let me take 3 also, will follow the pattern. 7. Suppose if I explain you with 7. 7 power 1. 7 square, 49. 7 cube is 343. 7 power 4, which is 49 square, will be 2401. And 7 power 5, okay, let me calculate that 7 power 5 for you and write down its exact value. That is 16,807. 16807. Okay, 16807. This was 7, again 7. Repeats. And repeats means next will repeat only. After how much time? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cyclic period is 4. Cyclic period equal to 4. Logic, even means you can take any even number. But why I told 2? Easier, na? Smallest even number if you take, you have smallest calculation. That's the logic. Otherwise, what is the logic in this question is, okay, 4 power even, you take any even power, answer has to be 6. You take 4 power 4, 256. Answer is 6, na? Correct, na? That is what it is. Okay, now rest of the digits 2, 3, 7, 8 will always have cyclic period of 4. Okay, the others also you can prove. Okay, so we don't need to prove here. Let's go to the question now. Okay, which will contain these 2, 3, 7, 8. Okay, 1002 raised to the power 890. 1002 raised to the power 890. Now see, the answer of this depends on 2 power 890. 2 power 890. Now, what I told you, cyclic period is 4, na? For 2 or 3, the cyclic period is 4. So, what you have to think? You have to think that whether the given power is a multiple of 4 or whether the given power is divisible by 4. Okay, how is a number divisible by 4? A number is divisible by 4 if the last two digits are divisible by 4. Okay, so 90, is 90 divisible by 4? No, 88 is divisible by 4. Break this way, 88 plus 2. Okay, now understand this one carefully. Now this becomes 2 raised to the power 2 plus 888. Now 888 is a multiple of 4 and answer, because cyclic period is 4, okay, answer, okay, repeats after every 4 value. So whatever is the answer for 2 power 2 will be same as, see what I mean here is, I will write down this pattern separately. Okay, whatever is 2 power 2 answer will be same as 2 power 6 answer, will be same as 2 power 10 answer, will be same as 2 power 14 answer. That means it will be same as 2 power any multiple of 4 you keep adding. Okay, plus 4, plus 4, plus 4, because of repetition that plus 4 should not matter. The value will repeat after every 4 values. Okay, so here answer should be same as 2 square, and 2 square units place is 4. Done. That is the logic. Okay, next. Okay, next question. 3 power units place only you have to see. 3 power 2023. Okay, 2, 3, 7, 8. In all of the 4 cases, cyclic period is 4. So what you have to think, whether the given power is divisible by 4. Okay, 2023, no. Okay, but what is divisible? 2020 would be divisible. Okay. Okay, so you can write down this as 2020 plus 3, or you can then write this as 3 power 3 plus 2020, which is divisible by 4, or which is a multiple of 4. So I can write it as 4k. I can write it as 4k. So answer should be same as 3 power 3. Whatever is the answer for 3 power 3 will be the same answer after every 4 places, after 4k also. Okay, the answer has to be same as 3 power 3. What is 3 power 3? 3 cube is 27. I know, but I will write down the answer as only 7. Only write down the units place. Now the answer is 7. So the answer for the question is 4 and 7 respectively. The 4 and 7 respectively. Okay, 4 and 7 respectively. Okay. Next question. Now try on this. Okay. Try on this one. I think right side little bit data. I have to see why it is getting cut. Right side now. Yeah. Try this question now. Okay, units digit of this number. Okay, let us try and calculate the units digit of this number. 707 raised to the power 700. 707 raised to the power of 700. Okay, let us see that. Let us see what is going to be the answer. 707 raised to the power 700. Okay, so answer will only depend on 7. 7 power 700. Okay, now is 700 divisible by 4? Yes, this time it's a perfect multiple of 4. Okay. So what is the lowest multiple of 4? You try that way. Na? We are separating the numbers, Praneeth, because of cyclicity, and the cyclic period is 4. So how I am separating? If a number is not a multiple of 4, I am breaking it as a number which is closer to a multiple of 4. Okay. Now 7 power 4k will have the same answer as 7 power 4. Try the first multiple of 4. The first multiple of 4 is 4. Okay. And what is 7 power 4? Okay. 7 power 4 was 2401. Okay. That you can calculate from calculator also. The answer will be 1. Answer will be 1. Okay. Right. Next is 8 raised to the power 1001. Okay. Is 1001 divisible by 4? No. 1000 is divisible. Okay. So 1000 plus 1. I split again. Okay. So that I can write down the number now as 8 power 1 plus 1000, and 1000 is a multiple of 4. Okay. So that after every 4 we know repetition is going to happen. So answer has to be same as 8 power 1, and 8 power 1 simply 8. It ends at 8. So answer respectively for this screen is 1 and 8. 1 and 8. For this question on this screen, answer is 1 and 8 respectively. Okay, fine. One and 8. Done. Okay. Now next question, okay, where we are going to take the remainder based concept. Okay, remainder when 13 power 123 is divided by 5. 13 power 123 divided by 5. Okay, 13 power 123 to be divided by 5. Have a look into this. 13 power 123. Okay, now see what is the concept here. What is the simple concept here? I'll explain with two numbers. Okay, see, suppose what is the remainder when I take randomly some numbers 71 plus 108 plus 23 when this is divided by, suppose, 5. Okay, when this is divided by 5. Okay, now see, because these are simple numbers, you can add also. Okay, so this becomes total remainder when 108 plus 71, 179, and then 199. This is 202 divide by 5. Now 202 divide by 5, it's not divisible, but 100 was divisible. Remainder will be 2. Remainder will be 2. Okay. Now the point is, this is also equal to the remainder. What you can do, you can replace the individual number by its remainder. Okay. When alone 71 was divided by 5, remainder will be 1. When alone 108 is divided by 5, okay, when alone 108 is divided by 5, how much will be the answer? Remainder will be 3. 105, it cancels. 23 by 3, 23 by 5, 20 will cancel. 3 will be the remainder. Okay, now what is the simple calculation? It is remainder of 1 plus 3 plus 3, 7. 7 by 5, 5 cancels, remainder is 2. Got my point? Okay. What I have done here is, when some numbers a1 plus a2 up to an, they are divided by d, this is also equal to the remainder when the individual remainder. Okay, when a1 divided by d, suppose remainder was r1. When a2 divided by d, suppose remainder was r2. Okay, you can replace every number by its own remainder. You can replace every number by its own remainder. Like, what is r1? Okay, what is r1? R1 here is the remainder when a1 divided by d. Okay, right. So similarly, what is ri? When ai number is divided by d. Okay, same thing is applicable for product as well. Okay, remainder when a1 into a2 into a3 etc. up to an, when the product of these number is divided by d. Okay, this is equal to the remainder when now r1, r2, r3 up to rn is divided by d. Correct? Okay. Same thing, remainder, if I write down product here, 71 into 108 into 23 divide by 5. Now see, we have calculators in hand, but let me tell you, when GATE will give the question, it will give a sufficiently large number because they know calculator is there. So they will give a question outside the scope of calculator. Here you can multiply also. Okay, but rather than multiplying, what I will do, as I told you, you can replace every number by its remainder alone. So 71 by 5 remainder is 1, 108 by 5 remainder was 3, 23 by 5 remainder was 3. Okay, so now that makes the problem simple. Okay, suppose calculator was not there in your hand. Okay, so then this product becomes lengthy product. Okay, but what you can do, replace every number by its remainder alone. So now 1 into 3 into 3 simple. Okay, that becomes 9. And when 9 is going to be divided by 5, then we can say the remainder will be 4. 5 cancelled, extra 4 is the remainder. Now you can say the answer easily, na? At least now we can say the answer easily. Okay, so now by using the same logic, the question here was 13 divided by 123. Okay, number one thing is by using the same concept, I will write down one more point here. So when a power n is divided by d. Okay, so what you can do, suppose when simple a power 1 is divided by d, it will give some remainder r. Okay, so a power n means a multiplied n times. Rather than a, what you can do, you can take r multiplied n times. You can take r multiplied by n times. Okay, so firstly I will make the question simple because 13 power calculation will be big. Okay, but first tell me what is the remainder when 13 alone is divided by 5? The remainder is 3. Understand my point here. When 13 alone is divided by 5, it will give a remainder of 3. Okay, now my question is remainder of 13 power n divided by 5. This has to be same as remainder of, replace the number by its remainder alone, that is 3. 3 power 123 divided by 5. Okay, now also the question doesn't stop. Now you have to work. This is the actual question now. Now you have to work on the question. Remainder when 3 power 123 is divided by 5. Remainder when 3 power 123 is divided by 5. What will be the remainder? That we have to see. Okay. That we have to see. Okay, so for this you have to make pattern, and like units digit, there is no fixed pattern here. Units digit, I told you, okay, 3 cases, entire story done. But here, how much cyclic period, it depends on the given number and given divisor. I can't generalize anything, so I'll have to make the pattern. Okay, how will be the pattern? Okay, how will be the pattern? Let me make the pattern here. Okay, so a remainder when 3 power 1 is divided by 5 is 3. Remainder when 3 square is divided by 5, 3 square 9, so 9 by 5, remainder will be 4. Remainder when 3 cube is divided by 5, 3 cube 27, 27 by 5 will leave a remainder of 2. Remainder when 3 power 4 is divided by 5, 3 power 4 is 81. So when you divide 81 by 5, 80 will be cancelled, 1 is the remainder. 1 is the remainder. Now, wherever you have 1, okay, whenever you get 1, you can stop and you can say that now repetition will happen with cyclic period of 4. Okay, whatever power gave you remainder 1. I'll tell you why. Because the next remainder, if you calculate, 3 power 5 by 5, you calculate, okay, it is 100% going to come up as 3. It is 100% going to come up as 3. Repetition. Okay, so repetition will happen. Okay, what is the cyclic period? 4. Okay, so now I'll come to the answer. What was my question? Remainder of 3 power 123. I'll write down the question here once again. Remainder of 3 power 123. Divide by 5. How much is the cyclic period? 4. I'm telling you here, there is no fixed cyclic period. It depends on question to question. Okay, if the cyclic period is 4, then what you are required to do? If the cyclic period is 4, then what you are required to do? Again, like the previous question approach, break the number. See the number, is it divisible by 4? Otherwise, break it like we are doing in the previous question. Is 123 divisible by 4? No, not divisible. Okay, but what is divisible? 120. So 120 plus 3. Okay, now I can write down the answer as remainder of 3 plus 120, which is a multiple of 4. And then again I will say, whatever the answer for 3 power 3 will be same as 3 power 3 plus 4, 3 power 3 plus 8, 3 power 3 plus 12. After every 4, it has to repeat. After every break, it has to repeat. So remainder will be same as 3 power 3 divided by 5. How much we got here? 2. So the final answer is also 2. Any doubts now you mention? Okay, no break as of now. I'll directly give you a lunch break around 1:30 or 2. Okay, multiple breaks will break the momentum. Okay, but it is an online class. If you need to have anything, fruits or tea or coffee, you can parallelly have. What is there? What is there? Okay, what is there? So yeah, that you can have it parallelly anyways. Okay, next question. Next question. Yeah. So remainder when 11 power 100 divided by 7. Try this. Okay, what you have to actually get is, see, when alone you divide 11 by 7, power 100 you forget. When you divide 11 by 7, what is the remainder? 4. What is the remainder? Will be 4. Okay, so the question is remainder of 11 power 100 divided by 7 should be same as the remainder when 4 power 100 is divided by 7. Same as 4 power 100 divided by 7. Okay. Okay, now this is what you have to calculate. 4 power 100 divided by 7. Make the pattern and try to solve the question. Why 4 written? Like units place, because the cyclic period was 4. Okay, so you have to break the given power and you have to see whether it is a multiple of 4. If not, okay, you break it x plus y, so that one number is multiple of 4 and plus something. But here again, what is the cyclic period? I told you we have to try case by case. Remainder of 4 power 100, I will start with 4 power 1. Okay, that is 4 only. Now remainder when 4 square, that is 16 divided by 7. So 16 is 14 plus 2. Remainder will be 2. Next is 4 cube. 4 cube is 63. Sorry, 64. 64 is 63 plus 1. 63 will cancel. Remainder will be 1. And I told you, Okay, and I told you, whenever you get the remainder 1, don't try the next calculation. You can directly stop and you can say cyclic period is how much? Is 3 this time. Cyclic period is 3. Whatever power gave the remainder 1. Okay, cyclic period is that well. Next, I tell you not to try, but if you want to try remainder of 4 power 4 by 7, you try, it will come up as 410%. Okay, now you see, this time cyclic period is 3, it is not 4. So don't break it in the multiple of 4, you have to break it in the multiple of 3. Okay, or think this way, is 100 divisible by 3? Is the power 100 divisible by 3? No. So what is divisible by 3? 99. So I break it as 99 plus 1. I break it as 99 plus 1 so that I can write down the question as remainder of 4 power 1 plus 99, and 99 is a multiple of 3. Now what is the role of multiple of 3? Answer after every 3 value will repeat. 4 power 1, 4 power 4, 4 power 7, 4 power 1 plus 3k will be same as 4 power 1. And answer is hence equal to 4. Answer is hence equal to 4 for the given question. Answer is hence equal to 4. Okay, right. Now see, before this, I shall tell you one simple pattern before I take this question. Okay, by the same logic, we can find but 2 more common patterns that I will write down directly. Remainder when a plus 1 power n divided by a. See, numerator 1 more than denominator. Numerator 1 more than denominator. A plus 1 power n divided by a is always going to be 1. You try for any value of a, it is always going to be 1. What is 100, Monica? What is the value of 100? Okay, 100 is broken as 99 plus 1 and 99 is divisible by 3. So we can write it as 3k. 99 is a multiple of 3. So 3k and plus 1. That is how we have written. What is there? Okay. Yeah. Then similarly, the remainder when a power n divided by a plus 1. Denominator 1 more than numerator. Okay. Denominator 1 more than numerator. Now here the answer, okay, may be equal to a or may be equal to 1. Okay. May be equal to a or may be equal to 1. Okay. Now it will be equal to 1 for n equal to 11, n equal to even, and for any odd value of n, it will always be equal to a. For any odd value of a, it will be equal to a. Okay, it will be equal to a. Why is cyclic period 2, Pavan Kumar? You see, na, cyclic period is 2, cyclic period is 3 only. Yeah. You can now tell me this next question. Okay. And just now tell me the next question here. Yes, dear. Yeah. Next question. How it is? Yeah. So remainder. Now see, when 7 divided by 4 alone, when 7 is divided by 4, it will give a remainder of 3. Alone when 5 is divided by 4, no need to do that. Okay. Just focus on this. Okay. So my question is the remainder when 7 power 74 minus 5 power 74 is divided by 4. Okay, now firstly I can replace the 7 by its remainder, that is 3. So 3 power 74 by 4 minus the remainder, splitting into 2 parts, 5 power 74 by 4. Okay. Now what is this first case equal to? The first case equal to a power n upon a plus 1. A power n upon a plus 1. Denominator 1 more than numerator. And what is the power of a? Even. Okay, what is the power of a? Is even 74 minus the remainder when a plus 1 power n divided by a. Okay, so a plus 1 power n divided by always remainder is 1. But a power n upon a plus 1 remainder is 1 whenever n is even. Okay, here n is even only. So both the remainders are 1. 1 minus 1 will be 0 only. Answer will be 0, not 2. Answer is 0 here. Answer is 0. Answer will be 0. Okay, answer will be 0. Correct. That is what is the answer. Remainder when 3 power 81 is divided by 28. 3 power 81 is divided by what? Is divided by 28. Let's do this quickly. 3 power 81 is divided by 28. Now see here. This is equal to the remainder when 3 power 81 and the denominator is 28. Na? What I will do, I am breaking the power 81 as 3 into 27. I'll tell you why. Okay, break the 81 as 3 into 27. If you do this way, then the question becomes 3 power 27. And what is 3 power 3? 27. This much if you solve 3 power 3, that is 27. Okay, so 27 raised to the power 27 upon 28. Now this is directly a raised to the a upon a plus 1 with a power odd. Okay, a upon a plus 1 with a power odd, and with odd power answer has to be equal to a. That means 27 is the answer. 27 is going to be the answer for this particular question. Okay. 27 is going to be the answer for this particular question. Okay, chalo. Next. Okay, now before the next question, an important and a big announcement for all of you, for those who are targeting GATE 27 preparation, okay, or if your friends or if your juniors are looking for GATE 27 preparation, that too especially in the offline manner, okay, live in front of the faculty, getting the perfect guidance and between hundreds of students, so that builds up that competitive atmosphere and competitive, energy within you. Okay, so you can directly come to our Hyderabad offline center for the GATE 27, the first course that is going to start 26th of February 2026. Okay, available for both EC and EE. Okay, now next let us take some properties and questions around exponents and log. Okay, they are again expected, and there are several properties that usually students miss out from the logarithm part. That's why I wanted to take this topic as the next one. Okay, see, always remember, I'll just brief out the properties quickly so that it is also available in the PDF. Whenever I share the PDF, it will be a quick revision guidance for you. Okay, log 1. Okay, the value of log 1 to the base a, for any base, it will be 0. Okay, log a to the base a. Okay, number and base same, answer will always be 1. Okay, base can never be 1. Okay, the log is not defined for base 1. Okay, and also log b to the base a is only defined for positive. In real domain, log is only defined for positive numbers. Okay, then next, log of m into n, you are mostly aware about this one, log m plus log n. Log of m by n, log m minus log n. So what is log 1 by m? Log 1 minus log m, but log 1 will be 0. So directly I have written minus log m. Okay. Now, log of m to the base 1 by a is also equal to minus of log m to the base a. Okay. Then, next case, log b to the base a can be reversed and written as reciprocal 1 upon log a to the base b. Okay. Or further, log b to the base a, this is more important. Okay. Can be split as log b upon log a to any base c. Both, okay, can be written as any base c, or you can simply write this as log b upon log a. Okay. Because whenever I use log x, that means, okay, that is the common log representation. Common log means base 10. Base 10. So when we simply write log x, it means log to the base x. Okay. We write ln x to represent the natural log, okay, which is to the base e. Okay. So ln x is nothing but log x to the base e. Okay. That also notations I have written here. Okay, now a power log x to the base a. Okay, so again this exponent and log are inverse. Okay, a power x is exponent, but a power log of x. So a exponent and log will get cancelled. Answer is x. Okay, answer is x. Okay, it can be any number a. Suppose if I give you e power log of 4, so e and log will cancel. Answer will be 4. Or if it is 3 raised to the power log of some number, suppose 100 to the base 3. Okay, so if the number and the logarithm they are of the same base, then it cancels. Answer is 100. Like that, I'm trying to tell you. Okay, now any power is there inside the log, that is outside. This is again common property you are aware. Log of b power m is m log b. Okay, applicable for any base. Okay, log of b to the base a power m. If there is a power over the base, that is divided outside. Log b divided by m, or you can write 1 upon m log b. Okay, so power over the number multiply outside, power over the base divide outside. Okay, then you should also be aware about the graph. Okay, graph of log x. Okay, now if I have to show you graph of log x, see this is log x to the base 2. Okay, I'll be writing it more clearly. Log x to the base 2. This is ln x. Ln x means log x to the base e. Okay, so whenever the base is greater than 1, like 2 or e, right? Okay, 2 or e means what is there? Okay, both are greater than 1. E is 2.7. Okay, then log is always an increasing function, but log 1 to any base is 0. So always any curve will pass with this point. Okay, with this point 1 comma 0. Okay, log 1 is always 0. But if it is log half x, now see base greater than 1, base less than 1. Having the base less than 1. Log of not half x, it is actually like this. Log x to the base half. Log x to the base half. Base is less than 1. Okay, so then the log x is a decreasing function. Okay, log x to the decreasing function. Okay, right. Log infinity will be infinity. Log 0 is minus infinity. Okay, to any base. So again, all those values are there. Okay. Okay. So for base less than 1, log x is a decreasing function. For base greater than 1, log x is an increasing function. That also awareness you should have. Not equal base means then you have to, that depends on the numbers. Some rearrangement has to be done. If it is equal base, I have given you a property. If it is not equal, the property not applicable, or some rearrangement might be required. I can't write down the results without you tell me the number. What if not equal? So what numbers we have to see, and then we can write down the answer. Okay, Bonthul, Nikhil. Yeah. So now take a question here. Take a question here. If a power x is b power 1 by 4, b power y is root c, and c power z is cube root of a, what is the value of x, y, z? Now see, we need x, y, z here. This first question I have started with exponent. Okay, first of all, how do you convert exponent to the log? A power x is b power 1 by 4. How do you convert this relation to log? And especially I need the x. So what we take? We will take log to the base a. In exponent a power x, a is known as the base. Okay, in exponent a power x, when you write the exponent a power x, a is known as the base, na? Okay, so take the log to the both side. Okay, so what will be x? See, you can write this way also. If you want, log a power x to the base a should be equal to log of b power 1 by 4 to the base a. Both the side take the log to the base a. Okay, then what is the result? Okay, now log a to the, see, x, any power comes outside. Log a to the base a is 1. So x is equal to how much? X is equal to this power if I write outside. Okay, this becomes log b to the base a, or I can write it as log b upon log a, because finally I will have to multiply. Na? So this is the value of x, correct? Okay, then what is b power y? Next calculation, b power y is root c. Okay, b power y is root c. So again I will have to take the value of y, which will be obtained as log to the base b. Okay, this will be equal to log of root c to the base b. Root c means c power half. Okay, c power half, power outside, then what is left? Log c to the base b, which means log c upon log b. Correct. And the last number, last calculation given is c power z is equal to cube root of a. That means what is z? To get the z, I have to take log on the right side. Which log? Log to the base c. Okay, log to the base c, a cube. Okay, a cube, cube is power 1 by 3. So 1 by 3 power coming outside. Then the log a to the base c. That means log a upon log c. Okay, so what is the net answer then? What is the value of x, y, z? Okay, so x is 1 by 4 log b by log a. Okay, what is the value of y? Y is 1 by 2 of log C by log B. Okay, and Z is 1 by 3 of log A by log C. Okay, so see, log C cancelled, log B, and log A, log A. All the log terms cancel. Answer is simply 1 by 4, 2, 3, that is 24. 1 by 24 has to be the answer. Option number C. Option number C, 1 by 24. Correct answer. Already some answers started coming up. Yes, Sanay Reddy, Hemant, Winterchild, Anurag, Bhanu, Linda. Correct, 1 by 24. Option number C, 1 by 24. Okay, next question. Log of xy square to the base 2 is 0 and log of x square y to the base 2 is 3. Find the value of 3x square minus y plus 4. Come on, do it. Okay. Log of xy square to the base 2. Okay, let's do it. What is there? Okay. What is there? Let's do it. Okay. Let's do it. Come on. So now log of any number is 0. That means, okay, 1 by 1 I will take the result. Xy square to base 2 is 0. Log of any number is 0. That is only possible if the number is 1, because what I told you very clearly, log 1 is 0. So xy square has to be 1. First relation. Log of x square y to the base 2 is 3. So what is the value of x square y? Okay, x square y. Now if you have to eliminate, you have to take the exponent on the right side. Okay, to eliminate log, you have to take exponent on the right side. Which exponent? Okay, the base was 2, so base power x, 2 power 3. 2 power 3 on the right side. Okay, and that is nothing but 8. Okay, so what is one thing you can obtain from here? Okay, what is one thing you can obtain from here if you divide? Okay, 1x will cancel, 1 x by y can be obtained. Okay, x by y, or rather you multiply. I think x into y will obtain, will make it more simple. Okay, so when you multiply both, okay, suppose this is equation 1, this is equation 2. When I multiply both the results, I get x cube and y cube, x cube and y cube equal to 1 into 8. Okay, which is 8, and I can write it as 2 cube. So if I compare left and right, x into y is equal to 2. X into y is equal to 2. Okay. So xy equal to 2. Okay. So now from the first equation, x y square is 1. So xy is 2. Okay. Into y is 1. So at least y value is obtained as half. Now if y value is half, okay, here only I'll write down. If y value is half, the x into half square, 1 by 4 equal to 1. X will be 4. Okay. X will be 4. So my answer, 3x square, 3 into 4 square, 16 minus y is half, that is 0.5 plus 4, 48 plus 4, 52 minus 0.5, 51.5, 51.5, D is your answer. D is your answer, correct. Some answers have come up, D is the answer, 51.5. Correct. Next question. If e power 2x minus 3y by 2 is equal to 2 log e to the base 4, okay. Now see, this is what some doubt came up. Now, if the number and the base are not same, then what? Okay, then you see here. Then I told you, based on the numbers given, I can tell you. See, what is the first relation? E power 2x minus 3y by 2, right side 2 raised to the power log e to the base 4. What can I do here? What can I do here is, let us see what can I do here. This can, number 1, be written as 2 raised to the power log of e to the base 2 square. To the base 2 square. Correct, na? Okay, you have to make the number and base same. So 4 is written as 2 square. And whenever there is power over the base, I told you that is divided outside. So this can be written as 2 raised to the power half log e to the base 2. Now this can be written as 2 raised to the power log e to the base 2 whole power half. Okay, that half I have separated as another power. Now cancellation possible, na? The number and the base of the log is same. So this is equal to e power half. So now left side also e power something, right side also e power something. Okay, so what is that power final comparison? 2x minus 3y by 2 is equal to half. Okay, that means 2x minus 3y should be 1. Now first see, can you match the option only by this? Otherwise second equation is there. Otherwise second equation is there. 2x minus 3y. Okay, minus 14 minus of minus 15, 1. A satisfies. Okay, this will definitely not satisfy. 2x minus 3y, this will be minus 1 and this will be more negative. Only option number A. No need to use the second result. No need to use the second result. Option number A will match directly. That's what I can say. Okay, option number A can match directly. Okay, otherwise if you use second result, that also okay, but okay, I think not required. That also okay. Okay, anyone, I think. Otherwise, if you use this one or only this part, because it is directly 2 to 2 comparison. The power, if I compare y minus x is equal to log 2 to the base root 2. Okay, or then I can write this as log 2. 2 means root 2 square and this is base root 2. Okay, so the 2 will come outside, log root 2 to the base root 2 will be 1. Okay, so this is giving you the next relation, y minus x equal to 2. And the difference between two numbers, y minus x, this is x and y option. Okay, y minus x equal to plus 2 is only in option number A. Is only in option number A. Any one equation is okay. Any one equation is okay. Okay, next calculation. What is the value of this given expression? Come on, solve it and give me the answer. 1 upon log x to the base p by q, 1 upon log x to the base q by r, etc. Okay, not a difficult one. Do it and give me the answer. Okay, and do one more question parallelly. I'll just bring water for me by that time. Okay, this was a question in GATE, 2 marks. Log of, I want you to solve this, one more variety of GATE question. Log of tan 1 degree plus log of tan 2 degree till log of tan 89 degree is how much? This was another question once discussed in the GATE for 2 marks. Okay, just complete this part. I'll just be back in a minute. Yeah, okay, let's check that. Okay, so what is this question? This is an easy one only. If you just use the reciprocal property, 1 upon log x to the base p by q can be written as log of p by q to the base x. 1 upon log x to the base q by r can be written as log of q by r and the base x. The number and base you can exchange, and then similarly this one, log of r by p to the base x. Now everything is on the same base. Okay, now log p by q, log p minus log q, base x only. Next one will be log q to the base x minus log r to the base x. And the last calculation, log r to the base x minus log p to the base x. Okay, how much this will be? Minus log q plus log q, minus log r plus log r, and finally minus log p plus log p. Everything is cancelled. The answer has to be 0 for this, option number A. Okay, basic log properties, but questions are built up. Okay, now next what I told you, log of tan 1 degree plus log of tan 2 degree, etc. Okay, etc. Now, what is going to be the answer here? What is going to be the answer here? Log of tan 1 degree plus log of tan 2 degree. See, I'll write down the entire expression here. Anybody with the answer you can mention here. Log of tan 1 degree plus log of tan 2 degree. Okay, there will come a number log of, okay, tan 44 degree. Okay, or rather log a plus log b is log a into b. So I'll write everything in the log. All the numbers will get multiplied. Okay, all the numbers will get multiplied. Log of tan 1 degree into tan 2 degree. There will come a number 44 degree also. Then there will be 45 degree. Then there will be 46 degree into 88 degree and 89 degree. Okay. Now, reason of writing it like this. Okay. See, whenever I use, see, 1 and 89, the total angle is 90. Okay, 2 and 88, 90. 44 and 46, 90. Okay. So, whenever I have such an expression, tan theta, tan 90 minus theta. Again, the sum is 90. Okay, complementary angles. Okay, they are just complementary angles like 1 and 89, 2 and 88. What will happen is, we know that tan 90 minus theta is cot theta. Okay, and tan and cot are also reciprocal of each other. So, tan theta into cot theta has to be 1. That means you can combine this 1 and 89. You can combine this 2 and 88. You can combine this 44 and 46. And tan 45 alone is 1. So that means after all these combinations, your result, okay, tan 1 into tan 89, 1. Tan 2 into tan 88, 1. Okay, 44, 46 also combined 1. And tan 45 alone is 1. So everything is 1 and 1 into 1 into 1 is 1. The answer is log 1 and which is 0 to any base. Answer is 0. This was a question in GATE for 2 marks. Okay. Next question. Okay. Now this is similarly converting the exponent into log and solving the value a, b, c, where a, b, c are in the power. So this is your homework number 1 for today. Similarly, I will keep adding some homeworks and I will number it. Okay, remember this is the first homework for today. What you have to do, you have to solve it later at the end of the day when I finish the marathon, and you have to reply later in the comment box. I don't want the answer in live chat box. Okay, I request you not to reply now. Let everybody solve, and later in the comment box, like I told you for signals. Okay, later in the comment box, you mention its answer. Okay, mention its answer. Okay, so keep this as HW1. You mention an answer with the code of HW1. Next question. A similar question. I mean, a philosophy slightly similar to this particular type of question, where I took the first question. Okay, just converting the exponent into log and getting the answer. Getting the answer. All right. Number of digits. Okay, so see, units digit concept we have learned. Na? Units digit concept we have learned. Na? Okay, what is this concept number of digit? What is this concept of number of digits? Listen to me now. Okay, number of digits in a number. Okay, see, this is very clearly related to, okay, logarithm of a number. I'll explain you how. First, let me explain it to you. Okay, suppose if you take log to the base 10. Okay, log means common log only. Considering common log only. Okay, common log. That is log x to the base 10, or simply written as log x. Okay, and also consider any x greater than 1. Suppose I show you what is log 2346. Okay, log 2346. For this we have calculator. Na? Log 2346 is 3.37. This is known as 3.37. Okay, this is 3.37. Important point is, what is the integral part of it? Okay, what is the integral part, also known as the characteristic of log? What is the characteristic part of tick? Characteristic part means integral part, the floor value, which is 3. And the fractional part here will be known as the mantissa, 0.37. I don't need the mantissa, only that characteristic will be important. Understand? Okay, I don't need that mantissa here. Okay, how much is the characteristic? 3. Okay, noted now. Now let me show you another example. Log of 204,361.23, even if it's a fractional number. Okay, what is the logarithm value? That calculator will decide. Let that be decided by calculator. 204,361.23. What is the log I am getting? I am getting it as 5.31. I am getting the result as 5.31. Okay, so what is the characteristic part? 5, the integral part. What is the mantissa part for this? 0.31. Now, what is the characteristic part important? 5. Okay, see here. What is the characteristic part here was 3. Okay, and the number of integral digits in the number of digits is 4. Okay, this is 4 minus 1. Okay, what is 4? Number of digits or number of integral digits. Okay, similarly, the characteristic here is 5, which is 6 minus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 integral digits. 6 integral digits. What is 6? Here also it is number of integral digits. Here also it is number of integral digits. That means, okay, that means for any x, okay, for any x greater than 1, okay, the characteristic of log x to the base 10 can be directly also said without calculator. That is number of integral digits in x. Number of integral digits in x minus 1. Number of digits minus 1. So vice versa, what is number of digits? Now I can solve this question. What is the number of digits in 2 power 91? Number of digits will be characteristic of the log of this, log of 2 power 91 to the base 10 and plus 1. Characteristic plus 1, because I told you characteristic is number of digits minus 1. Okay, so now, sorry, what is log of 2 power 91? Okay, that can also be written as 91 log 2. Okay, 91 log 2. Okay, so let me calculate this value. Log to the base 10. Okay, be careful. 27.39. This is some value 27.39. Okay, so what is the answer? The answer is number of digits means characteristic of the log plus 1. Characteristic means 27, the integral part. Okay, characteristic means integral part plus 1 and answer is 28. So when 2 power 91 will be calculated, it will have total of 28 digits. Now see, here number of digits is number of integral digits because given number is integer. When given number is integer, number of digits or number of integral digits is one and the same thing. Na? This is the next model of question. This is the next model of question. I can ask you one more thing. Okay, let me add one more thing here. Okay, what is that? Okay, question is, what is the first digit of 2 power 91? What is the first digit of 2 power 91? First digit. Okay, if I give you another question, what is the last digit of 2 power 91? The last digit, will refer to the units digit. That you can solve by the pattern. Let me focus on the first digit. Now, how do you find out first digit? Okay, suppose you have this number x equal to 2 power 91. Okay, take the log of x. Okay, understand this new thing. Take log of x to the base 10 means log of 2 power 91 to the base 10. Okay, which I already calculated. Okay, this I have written as 91 log 2 and the answer was some 73 point how much? How much was the answer where it has gone? Answer was 23.79, not 73, 23.79. 27.39, correct? 27.39. Okay, this is log x. Okay, now what is the value of x again? Okay, if log x is 27.39, what is x? 10 raised to the power 27.39. 10 raised to the power 27.39. Okay, we can break this as 10 raised to the power 0.39 into 10 raised to the power 27. 27 plus 0.39, breaking into this. Okay, what is the role of 10 power n? The 10 power n will only add zeros at the end. Okay, the actual magnitude of the number without the zeros is 10 power 0.39. Now 10 power 0.39, again calculator has this. 2.4547. 2.4547. It has several fractional digits multiplied by 10 power 27. Okay, so what is the role of 10 power 27? Okay, it will just shift this decimal point. Answer will be 24547 point something. Okay, it will shift the decimal places 27 places, right? And then again some fractional part will be there. Okay, but the number starts with 2. The first digit is 2. Okay, the first digit is 2. Last digit, the same concept. Okay, it is last digit 2. For 2, the cyclic period is how much? Remember, the cyclic period is 4. Okay, so 2 power 91, I will again break at 88 plus 3, and the number is 2 power 3 plus 4k. Okay, which will have the same answer as 2 power 3, and 2 power 3 is 8. The last digit has to be 8, not 6. The last digit is 8, Vijay. The last digit of it will be 8. Okay. Be very careful. Okay. So see, what are the things now you are in a position to calculate? Okay. Given a number like 2 power 91. Okay. What is the first digit of it? The first digit of it was 2. Okay. The number of digits, the total number of digits in it will be 28. And the last digit of it will be 3. Okay, sorry, last digit of it was calculated as 8. Okay, got it? Okay, so these are the 3 calculations you can do. Okay, these are the first 2 calculations from log, and this is from the number system techniques I told you, the cyclic period pattern. Okay. Number of digits in 7 power 123. Okay. Number of digits in 7 power 123. What is this? This is easy only. Okay, how much number of digits now? Number of digits means characteristic. This will be equal to characteristic of log of 7 power 123. Base will be 10 and characteristic plus 1, because the characteristic was number of digits minus 1. Okay, what is going to be the characteristic of this value? What is the characteristic of this value? Okay, we can calculate here. 123 log 7. We can write down the result as 123 log 7. Okay, 103.94. Okay, so that is going to be how much? 103 plus 1. So answer is 104. 103.94 is coming. So characteristic means the floor value. Okay, the floor value, because what is the value I have got? Log of 7 power 123 means 123 into log 7, and this is approximately, this much is 103.94. So the integral part is the characteristic, that is 103, plus 1 is 104. That is a technique. Okay, to calculate what? To calculate the number of digits. That is a technique to calculate the number of digits, right? Okay, if you have missed the pattern, you can watch the video later. I cannot repeat that right now. You can watch the video, it will be available now. You can watch that video and you can understand. Okay, you can go back later. You do it, don't interrupt your flow also right now. Later you can do that, Monica. Okay, so now the next and the important area, DI. Let's go to the questions around data interpretation. Correct? Yes, 104. Correct for the previous question. Now see, DI questions. Students treat DI as a separate topic. Yes, it is definitely a separate topic, but for you it should not See, DI means just you have to have that patience of reading the given data, which may be in the tabular form or pie chart or bar graph or some type of chart will be given. And you have to get the answer, which will usually be on the basis of percentage or ratio or average. Okay, right. That way you have to, take this particular thing. Okay, so it's not something new for you. See here, how will you solve this particular DI question? Okay, look into this question. The following table gives the percentage distribution of population of 5 tables. The first category, okay, is tables. Okay, the following table gives the percentage distribution of population of 5 states PQRST on the basis of poverty line and also on the basis of sex. What will be the number of females above poverty line in the state S if it is known that the population of state S is 7 million? Okay, now see, the table may be a big table containing lot much of data. Okay, but you have to see carefully what will be the number of females above poverty line in the state S. Okay, there are 5 states given PQRST. I will show you the table in next slide. Some data is hidden. Okay, but your only focus has to be on state S. Okay, that's what. If it is known that the population of the state S is 7 million, what will be the number of females above poverty line? So what is this giving? Percentage of population below poverty line. Okay, the data says population of the state is 7. Okay, and the proportion of male and female below poverty line and above poverty line. Question is number of females above poverty line. Okay, number of females above poverty line. See, I'll solve it here only, above the poverty line. Okay, so if for the state S, how much is the percentage of people below poverty line is 19. Okay, so 81 above poverty line. Okay, 81 will be above poverty line. Okay, now how many are the people above poverty line? The question is only on the state S. Okay, 81%. Okay, that means 0.81 of the total population, which is 7 million. Okay, which is 7 million. Okay, so 0.81 into 7 million. Okay, let it be like this. Then we will calculate. Now, out of the people above this poverty line, how much is the ratio of male is to female? 4:3. Only state S, 4:3. You want the number of females. You want the number of females. Okay, so how much is the females? The ratio is 4:3. Female is 4 out of 7, na? Sorry, 3 out of 7. Male is to female, na? Okay, male is to female is 4:3. So as I told you, you can take the male or female as 4k and 3k. Like earlier, I told you ratio questions, na? But directly, what you can say, how many are the females? Okay, every 3 out of 7 is female. So females are 3 by 7. Okay, 3 by 7. Okay, 3 by 7, 3 by 3 plus 4, okay, of the total 0.81 into 7. This is the total above poverty line, 0.81 into 7. So this 7 cancel, 0.81 into 3, 2.43. The data is in million only, 2.43 million. Option number B. Basically a ratio question. Okay, you only have to interpret the correct data. That habit you have to put. Just have to interpret the correct data. Okay. Okay, next question. Same table, one more question. Okay, the following table gives the percentage distribution, same. Okay, now what is there? What will be the male population above poverty line for the state P? There can be any one question they can ask, na? Okay, state P. So now my focus is only state P. Okay, what will be the male population above poverty line for the state P if the female population below poverty line is given? So this you have to be a little careful. Okay, because the above poverty line data is 35. So how much will be the, sorry, this is below poverty line. So above data will be 65%. Okay, female population below poverty line is 2.1. Okay, female population below poverty line. Okay, what is the meaning of this? Female population below poverty line. Male is to female is how much? Okay, 5:6. Okay, so female is how much? I am writing this directly now. Female is how much? 6 upon 5 plus 6. Okay, every 6 out of 11 is female. But how many are the people below poverty line? How many are the people below poverty line? Okay, 35%. Okay, so this is 0.35 times into total population. Okay, suppose state P total population is T. 0.35 T. Okay, this data, the female below poverty line, this is 2.1 million. This is 2.1 million. From here you can calculate T first of all. From here you can easily calculate T. How much it is turning out to be? Divided by this 0.35. Okay, into 11 divided by 6. This is 11. Okay, the total population is 11 million. Okay, question is male above poverty line. Okay, how much will be the male above poverty line? So come up here. Okay, this is above poverty line. Above poverty line, male and female are in the ratio 6/7. So how many are the males? Every 6 out of 13 is male. Okay, every 6 out of 13. Okay, right. Now, how many other people above poverty line? 65%. That is 0.65 into the total population. Now, total population is known to me and that is 11. I can use that value. Okay, and I will close this answer. Okay. $3.3. Okay, option number D. 3.3. This second one was also a better question. What I want to show you here is, it's mostly how you handle the calculation. Okay, a table or a graph may contain large amount of data. You first select what data you require. I first highlighted P. Okay, the question is majorly on state P. Okay, so that is the important thing. Okay, rest of the data is useless. So that is why don't be worried. There may be large data given. The question may not be large. Okay, this one little better question and this one was even little bit easier question I would say. Okay, but this question also only one state S. The second question also only one state P. Intentionally such questions I have taken for you. Okay, now next question for you which is given on a line chart. Okay, this is the next category of DI, that is the line chart question. Okay, right. What is given? The line chart given below shows the percentage of the number of charcoal cleansers sold out of the total number of charcoal cleanser and oil cleanser sold by 5 companies. Okay, see this blue line, percentage of number of charcoal cleaners sold. Okay, the red line, the difference between the number of charcoal cleanser and oil cleanser. Okay, sold by 5 companies A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. Right? Okay. What is the average of number of oil cleansers sold by shop C and E together? C. What is the average number of oil cleansers sold by shop C and E together? Okay, shop C and E together. See here, average of number of oil cleansers. Okay, the first one is the percentage of charcoal cleansers. Okay, second one is the difference between number of charcoal and oil. Now first, what is the meaning of this particular line chart? These two, that we have to understand here. Okay, suppose if I come to any particular company, okay, what is given? Number of percentage, the percentage of charcoal cleanser and the difference between charcoal and oil sold. Okay, that is given to you. Okay, that is given to you. Okay, so suppose if I come to shop number C, okay, how many are the charcoal cleansers? Okay, charcoal cleansers. Okay, for company C, this blue line 70%. Okay, so how much is the oil cleanser? Okay, will be 30%. Na? Okay, 30%. So what is the difference between them? Difference is 40% and that difference amount for the C is given as 72. Okay, 72. Now, if 40% is 72, we want finally what data? Be very careful. Finally, we want the average of oil cleansers sold by C and E. Okay, so if difference which is 40% is 72, oil cleansers correspond to 30%. No need to calculate total. Just simply use the unitary method. If 40% is 72, how much will be 30%? Okay, 30% will be 72 by 40. This is 1% and then this is 30 times. Okay, so this becomes how much? This becomes 54. Oil cleansers sold by the company is 54. Okay, then E company. E company. Here also only two things are important, C and E. Okay, regarding E company, how much are the charcoal cleansers? Charcoal cleansers mean this blue line, 44%. So how much will be oil cleansers? Will be 56%. Okay, so what is the difference of percentage between them? The difference becomes 12%. Okay, and that is equal to 54. That data is 54, correct? The difference between the number of charcoal cleanser and oil cleanser is 54 and in percentage form the difference is 12%. The difference is 12%. Correct, na? Now, if 12% is 54, oil cleansers are actually 56 in percent. So that will become 54 by 12 into 56. 12% is 54. How much will be 56%? That is what I wanted to calculate here. Okay, so that is 54 into 56 to be divided by 12, and that is 252. This is 252. We need the average of these two. Okay, average of these two. Average value will be 252 plus of 54 is divided by 2. So this becomes how much? 306 by 2, and that is going to be 153. 153. Option number C. Option number C. So see, what is important in this question? What was majorly important? Okay, is understanding the language and handling the data. One is the percentage of charcoal cleaner, one is the difference between charcoal and oil. So with respect to that, with the help of these two, we are able to get the oil cleansers also. Okay. Right. So final average answer will be 153. Tell me any doubt in this one. Just tell me if you have any doubts in this much. Okay. Now another question on line chart only. Okay, this is another question on line chart only. A test is conducted in maths and science by a class teacher. The percentage of marks obtained by four friends A, B, C, D in maths and science are given in the line graph below. Okay, maximum possible marks in maths and science are 400 and 250. Find the approximate percentage of marks obtained by A. Now see, A, B, C, D. There are four students, but the question is on A. Find the approximate marks of A in maths and science together. This is making the question simple again. We need to only focus on A. Now, what is this? A test is conducted and the percentage of marks, okay, in maths and science are given below. Okay, so for A, what is the percentage? Okay, this is science. Okay, so for A, how much is science percent? 72%. Okay, this blue one is maths. How much is maths? 90%. Now, what is the total percentage of marks obtained? So first, how much is the total weightage of maths and science? Maths is 400 marks and science is 250 marks. So you say the person has got 72% in science. So 72% of how much? 72% of total science weightage 250. Then you know how do you calculate? Okay, then you know this is calculated as 0.72 into 250. That is the value I will write down here. 0.72 into 250. So in maths he has got 180 marks. Okay, sorry, in science. Now maths he has got 90% and the total weightage of maths is 400. So 90% means 0.9 into 400 and that is nothing but 360. Okay, now when I come to the story of A, what is the approximate percentage of marks obtained in maths and science together? Okay, so how much he obtained in maths and science? 180 plus 360. Okay, but as a percentage, this is the total marks obtained by him. But what is the total weightage combined for maths and science? 400 plus 250 and into 100 for percentage. So that means 540 out of 650. The total paper is 650 if I combine both. Out of 650 has got 540. How much is his calculated percentage? This is 83% approximately. 83% approximately. 83%. Okay, only one data required, that is student A. The data is for 4 students, but only one student we can answer here. Okay, this is another question on line chart, but basically percentage. What is the role of line chart? Just these two values I was reading, nothing more. I was just reading these two values. That's it. Okay, now bar graph, next category. The graph given below gives the data of production of paper, okay, production of paper, okay, in lakh tons, okay, by 3 companies XYZ over 5 years, 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10. What is the ratio of the average production of company X? Now see, this question is only on company X. Again, there are 3 companies, so 3 bars are given. So company X means this one, orange, dark orange, the first one. Okay, dark orange, light orange and yellow. This is the code given. So this is X. Okay, what is the ratio of the average production of company X, okay, during 2008 to 10? Okay, so X data is required here to here and then Y also required. Average production, okay, of Y, okay, so first let me do this now, then we'll calculate ratio. Okay, ratio of X from 2008 to 2010, sum of observation divided by number of observation, 3 years they are talking, 2008, 9, 10. So X graph, okay, this is X, this is X, this is X for the 3 years. How much is this X? 25. Then how much is this x? Directly 50. How much is this last x? This is 40. Okay, 25 plus 50 plus 40 divide by 3. So this becomes 90 and 115 by 3. 115 by 3. So, let's not solve because anyways we have to take the ratio. Now coming to the company Y production. Okay, company Y during the same period. Same period means 2008 to 2010. Company Y. This is company Y. Okay, I'll write down Y means second bar. Y here, and Y here. So what will be the average? First bar is 35 for Y. The second bar is 40, and for the same company Y, the third bar 2010 is 50 and divide by 3. So this becomes 90 and 125 divide by 3. So what is the required ratio? Company X by company Y, 115 by 3 is to 125 by 3. 3 will cancel, 115 by 125. 5 also you can cancel. So when you divide by 5, 23 is to 25. Option number C is ready for you. Option number C is ready for you. 23 by 25. Option number C it is. Option number C. 23 is to 25. Next question. Okay. Now next question is on the same bar graph. Okay. Now what they are asking? Okay. For which of the following years the percentage rise or fall in the production from previous year is maximum for company Y? Okay. Now this is purely on company Y, no other company. Okay. We have to focus only on company Y. Okay. Percentage rise or fall. Okay. Rise or fall anything as compared to previous year. Okay, is maximum for company Y. Okay, company Y, this one, the second bar, Y, 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 Y and Y. Okay, so if I just separate out the data, na, okay, for company Y, what is the first data? Okay, is 25. The second data is 35. The third data is again 35. Okay, the next is 40. Okay, and the next is 50. Now see, for which of the years it is maximum? Okay, for which of the years the rise or change is maximum? Now, simple point here is, first you see this 35 to 35, 0%. Okay, so going from this year to this year. Okay, 2006, 7, 8. 7 to 8, there is no change. Okay, now 25 to 35, how much is the percentage change here? So as I told you earlier also, percentage change is final minus initial divided by initial. Okay, so this is going to be 35 minus 25, or let me write down the difference directly. Okay, the difference is 10 compared with original. 10 by 25 into 100. So that is how much? 40%. Okay, 40% rise it is because it has increased. Then 0%. Then 35 to 40, this is very minute. 5 divided by 40 into 100. So this cannot be maximum, you forget. Okay, this is very minute only, 100 by 8 basically, or if you want, this is 12.5. Okay, this is 12.5% rise. Okay, 40 to 50, it is again a difference of 10, but the initial quantity is 40. Okay, so 10 by 40, if you compare, this is 25%. So rise is for which year? For which of the following year percentage rise or fall compared to the previous year? Okay, so here, this one, this is the second 2007 data. Okay, 2007 data, option number A. When I go from 2006 to 2007, I see the percentage rise as the maximum. I see the percentage rise as maximum. Option number A, 2007. Tell me if you still face any doubt here. Okay. I know you might be waiting for lunch break, but very shortly after some more questions, I'm going to give you the lunch break. You just to be a little bit more patient. Okay. Study the following pie chart and answer the questions. Answer the questions that are given here. Okay, what is there? The total number of calculators sold by dealers A and B in May is 1620. Okay, it's on pie chart now. Okay, the total number of calculators sold by dealers A and B in May is 1620. Okay, the pie chart shows the distribution of the total number of calculators sold by A and B during 5 months: January, February, March, April and May. Okay. The ratio of the number of calculators sold by dealers A and B in February is 4:5, and the profit earned by A and B over the sale of one calculator is 250 and 300 respectively. What is the total profit earned by A and B in February? Now see here. Firstly, total numbers calculators sold in May is 1620. What is the relevance of this data? Okay, the total calculators sold by A and B in May, and the distribution is total calculator only. Okay, but in May, if I target here, in May it is 15%. Okay, out of the total, out of 5 months, they have suppose sold 100 calculators, so May 15. That's what this data says. Okay, so May data is 15% of total of 5 months, and that is 1620. Okay, so that means 0.15 of some total value is 1620. How much will be the total value? How much it will be the total value? Okay, that is 10,800. 10,800 are the total calculators sold across the 5 months. Okay, sold across the 5 months. That also they can ask one question. Okay, but now next, ratio of number of calculators sold by A and B. Okay, by dealers A and B. Okay, this is the total of both the dealers. Okay, but now when I come to February, now eventually the question is turning out to February. Okay, the February total percentage is 21 percentage. Okay, 21 percentage means 0.21 of the total, and the total calculators is 10,800. Okay, so 21% of this is actually 2268. 2268. Okay, now in the February, the ratio of the dealers A and B, the computer sold by A and B dealers is in the ratio 4:5. 4:5. Now, profit earned by A and B over the sale of one calculator is 250 and 300. Okay, what is the total profit earned by A and B? Okay, how much are the total calculators sold? 2268. Okay, 2268. And I want the total profit, na? So whatever is the number of calculators, that their profit is in the different values. Okay. Okay, so how much calculators are sold by A? How much calculators will be sold by A? Okay, A will sell 4 upon 9 of the total 2268. Okay, how many calculators are sold by B? Okay, that is 5 by 9. 5 by 9 of 2268, or you can say remaining as well. So how much is 4 by 9 of this? Okay, that is 1008. Okay, 1008, and the remaining is 1260. Remaining is 1260. Okay, step by step. Okay, so profit earned by A and B. Now the total profit, I'll write this calculation separately here. The total profit earned by A and B. Okay, A has sold how many calculators? 1008. A has got how many profit per calculator? 250. B has sold how many calculators? 1260. B has got how much profit? 300. Okay, this is the total profit. Okay, which I have to write down. This was 1008. Okay, so I have 1008 into 250. Okay, plus 1260 into this 300, and that is 6,30,000. 6,30,000, option number A. Option number A. That is what. See, a good question, but good in terms of just the way of handling the data in terms of percentage and ratio. Okay, rest from the pie chart, two data was important. May 15% and February 21%. What is the role of the pie chart? Okay, so that is what. Don't be, see, if you think you can handle percentage and ratio calculation decently, just attempt the DI question. Many people leave it. I have seen that. Okay, this is like easily a 2-mark question. In fact, many 2-mark questions in GATE and DI are much easier than this. Okay, so attempt it. If you think you can handle the calculation part, rest is what is the role of pie chart? Okay, only this two number. May how much percentage, February how much percentage. Sometimes only one number. Okay, sometimes only one number. Okay, but yeah, so this was done. Next question, again on pie chart. Okay, the pie chart given below shows the percentage distribution of cricket players in 5 schools. Okay, and the total cricket players in the given 5 school is 7,500, and the percentage in the 5 schools PQRST is shown to you. Okay, note that the ratio between total cricket players to hockey players of the given schools is 10:7. If the ratio, okay, now the ratio between total cricket players, Okay, the total cricket players and the total hockey players in terms of the total cricket players to hockey players are in the ratio 10:7. Okay, the ratio between cricket to hockey of the specific school Q. Now this is on a specific school Q, 3:2. So if I come to the school Q dear, okay, the cricket is to hockey. Okay, they are in the ratio of 3:2. Okay, then the number of hockey players of school Q is how much more or less than the cricket players of the same school? Okay, of the same school, not schools, of the same school. Okay, number of hockey players of school Q is how much more or less than the cricket players of the same school. That means this data is not going to be relevant, because if total is 7,500, how much is the total students in Q? How much is the students in Q? Okay, so for that, only thing is you have to go to this particular bar. Q has 35% of the students. Q has 35% of the students. Okay, so that is 0.35 times the total, that is 7,500. Okay, 35% of 7,500. This is how much? 2,625. This is 2,625. Okay. Then hockey players of school Q is how much more or less than the cricket player of the same school. Okay, so how much is the difference between, see, the question is difference between hockey and cricket. How much more or less? I think it will be less only. First, let me write on both now. Hockey is how much? Okay, 2/5. Okay, 3:2. Now the hockey is 2 out of total of 2625. Okay, how much is this value further? So into 2/5 if I do, so 1050. Hockey players are 1050. Okay, cricket players will be 3/5 of this, or the remaining are cricket players, like this also you can say. Okay. $1,575. Okay, so hockey players, okay, are how much? School Q hockey players are how much? 1050 is how much more or less? Okay, this is less. By how much? Cricket player of the same school. How many cricket players I got? 1575. So how much is the difference between them? Okay, so when I subtract is 525, correct? Okay, less by 525. Hockey players are less by 525. 525 less, na, not more. Hockey players, cricket to hockey is 3:2. The hockey has to be less only, but it is less coming by 525. Or any calculation error, that we have to check. Okay, so that I will just recheck. It is not more, definitely, because they have clearly mentioned cricket to hockey is 3:2. The hockey player is how much more or less? Okay, so it is less only. It is less only, not more. Total score students are 7,500 and school Q is 35%. Okay, let me again check. 35% of 7,500. Total students in school Q is 2625. Cricket and hockey ratio is given, or either it is wrongly given, I don't know. Ratio between cricket to hockey, correct, is 3:2. The hockey is 2/5 of this. Okay, and the remaining definitely becomes, yeah, correct only. So it is less by 525. It is 525 less than option number A. Correct 20. Correct only. Okay. So maybe some error in option typing or something of that kind. Okay. 525 less is what has to be the correct answer. Next question. Okay. What is there in the next question? Okay. Two pie chart combination. Now this is also important. Two pie chart combination. Okay. Read this carefully. Now, Bhanu, what is there? You see here. Okay, study the pie chart and answer carefully. The pie chart given below shows the total percentage of cricket players in 5 school. Total percentage of cricket players in the 5 school. Yes. I am so sorry for my part. Okay, I am so sorry from my part. This is only, yes, correct. But still it will be less only because of the ratio. But yeah, data will change. Okay, data will change. I think after the next question, I should go for lunch break, maybe because of my hunger. Okay, that should not happen. But okay, I apologize for this. It happens sometimes. Okay. Okay, once again we'll redo. Sorry guys, okay, sorry. So what is this? Total cricket players are given. The total cricket players is 7,500. Okay, so in Q, how many will be the cricket? QC, I will make it more simple. Q has 35%. So 0.35 of 7,500 and that is 2625, correct? Okay, now as I told you, this ratio, total cricket to hockey, is not required because the question is only on school Q. Okay, so when I come to school Q, okay, the number of cricket and hockey players are in the ratio. Okay, that is, let me write this way. Okay, how much cricket to hockey? That is correct. Cricket to hockey is 3:2. Okay, so how much is cricket? Cricket already calculated, 2625 divided by hockey is 3/2. So how many are the hockey people? How many other hockey people? That makes the calculation actually more simple. That is making the calculation more simple. 1750. Okay, so definitely it is less, but less by how much? 1750 when you compare to 2625, that is making a difference of 875, I think. 875 less. Okay, so options are correct only. 875 less. Option number B. 875 less. Okay, this is the actual correct answer. Yes. Yeah. So Varun Sai identified it correctly. Okay, so that only thing I missed it, I think. Total cricket players are given. Okay, not the total hockey plus cricket. Okay. So this actually made the calculations even simpler only. Okay, yeah, Winterchild, correct. Okay. So guys, let's go to the next question. Okay, what is there in the next question? Okay, is this one. Okay, what is in the next question? A 2 pie chart combination. I was telling you this also important. Okay, study the following information carefully and answer the questions which are given below. What is the first pie chart? The percentage distribution of people using the service of Geo user in 6 different years. Okay, the percentage distribution of people using the service of Geo. Okay, in 6 different years, 2015 to 2020. Okay, the percentage distribution of the people using Airtel in 6 different years. Okay, using Airtel in 6 different years. Number of people using the service of Jio in 2018 is 45,000 and the ratio of number of people using the service of Jio to Airtel in 2018 is 5:6. What is the number of people using the service of Airtel in 2020? So see, first data is on 2018. The first data is on 2018, correct? See, what is the data on 2018? Okay, the service, let me come here. Okay, 2018, the number of people using the service of Geo. So, as per this particular pie chart, 2018 means this purple shade in this sequence 18%. Okay, so 18%. Let me make it more clear to you. Okay, more data visible to you. Okay, this is 18%. Okay, that means Geo in 2018. Okay, Geo in 2018, how much? I'll write down 18%. Okay. And the ratio of number of people using the service of Jio to Airtel, so I can get the Airtel data as well. Okay, how much it is? So let me solve it here. Yeah, better. Okay, 2018 Jio, which is 18%, okay, is 45,000. Okay, this can give you total Jio, but I think that is not required. Okay, the ratio of number of people using the service of Jio to Airtel in 2018. Now, same in 2018, Jio is to Airtel. Jio is to Airtel is ratio given is how much? Jio to Airtel is 5:6. So out of this, Jio is already given to you, na 45,000 divided by Airtel users in 2018. This has to be in the ratio 5:6. Okay, so how much will be Airtel? Okay, in 2018, Airtel will be how much? 9,009 into 6, 54,000. Okay, question is, what is the number of people using the service of Airtel in 2020? Okay, now let's come to the Airtel. This is the Airtel chart. Okay, in Airtel, coming specifically to Airtel, okay, which in 2018, okay, this purplish one, this is 24%. Question is on 2020, this orange one, and this is 18%. Okay, Airtel, okay, in the month, in the 2018, corresponds to 24%, and this 24% data is 54,000. Okay, same Airtel in 2020, which corresponds to 18%. This data, 18%, will be how many? Okay, simply third, 3/4. Simply 3/4. Okay, so this will be 3/4, or again by unitary method, 54,000 by 24 into 18. That is what 3/4 is. Okay, so how much it is the number coming up? Okay, 40,500. 40,500. Option number B. This part is visible here. Option number B, 40,500. Yeah. So these are combination of two pie charts where, one data from one pie chart, it can be two different companies or two different products of same company, something. Okay, information will be mentioned in two different pie charts. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So what else? As I told you, after this question, I think I should also take a break. Okay. Yes, guys. So we are now going to go for a break. And yes, we are going to go for a break. And that break will be a lunch break. We'll keep it for 20 minutes. Okay. And the session will resume at what? At approximately 2:10 p.m. The session would resume approximately at 2:10 p.m. 20 minutes. Here is your countdown. Okay. Have it, and then several other topics will continue after 20 minutes. Especially first after the lunch, I will also focus on some important reasoning topics. Hello. Yeah. Yep, guys. So let us move on. Okay. Let us move on to the next area, and which I am going to take it as permutation and combination. Yes, you can quickly update your friends that we are once again resuming after the lunch break. Okay. Let us move on to the next area, and which I permutations and combinations, P and C. All right, so starting with the question and explaining the background behind it, this is again a next important area, permutation and combination. How many different number of three digits can be formed with the digits 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, none of the digits being repeated in any of the numbers so formed? Okay, now see, basic underlining counting question, and what can be the direct way to handle? See, the number of different number of three digits, how many different numbers of three digits can be formed using the given digits? Okay, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, and these are how many given? Total 6 digits are given. 6 digits are given. Okay, now what is the method number 1 to approach the problem? You have to form different numbers of 3 digits. Okay, you have to form the different number of 3 digits. The method number 1 is basic counting approach. Okay, basic counting 1, 2, 3. Okay, how many places, how many options are there for the digit number 1? Okay, these are the, this is the digit number. Okay, digit number 1, digit number 2, digit number 3. Let me write this way, digit 1, digit 2, digit 3. Now, how many choices are there for the first, second and third digit? Okay, so first digit, any of the 6 digits can be placed. Any of the 6 digits can be placed. Okay, right. Then, because none of the digits being repetition not allowed, that means how many choices you have for the second level, for the second digit. So, one digit is used, that cannot be repeated. So, there you can only fill up 5. There you can only fill up 5. Okay, and then the third, again 2 digits are used, they cannot be repeated. So, how many choices are left? Only 4 choices are left. Okay, so the net value is given by 6 into 5 into 4, and that is going to be 120. A basic counting, a basic traditional counting problem. Password I will tell later what is there. So much of there is left in the session. Okay. Now method number 2, where you can directly apply the formula. What you do, how many different numbers of 3 digits can be formed? Okay, and every number is identified by the position of the digits. Na? Like, if I tell you 124 is a digit, 421 is another number. Okay, or 142 is another number. Okay, so it's all about the arrangement of 3 digits. Okay, how you can arrange the 3 digits? The different numbers will be formed, but the 3 digits are to be chosen from the given 6 digits. From the given digits. Okay, so arrangement of 3. Okay, from 6 items available is what you call it as 6p3. Directly you can apply the 6p3. That is what. When you talk about permutation, it is a number of different arrangements. When arrangements will matter. Arrangements of what? R items out of n different items. Okay, and whenever you use NPR, automatically repetition not allowed. NPR is only applicable like the previous question where repetition not allowed. Okay, so in non-repetition case only NPR formula can be used, and that is given by factorial n upon factorial n minus r. Okay, or it is also simply equal to what calculation? It is simply equal to the calculation n minus 1, n minus 2 up to r terms. Okay, the continuous product in the decreasing form up to r terms. Okay, so the calculation is just 6pr. Okay, the calculation is just 6p3 here because we have to talk about arrangement of 6 out of 3. So this is how much? 6p3. So as I told you, 6 into 5 into n minus 1. Keep on going in the decreasing order. How many terms? Only 3 terms. So 6 into 5 into 4. That is what is 120. That is what is 120. Okay, so correct answer is 120. Now, the important point is, Okay, if repetition was allowed, then I definitely don't use the NPR formula. Okay. If the digits could be repeated, if the digits could be repeated, then what is the answer you're going to write? First, second, third. What is the answer you're going to write? Okay, see, again solve it by counting. How many options are there for the first position? 6. But if repetition is allowed, again how many options are there for the second position? Is 6. And finally, how many options are there for the third position also? 6. Then the answer is simply 6 cube, that is 260. If repetition was allowed, that becomes a separate question. Okay, if repetition allowed, then the answer is, okay, 6 cube, that is 216. Okay, that is going to be 216, right? Okay, next. Repeated digits given, that also we'll see. Just wait, John. Okay, different cases will come. This was the first case only. Okay, so answer will be 216 if repetition was by chance allowed. How many numbers between 2000 and 3000 can be found with the digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, repetition not allowed? Okay, repetition not allowed. Okay, so how many digits between 2000 and 3000? That means, okay, the number can be found with these digits. Okay, the number is between 2000 and 3000. That means it is a 4-digit number. Okay, it is a 4-digit number and it has to be between 2000 3000. So that is, okay, that is the first digit is 2. Okay, this is fixed. Okay, this part is fixed. Okay, so when you talk about the remaining, how many choices you have? Okay, this is fixed as 2. Okay, how many choices you have for the rest of the case? Now 2 is already gone, repetition not allowed. Okay, so how many left? 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this becomes how much? 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 P3. 7 P3. Right now, repetition not allowed. You can directly use what you need to do. Here you need to do arrangement of 3 digits out of how many? Total 8 are given, but 2 is already used. So 7 are left. So 7P3. Your answer is simply 7P3. Okay, your answer is simply 7P3. And what is 7P3? 7 into 6 into 5. Decreasing order terms, only 3 terms. So 765. And this is equal to how much? This should be 210 then. This should be 210. Correct? Okay, 210. That is option number B as well here. Okay. How many 5-digit even numbers can be formed using the digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 without repetition? Okay. Again, it is without repetition. Okay, but the condition this time is only 5-digit number and that too even numbers. Okay. How do you identify a number as even? How did you identify a number as even? Even number will always end with, okay, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, even number will always end with 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Like 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 or anything of that kind. It will always end with 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Correct. That is what is the significant thing about even numbers that you have to use in this particular question. Okay, what does the question says now? Without repetition. You need to solve the question without repetition. Okay, and 5-digit numbers are required. Okay, now out of them only 2 digits given are even, 0 and 2. Okay, so that means there are 2 cases. Okay, that means there are 2 cases. Why I have to split into 2 cases, I will explain you. Okay, first case, okay, number ending with 0. Okay, suppose the number ends with 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-digit number ending with 0. Okay, so this is fixed. Okay, so counting has to be done for rest. Okay, now rest, how many digits are there? If 0 is the last digit, okay, ends with 0, that is the fixed case. It ends with 0. Okay, and that is what I am showing here. This 0 is fixed here. Okay, how many digits are there now? Okay, other than 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so here you have to think about, okay, arrangement of 4 out of 5. The 5P4 cases. 5P4 cases. Next, okay, what can be the case number 2? Case number 2 will be the case, okay, which we talk about number ending with 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is 2. This is fixed. Okay, so you have to count the different cases here for the 4 digits. Is it again 5P4? Other than 2 also 5 digits are left, no? Is it 5p4? No, if it was 5p4, I would have taken in one case only. Now, this is not going to be 5p4. This is not going to be 5p4 because remember, a number cannot begin with 0. When you say 5p4, all combinations are considered and all cases means 0 can come up here. But if you start a number with 0, it is no longer a 5 digit. It is no longer a 5 digit. Okay, it is no longer a 5 digit number. Okay, so case number 2, this is wrong. Okay, case number 2, I will rewrite here separately. Okay, that is the mistake that people can do. That is why I have writing it here separately. The number ends with 2. Okay, but a number cannot start with 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, okay, this is 2. This is fixed. Okay, but how many choices you have? Let me go by choices. Okay, other than 2, you have 5 choices, but here only 4 choices. I am writing the number of choices here. Why only 4 here? Why only 4 here? Exclude 0. A number cannot start with 0. Okay, number cannot start with 0. Understand? Otherwise, it is the 4-digit number. Okay, so now repetition is not allowed. 2 numbers are already gone here. Okay, this is only 4 choices because 0 was not allowed. So except these 2, 4 choices. Okay, now out of 6, 2 are gone. Okay, so 4 again are left. Okay, repetition not allowed. So 2 are gone. Okay, now 3 are gone. So here only 3 choices. Okay, now 4 are gone. So only 2 choices are left. So the number of cases for this one and the total answer will be how much? The total answer will be 5p4 for the first case plus this calculation 4 into 4 into 3 into 2. Okay, so 5p4 will be further 5 into 4 into 3 into 2, that will be 120 basically. And this calculation is how much? 96. 120 plus 96, 216. Correct answer 216. 120 is also there in the option, but you have to be careful. No, it's not 120. Okay. Got it now? Okay, so these are the 2 cases. Okay, the number cannot start with 0, that you have to remember even if it is not mentioned. Okay. See a gate question. Again, in some of the questions, some specific demand is given. So I am, taking that also into action. See what is given here, the number of 3-digit numbers such that the digit 1 is never to the immediate right. Okay, digit 1 is never to the immediate right of 2. Okay. Achha, if I forget this condition, what are the total number of 3-digit numbers without any condition? Total number of 3-digit numbers. Total number of, now see, when I say a 3-digit number, see sometimes, okay, questions will not mention repetition or without repetition. That you have to figure out logically. Question may not mention every time repetition or not repetition. Okay, you have to figure out, logically. Okay, now when I say 3-digit number, think about this way. Is 222 not a 3-digit number? Yes, it is a 3-digit number. 454 is also a 3-digit number. 909 is a 3-digit number. So repetition can be allowed. If nothing is mentioned, normally repetition can be allowed to form 3-digit numbers, correct? Na? So yes. Okay, what are the valid 3-digit numbers in that case? The 3-digit numbers, the last one is 999. Okay, and minus 99, because up to 99 you have 2-digit numbers. Okay. How many 3-digit numbers are there? 300. Sorry, 900. 900. Or you can solve by the counting logic again. 1, 2, 3. 3-digit numbers. Number cannot start with 0. Okay. Rest you have 10 choices. Why? Repetition allowed. So you have 10 choices. Okay, so this way also it is 900. Why this is 9? Excluding 0. Again, I am repeating, the first digit cannot be 0 like the previous question. Okay, so there are total 900 3-digit numbers, but out of them, how many are there such that digit 1 is never to the right of 2? Okay, there will be many numbers in which digit 1 is never to the right of 2. But let's make the problem simple. And how do I make the problem simple? I am going to reverse it. Okay, digit 1 is immediate right of 2. What is the reverse of this statement? Digit 1 is to the immediate right. immediate right of 2. Okay, that means this makes a pattern that 2 1 becomes a pattern to solve. Okay, digit 1 is to the right of 2. That means there is a pattern 2 1 hidden in the number. Okay, so how many such cases can be there? See, first case. Okay, first case, 2 here, 1 here, and then it can be anything. Then it can be anything. Second case, 2 here, 1 here, and then anything can be here. Okay, no other case possible. Why? Because, okay, 2 here, 2 to the last, then there is no fourth digit. It's a 3-digit number. Okay, so the 2 1 pattern may be first, second position or second, third position, like that. Okay, now how many choices here? Okay, this can have 10 choices. Now any digit can take 10 values. So this will have 10 choices. Okay, but this will have 9 choices. Think why again? This will have 9 choices here. This will have 9 choices. Why? Excluding 0. First digit cannot be 0. Please mention every time first digit cannot be 0. Okay, first digit cannot be 0. Okay, so total 10 and 9, how many choices are there? Total 19 choices. Okay, so what is my answer? I have 900 3-digit numbers, out of which only 19 numbers are there in which digit 1 is to the immediate right of 2. That means rest all the numbers, digit 1 is not to the immediate right of 2. That is what I want. Digit 1 is never to the immediate right of 2, excluding these 19 numbers. So 881. Option number C. 881. See, in gate permutation and combination, to be specific, majority of the questions is all about logic rather than formula. Okay, basic NPR and NCR formula you need to know. It's not several cases formula wise you have to study in NPR, NCR. No. If you're studying that way, not required. It has to be more of logic. That is how questions are coming. And sometimes whatever 1 or 2 case important, I'll tell you. But majority of the questions are just you have to understand and solve by logic. Okay, next question. Again, a gate 2-mark question here. An email password must contain 3 characters. The password has to contain 1 numeral from 0 to 9, 1 uppercase and 1 lowercase from the English alphabet. How many distinct passwords are possible? How many distinct passwords are possible? An email password must contain 3 characters. Okay. An email password must contain 3 characters. Okay. Must contain 3 characters. Okay. The password has to contain a numeral from 0 to 9, an uppercase and a lowercase. Okay. From the English alphabet. How many distinct passwords are possible? Okay. So what all is there? Okay. Numeral is there. Okay. A password has what? Numeral. Okay. And uppercase alphabet. Uppercase alphabet and lowercase alphabet. The password has to have 3 things. Okay. Now, how many choices? How many choices? Okay. Numeral, 10 choices are there. Okay. Any numeral from 0 to 9. Uppercase, what is there? 26. How many alphabets are there? 26 uppercase alphabets, 26 lowercase alphabets. Okay. Right. Multiplying this count becomes how much? 26 into 26, 576. Okay, sorry. 676, 26 square into 10, 6760. Is the answer 6760? It is there in the option. No. This question can fall you into trap. No, this is not the right answer. Okay, now, why this is not the right answer? Because the password has to contain 1 numeral, 1 uppercase, 1 lowercase. Did I say the password should have first a numeral, then uppercase, then a lowercase? No, no. So there also arrangements will come. Okay, this is only, okay, suppose if I fixed 1 numeral, 1 uppercase, 1 lowercase. So 6760, such combinations can be made. But arrangement of these 3 characters. Okay, the password has 3 characters. It can start with numeral, it can start with uppercase, it can start with lowercase, anything can happen. Nah? Okay, arrangement of 3 characters. Okay, 3 factorial, or you can also call 3p3. because 3 characters are there, arrangement of 3 out of 3. So whenever you have to arrange all n out of n, it is simply factorial n. The npn is factorial n. So here you can simply use 3 factorial. Okay, and what is 3 factorial? 6. Okay, so net answer will be 6 multiplied by 6760. 6760. Okay, and that is what is going to be, okay, 40,560. That is option number C is the correct answer. So be very careful every time. Okay, very careful. Only 6760 is not the answer. Okay, if they mentioned the password has to contain first alphabet, first numeral, then uppercase alphabet, then lowercase alphabet, then answer is 6760. Okay, but there will be 6 case. Okay, why 6 case? You can, if you want, you can do manually also, but that is not required, because what is there? Numeral, uppercase, lowercase. Okay, so numeral, lowercase, uppercase. I mean, if I choose any password at random, suppose I choose the digit 4, I choose the uppercase R, and I choose the lowercase as suppose T. Okay, but this itself can have 6 cases. Now how? 4TR. Okay, then it may start with capital R, so RT4 or R4T, or it may start with T, so T4R, TR4. These are the 6 cases you see, na? These are the 6 cases you see corresponding to, okay, any numeral alphabet lowercase you take. Okay, but they can be arranged in 6 ways. So that is what is this 6 choices. That is what are these 6 choices. Got it? Just you don't have to do it manually, just explaining you. Arrangement of 3 items, okay, is 3 factorial. 3 out of 3. Right? Next question. See this next question. What is there? A tea party is arranged for 16 persons, of which 5 particular people sit on one side of a rectangular table and 3 particular persons sit on the other side. Okay, find the number of ways of arranging them if there are 8 chairs on either side of the table. If there are 8 chairs on either side of the table. Okay, see, let's see, there's a table, rectangular table. Okay, what is given? Okay, tea party is arranged for 16 persons. Okay, 5 particulars sit on one side. Okay, suppose this is one side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, find the number of ways of arranging them if there are 8 chairs on either side. So that is what? 8 chairs on either side. 8 here, 8 here. But 5 particular people sit on one side of the table. Okay, 5 particular people sit on one side and the 3 on the other side. Okay, the other side. So suppose if I choose that 5 here, okay, how many places are to be chosen for 5? Suppose this is the side number 1 where 5 people will sit. Okay, so these 5 people can sit in how many ways? Okay, these 5 people can sit anywhere out of 8 on one side. Na? So one side has 8 chairs. Okay, so number of ways of arranging this 5 people is 8p5. You just have to choose the 5 chairs out of 8 to place the 5 people, and they can be arranged onto these chairs. Okay, then 3 particular persons, they sit on the other side. The other side also has 8 chairs. Okay, so how many ways you can arrange 3 chairs? How many ways you can arrange 3 chairs out of 8? 8p3. Okay, 8p3. 8p5 into 8p3, this makes 8 persons total. 5 on one side, 5 on the next side. Okay, suppose, okay, these are the 5 persons on one side. P1, P2, P3, P4, P5. They can be anywhere. They can be anywhere. This is what? Okay. Anywhere out of 8. So that I already have explained you. Okay. So this is P1 to P5. Okay. But out of that, 3 are still left here. Here, 3 chairs you will occupy. Okay. The other side, suppose these are the other 3 persons. P6, P7, P8. Okay. These are the other sides. So still 5 chairs are left. Okay. So now rest is what? Okay. Rest is what? Okay. So step number 1, 8p5. Step number 2 calculation, I have done 8p3. Step number 3 is nothing but arrangement of how many persons are left? There were 16 persons, out of which 8 are arranged. So 8 are left. Arrangement of 8 persons in 8 chairs. Remaining chairs are also 8, na? Remaining chairs are also 8, na? Okay, so arrangement of 8 out of 8, that is what I told you, 8p8, or directly you can write it as factorial 8. So now what is the answer? Okay, it is 8p5 into 8p3 into 8 factorial. Option number C it is. Option number C. Yes, Guru Sumant, correct answer. Winter child. and I ready C. This is what is the correct answer. 8p5, 8p3 factorial 8. We will come, see, later we will come to the questions where only combination will come. Okay, I'll tell you now only. Combination means when only selection is there. Suppose I told you to only select 5 chairs out of 8. Okay, but if you only select, okay, and make the person sit, that makes one arrangement. Okay, because what is only told is the 5% can sit anywhere on the side, first side. Okay, so suppose you selected these 5 chairs, but after selecting these 5 chairs also, in how many ways you can arrange 5%? Okay, so when you have to count arrangements, you have to go for permutation. Okay, when only selection was there, okay, then only combination. We'll come to combination separately, then you'll understand where only selection matters. Okay, when only selection matters. See, understand like this. If I ask you select, I'll write here only. If I ask you, if I simply asked you, select 5 chairs out of 8. Okay, this can be done in 8C5 ways. That is what combination talks about. We will come to combination question. That is what combination will talk about, 8C5 ways. Okay, but if I ask you, arrange 5 persons, okay, in 8 chairs. Of course, okay, this is what is permutation problem, 8p5 ways. Or what you can say, such a problem can be broken into 2 parts. Such a problem can be broken into 2 parts. Arrange 5 persons in 8 chairs means what? Okay, what can be your step number 1? Suppose you are required to do this. Step number 1. Okay, first choose 5 chairs. Okay, so this is 8C5. Okay, step number 2. Arrange 5 persons. Now, in how many ways you can arrange n items? That is what I have been telling you, factorial n. Okay. Right. I give you 5 chairs and 5 persons. So, you have to arrange 5 persons in 5 chairs. Okay. So, 5 factorial. Okay. 5 factorial. Okay. So, this 8C5 into 5 factorial, if calculated separately, is nothing but 8P5. Is nothing but 8P5. Actually, this is what gives the combination rule as well. Combination NCR into factorial R is NPR. Okay, number of ways of selecting R item and then arranging R item by R factorial gives the total arrangement, that is NPR. Okay, that is NPR. Or you can say one more way, NCR is NPR divided by factorial R. Okay, so let me also show you the combination formula in that case. Okay, forget discussion, I'll come back to it. Let me just go to the combination question here. Look into this. Okay, so NCR, combination, where only selections are required. Okay, combinations or selections of R items chosen from N is NCR. That is what, and as I just told you, NCR is nothing but NPR divided by factorial R. Okay, so NPR formula was factorial N upon factorial N minus R. Okay, further divided by factorial R. That is what is the NCR formula. Okay, NCR is factorial N upon factorial R, factorial N minus R. Okay, now when it comes to calculation, be again very simple. Why? Because I told you NCR, again and again writing the same point, NPR divided by factorial R. And what is NPR for me? Okay, NPR, as I just told you earlier also, N minus 1, etc. up to R times. Okay, what is R factorial? R is 1, 2, 3, etc. up to R. Okay, that is how you can simply calculate any NCR. Okay, so like I told you, suppose you are required to calculate 8C3, so how you will do? Okay, 8C3. So numerator will start with 8 in the decreasing form. How many terms? R terms. So 8, 7, 6. How many terms? 3 terms. Divided by denominator to start from 1. 1 into 2 into 3. So this gives your answer. Okay, NCR is always NCN minus R. NC0 or NCN will be 1. You can put in the formula. NC1 or NCN minus 1 will be equal to N. If I say NCX equal to NCY, there are two possibilities. Maybe X equal to Y, or maybe this NCY is nothing but NCN minus Y. Okay. Okay, so N minus Y equal to X or X plus Y equal to N. Okay. Just writing it, not that important. Okay, maximum value of NCR. Okay, the maximum value of NCR is mostly at midpoint. If n is even, it is NCN by 2. But if n is odd, it can be either at NCN minus 1 by 2 or NCN plus 1 by 2. Anything. Okay, the maximum value is NCN minus 1 by 2. Okay, I think, or NCN minus 1 by 2 or NCN plus 1 by 2. Okay. Now, summation of NC0 to NCN is 2 power n. Wherever it will be useful, I will tell you. Summation NC1 to NCN is 2 power n minus 1. I mean, why this is useful? If I ask you something like this, suppose if I give you something like this, select at least one item, select at least one item out of n, select at least one item out of, suppose, let me make it as a question, select at least one item out of 5. Okay, so selecting at least one item out of 5 means what? At least one. So you may select one item also. Okay, or you may select two item, or you may select three also. I told you select at least one. You can select 4 or you can select 5, and that is what I want to tell you, that NC1 to NCN is 2 power n minus 1. So directly, rather than calculating this pattern, which will take a little bit time, you can write down the answer as 2 power 5 minus 1, and that makes it 32 minus 1, 31. Okay, so if I tell you select two item out of 5, you can say 5 is 5C2. But if I tell you select at least one item, select at least one item out of 5. Okay, there will come some questions where at least one is important. To select at least one out of n is given by 2 power n minus 1. It is actually NC1 to NCN, but it is directly equal to 2 power n minus 1. Why it is equal? You think this way, na? Why it is equal? It is just the binomial, because of the binomial distribution. P plus q power n. What is p plus q power n? NC0 p power 0 q power n. Next is NC1 p power 1 q power n minus 1. Next term is NC2 p power 2 q power n minus 2. Okay, then there comes the general term NCK p power k q power n minus k. Up to the last term of NCN p power n q power becomes 0. Okay, this is the general pattern. Okay, so nothing, you have to just select p and q both equal to 1. Okay, so any power of p and q will be equal to 1 only. So that is why you are then left with NC0 plus NC1 plus NC2 etc. up to the last term NCN is how much on the left side? P plus q 1, 1 plus 1, 2 power n. That is what is the result I have written here, nothing but from binomial distribution. Okay, but for us, how it is important? Okay, if there is a question, select at least one item out of some given items. So you can directly write it as 2 power n minus 1. Okay. Now see this question here. A committee of 5 persons is to be formed out of 6 gents and 4 ladies. In how many ways can this be done when 2 ladies are to be included? Okay, a committee of 5 persons. Now see, if you have to form a committee of 5 persons, what you only have to do is select 5 persons. That's it now. You have to select 5 persons. You don't have to arrange them because they all are a part of committee. Their role is same. Whoever is the first person selected, whoever is the second person selected, doesn't matter. They all come, they work for a committee. There is no first, second, third person here. There is no first, second, third person here. Clear? Okay. There is no first, second, third person here. Got it? So a committee of 5 persons is to be formed out of 6 gents and 4 ladies. Okay, so how many are there? Total 10. Total 10 items are available and you have to form a committee of 5. In how many ways can this be done when 2 ladies are to be included? So one condition is also given. Okay, if this condition was not given, then you can directly say 10C5. Okay, but 2 ladies are to be included. That means committee has to have 2 ladies and total 5 persons. So that means 3 gents. Okay, 2 ladies and 3 gents. Okay, 2 ladies and 3 gents are to be included. Okay, in how many ways you can select 2 ladies? Okay, ladies from ladies 4C2. In how many ways you can select 3 gents from 6C3? So total ways of forming the committee is selecting 2 ladies out of 4 and selecting 3 gents out of 6. Okay, so the answer is 4C2 into 6C3. Okay, what is 4C2? 4 into 3 by 1 into 2. How do you calculate 6C3? 6 into 5 into 4 by 1 into 2 into 3. Okay, so this calculation is 6 and this is how much? This is 20. So net answer for the question, please check 120. Net answer for the question, no answer yet. It is going to be 120, correct. Yes, good evening Nagar Raju. Okay. Okay, 6 into 20, 120 it is. It is going to be the 120. right? So this is a pure selection question, not 240, 120 only, na? 120 only. Okay. So this is what is a pure selection question. We just have to select 5 persons or 2 ladies and 3 gentlemen. Okay. Yeah. So this is some basic highlights of combination also I've given. Let me go back where I was discussing. Yeah. So this was a traditional, no, sorry. This one was a traditional arrangement question because persons has to be arranged. So it was a permutation question. Okay, I clearly told you the difference. If you have to only select 5 chairs out of 8, okay, it is 8C5. If you have to arrange 5 persons, whenever arrangement come permutation, whenever only selection required, it is combination formula. Correct? Okay, now next question. In how many ways letters of the word exaggerate be arranged? Okay, again arrangement. Okay, again arrangement. Okay, see, forget this question. If I give you, okay, suppose this is question number 2. Okay, I will write down some question number 1. Same. How many ways letters of the word? Let me write my name. Suppose Rakesh. How many ways letters of the word Rakesh be arranged? Okay, Rakesh. Okay, so what is the difference in this question and the given question? Rakesh has 6 letters, but none of them being repeated. Okay, it has 6 distinct letters, 6 different letters, and that is what I was clearly mentioning in the permutation. When you are using permutation, it is all different items. Okay, these are 6 different items. Okay, so number of ways of arranging 6 out of 6, it is 6p6, or basically 6 factorial. Okay, so answer with respect to if the word is Rakesh, answer will be 6 factorial, that is 720. Okay, but coming back to the actual question, what is there in the actual question? It is exaggerate. Okay, how many words are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, these are 10 letters, but here they are not distinct. So if there is a repeated information, repeated letters given, okay, repeated letters given, it is 10 letters, but out of which you see very clearly, you can see E, E, E. I'll write down the frequency. E has come 3 times. Then there is this A coming 2 times. A is coming 2 times, then G, I'm marking with this plus, G has come up 2 times, and then rest separate. Okay, rest 1 R, 1 T, and 1 X, no problem. So in case when a particular item is repeated n number of times, you divide by that factorial n. Okay, so what will be the answer for this particular question? If repetition was not there, okay, if repetition was not there, then what is the answer you will write? Okay, 10 factorial. Na? Then what is the answer you will write? 10 factorial. Okay, arrangement of 10 letters if they were distinct, but whatever are the repetition, divide by their factorial. 3 factorial, 2 factorial, 2 factorial, 3 factorial, 2 factorial, 2 factorial. Okay, so what is going to be the net answer? I will write down the answer here. It is 151200. These many words can be formed. 151200, that is option number D. 151200, option number D, none of them. Got the point? Okay, when repetition are there. Okay, this is the repetition frequency. E 3 times, A 2 times, G 2 times. Next question. Okay, read this and answer. No, not necessarily winter child. Okay, it's see. I'll tell you how. Suppose if you consider it as a single unit, as you are telling, that means whatever words you will form, suppose these three E will be together only. Okay, then the rest of the combination will come. But what I say, one E here, then some words, then E here, that also is a different combination. Na? So selecting that as a single, okay, unit is not going to give the right answer. Okay, is not going to give the right answer. Okay. Next question. In how many ways two copies, each of the first and second Potter of the Harry Potter books, 3 copies of the third, 6 copies of the fourth. Okay, and 1 copy each of 5, 6, and 7th be arranged in a row. Okay, so first and second part, how many copies are there? 2. The first edition means H1, suppose. H1, 2 copies. So H1, H1. I'd rather like this. H1, H1. Okay, 2 copies of second part also. H2, H2. Okay, then there are 3 copies of third. H3, H3, H3. And then there are 6 copies of fourth. H4, 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 H4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then one copy of 5th, 6th, and 7th edition. H5, H6, and H7. In how many ways it will be done? Okay, in how many? So how many total copies are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so these are 16 units. Okay, 16 factorial. Okay, but if all 16 were distinct, it is 16 factorial. But divided by repetition. Okay, H1, 2 times. H2, 2 times. H3, 3 times. So 3 factorial. H4 6 times divided by 6 factorial. Then there is no repetition. This is the answer. Now usually, here I have not given the option. Usually for such question, options may be in factorial format only. Okay, it is quite possible that options are in factorial format. Okay, but if you want to write down the answer, what is there? Let me write down. It's a very big answer. Okay, let's leave it like this. It is 1210809600. But what is there? Just leave it like this. Calculations, if they don't give the options, you can calculate in that case. Okay, this is what is the intent. Okay, the number of arrangements if some units are repeated in nature. Okay, now 10 people are seated in a row for a photograph. Okay, if there are 6 boys and 4 girls, in how many ways can they be seated if all girls condition are to be seated together, all boys are to be seated together? Girls to be seated together, boys to be seated together. This is what is a 1 unit case now. Okay, this is what is 1 unit case, Winter Child, as you were telling. 6 girls together. Okay, 4 boys together. Okay, 6 girls together, 4 boys, are to be together. Okay, right. So it is 6 girls and 4 boys, or it can be swapped. This can be have 2 ways. Why this has 2 ways? First girls, okay, first girls and then boys, or first boys and then girls. Okay, but 6 girls, okay, internally can be arranged in 6 factorial ways. Okay, 4 boys can be arranged internally. 6 girls means who is the first girl? Every girl is unique, na? Okay, so they can be arranged in 6 factorial ways. Similarly, 4 boys can be arranged in 4 factorial ways. So what should be your net answer? Arrangement of 6 girls and then arrangement of 4 boys, and then out of that row, whether the girls are to the left or whether the boys are to the left. Okay, there are 2 possibilities. They are together, but who is to the left in the photograph? There are 2 ways of having that photograph. Now the answer is 6 factorial into 4 factorial into 2. Okay, so let me write down that answer. 34,560. 34,560. 34,560. That is the option number C to be taken here. $34,560 is what is the correct answer. Next question. Okay. Yeah. In how many ways 6 girls and 5 boys stand in a row so that no 2 boys are together? So different types of conditional questions which are important. Okay. In how many ways? 6 girls and 5 boys stand in a row, but no two boys are together. No two boys are together. Okay. Boys are not together. If no two boys are together, it means what? There has to be at least one girl between two boys. At least one girl between two boys. Okay. That is a simple condition. No two boys are together. Okay. No two boys are together. That means at least one girl between any two boys. At least one girl between any two boys. So in such case, what you do rather, okay, you first think about arrangement, okay, of girls, okay, arrangement of or think about position of boys. Anyone see, if there has to be at least one girls between any two boys, where should be boys? So how many girls are there? Six girls are there, na? Okay, six girls are there. G1, G2, G3, G4, G5, G6. Now make position adjacent to them. Make the position adjacent to them. Okay, make some positions adjacent to them. What is the meaning of the position adjacent to them? You see here. Okay, one to the left of G1, one to the right of G2, G1. Then automatically one to the left of G2 has come, one to its right. So like that, some positions I have created. Okay, if you make the boys sit here, okay, if you make the boys sit up here, anyone, any of the position, how many positions are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are total 7 positions. Okay, there are total 7 positions. Okay, so what you can do, place the, how many boys are there? 5 boys, okay, in any of these 7 places. Why? What will happen? Suppose boys are placed here. I choose the first 5 only. Okay, then what will happen? Okay, you can see that, okay, between every two boys there is a girl. That is how I have created the position. Between every two boys there is a girl. What will happen at the end? G5, G6 will be together. But not a problem. Girls may be together. That is not a problem. Boys cannot be together. Boys cannot be together. Girls may be together. That is not at all a problem actually. Okay, so that is why the boys can come anywhere out of these. Okay, so there's a two-step process now. Okay, first is arrange 5 boys in 7 places. Arrangement of 5 out of 7, 7p5. Arrangement is required, so 7p5. Okay, second step. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls are there. Okay, but the 6 girls can also be arranged in 6 factorial way. Na? Who is the girl coming up here? Any one girl can come up here. Anyone can come up here. So they also can be arranged in 6 factorial ways. Arrangement of n items, arrangement of 6 girls is factorial 6. Both are required to be done to complete my answer. That is why multiply them. Answer is 7p5 is multiplied by factorial 6. Now 7p5 is 7 into 6 into 5 up to 3 terms multiplied by 6 factorial, which is 720. Okay, so it is going to be how much? 210, correct na? 210 into 720. That has to be the answer. And final answer, if I calculate, 210 into 720 is 151200. 151200. No, not 6 factorial into 5 factorial. Okay. 151200. Final calculated answer. 151200. Check your calculations once, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I left the calculation halfway. It will be even more. Yeah, that's what I was just noticing. It's going to be even for 7 P5 it is. Okay, so 76543 into 720 into 720. Okay. Okay, so that is 2520 into 720. 2520 into 720 is further 1814400. 1814400. I think some of you gave the same answer, 1814400. Yeah, correct. And I already correct. This is the correct answer. 7p5 it was, not 7p3. Done? Now next question. Okay, and how many words can be made from the word engineering in which vowels are together? Okay. Now rather than persons together, I choose a question where vowels or consonants we separate. Okay. In which vowels are together. So what are the different vowels in this particular word? E, I, E, I. E, I, E, I. Okay. So these are the vowels here. Correct. These are the vowels. Okay. So the vowels have to be together. Okay. What are the vowels? E. Again writing it here. E, I, E, I. Okay. Now because they are together, the vowels will always run as one unit. They are together. They will always run as one unit. Okay. Other than that, okay. What are the other words? N, G. Okay. Again N, R, N, G. Okay. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. This is one unit. Okay. And then these are 6 more. So there are total 7 units to be considered. Okay. The word is 11 words, but not 11. This will be one unit together. Okay. So how many units are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We call it as 7 units. Okay. Now answer. How will I write down the answer? Arrangement of 7 units. Arrangement of 7 units, factorial 7. But out of the 7 units, you see N repeated 3 times, G repeated 2 times. So repetition number N repeated 3 times, G repeated 2 times. So repetition number, that repetition concept, to divide by 3 factorial and also divide by 2 factorial. Okay. Now the story doesn't stop here. Okay. This is the arrangement of 7 units with repetition considered. But out of that, 1 unit is only vowels. They have to be together. But which vowel is first? What is second? That is untold. Na? That is untold. So internal arrangement of vowel. Okay, internal arrangement of vowel. So how many vowels are there? 5. 5 factorial. But out of that 5 also, E is repeated thrice, I is repeated twice. So 3 factorial, 2 factorial. E is repeated 3 times, 2 is repeated 2 times. Okay. So the vowels will also have internal arrangement. That is what is mentioned here. Okay. I will write here internal arrangement of the vowels. They will be together. I agree. But who is first, who is second, who is third? Okay. That again we have to count. Na? Okay. So that is counted here separately. So the net answer will then be equal to, let me calculate and write down both the answer then. $4,200. Recheck the calculations. I am getting it as 4,200. Okay, check the calculation part once. Okay, 4,200 is what is the answer that I have got here. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, yeah, so this was already done, the selection basic question. Okay, I revised the combination formula also. Now, next question. Yes, and I ready 4,200. See the next question now. What is there in the next question? In a hockey championship, there are 153 matches played, and every 2 teams placed 1 match with each other. The number of teams participating in the championship is how much? Okay. In a championship, there are 153 matches played, and every 2 teams played 1 match with each other. What is the number of teams participating in the championship? Number of teams participating in the championship. Now see, suppose the number of teams is n. Okay, where every 2 teams placed 1 match. Okay, so single match. Okay, single match requires 2 teams. Okay, so how many total matches can be played? How many total matches? Okay, total matches means for total matches you have to select any 2 teams out of n. Okay, the number of ways to select any two teams out of n, out of two. Okay, because one match is of two teams. Okay, so how many ways you can select any two teams out of n? See, now whether, here again arrangement doesn't matter, na? Whether the match, like today, we have a T20 competition between India and New Zealand, whether you say India versus New Zealand match or New Zealand versus India match, it is the same match, same player, same venue, nothing going to change. So obviously it's a match between two teams. The arrangement of first and second team is the relevant here. You got it, na? India versus New Zealand, New Zealand versus India. Same one and the same match today. Correct? That is what is important here. So only selection. So select any two teams out of n. Okay. So NC2 matches can be played, but they have given that there were 153 matches. That means this NC2 should be 153. This NC2 should be 153. Okay. So what is NC2? NC2 is n minus 1 divided by 1 into 2. This is 153. Okay. That means n into n minus 1 will be 306, 153 into 2. Okay. So it will mostly act as a quadratic equation. Okay. And answer, yeah, I think 18 into 17. Answer will be 18 only. You just complete the calculation, solve the equation. Directly 18 into 17, if you do, that is 306 enough. Okay. So answer will be 18 only. Okay. So how many number of teams were there in the tournament? 18. Okay. Every two teams played one match with each other. Okay. Correct answer 18. Next question. Surekha typed the 6-digit number, but the 2 3s she typed did not show. What appeared instead was 7007. How many different 6-digit numbers can be there? Now this is a better question. This is a slightly better question. Okay, what is there? Surekha typed a 6-digit number, but the 2 3 she typed did not show. Okay, instead what appeared was 7001. Okay, what appeared was 7007. How many different 6-digit numbers? Okay, and the other two things that she typed is also given 3. Okay, but where are the 3? Okay, where are the 3? So actually, I think there will be two cases here. Okay, the 2 3s, because nothing is seen here. Okay, the 2 3s may be together or may not be together. Okay, so the first possibility, I'll take this way. First possibility, just a second. Okay, 3s together. Okay, but if 3s are together, I mean, it has to form a pattern 3 3. But where will that pattern come? 7 0 0 7 0 0 7. This was seen. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so where will this pattern come? Okay, any one place out of 5. Okay, any one place out of 5. So this can have 5C1, or that is 5 ways. Okay, this can have 5 ways. Okay, but second, okay, the 3s are not together, separate. They are not together. Okay, so you have 7. Correct, no? The first is correct only. No? The 3s can be anywhere, here. The number may be 337007 or 733. Yeah, okay. So that is what. Now, if the 3 are not together, okay, what is seen is 7007. Okay, if they are not together, means you have to place them at two different locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, see why only arrangement here? Okay, because 3 and 3, they are same numbers. If it was 3 4, then you can arrange as 4 3. It becomes a different number, 34 and 43. But 3 and 3, because it is same, even if you swap, 3 3 is 3 3. 3 3 is 3 3. Okay, now if the 3s are not together, so where can be 3? Either here, okay, or here, or here. Okay, so then this can be done in how many ways? Okay, this can be done in 5C2 ways. And what will be 5C2? You calculate 5 4 by 2, that is going to be 10. This will have 10 ways. Okay, any two positions for 2 3s to be selected out of 5. Okay, out of 5. So total ways, Okay, 5 and 10 total, there will be 15 answer. Okay, 15 numbers can be seen. 15 or 16 6-digit numbers can be seen. Tell me any doubt in this logic? Because the threes are missing, so we even don't know whether they were together, whether they were separate. Okay, the two threes she typed did not show. They are missing. So anything can be there. They may be together, they may not be together in the 6-digit number that she was trying to write. Okay, but because two numbers are missing, so you have, that's what we are counting. How many the possibilities can be there? So like I had typed one number only, but the threes did not appear. So that makes various cases of assuming where the threes can be. Okay. Okay. Next. Yeah. A children takes 3 children from her class to the zoo at a time as often as she can. But she does not take the same set of 3 children more than once. She does not take the same set of 3 children more than once. She finds out that she goes to the zoo 84 times more than a child goes to the zoo. Okay, the total number of students in her class. Okay, see, the total number of students is supposed n. Okay, she takes 3 children from her class to the zoo. Okay, 3 children's. Okay, so how many times will she go? Okay, so she can take any 3 children. Okay, she can take any 3 children out of n. That's what is the value of n I need to find out. Okay, how many times madam will go? Okay, how many times the teacher will go? The teacher will go NC 3 times because, okay, she can form the set of any 3 children. Okay, it is clearly mentioned she doesn't take the same set of 3 children. That means the exact pattern is not repeated, so you can use the combination and permutation formula. Okay, so there can be how many sets of 3 children you can form out of n? NC3, and with every set of 3 children, madam is going. Okay, the teacher is going. So NC 3 times this will happen. Okay, right. Now she finds out that she has gone to the zoo 84 times more than a child. Now, how many times a child will go to the zoo? How many times a child can go to the zoo? Okay. See, suppose you think about a child. Okay, there is a set of 3 person going. Okay, you think with respect to this child. Suppose this child, and it will a child will not go alone. No? He will also go with a set of 3 people. Okay, so 2 more people are to be selected. How many times a child can go? Okay, he can go. Only thing is, it is not telling that all the 3 persons are separate. Same set of 3 children will not be there. Okay, suppose what does this statement mean is, suppose ABC went on the first trip to the zoo. Next time, A, B, D can go. A and B can repeat. Entire set will not repeat. A, B, D can go. Suppose the person's house, children, I'm naming it as A, B, C, D. Okay. Or A, E, F. Okay. A may repeat, other two may not repeat. Anything can happen. But the same combination of three, A, B, C will not go again. Okay. That is what I want to do here is, the child is going and the child can go how many times? Okay. You have to think about selecting any 2 children out of n minus 1, because one child is already fixed. Okay, one child is already fixed. Okay, so a single child can go how many times? N minus 1 C2 times. N minus 1 C2 times, because you have to select any 2 child out of n minus 2. Select any 2 children out of n minus 1. Okay. Now, madam goes 84 times more than a child goes. That means madam, who gone NC 3 times, is n minus 1 C2 plus 84. Madam has gone 84 times more. So you just have to solve this equation and get your answer. To solve this equation and get hold of your answer. Okay. Yeah. So what it is going to be, I think I'm able to manipulate it in the mind. I'll just tell you. Yeah. Okay. the value of n, I leave the calculation up to you. However you want to solve, you will get the n equal to 10. You will get the n equal to 10. Also a good question. You have to understand and crack this language actually. Okay, you have to crack this language. Okay, any confusion you can let me know. Next, a cricket team of 11 players is to be formed from 16 players including 4 bowlers and 2 wicket keepers. Okay, in how many ways can a team be formed so that the team has at least 3 bowlers and at least 1 wicket keeper? Okay, at least 3 bowlers and at least 1 wicket keeper. No, not A for the previous one. It's C, 10. Yeah, a team of 11 players has to be formed from 16 players. Now these 16 players, okay, these 16 players has 4 bowlers. Okay, 2 wicket keepers. So automatically 4 to 6, remaining 10 are batters. Remaining 10 are batters. How many different ways can a team be formed so that the team has at least 3 bowlers? Okay, at least 3 bowlers and at least 1 wicket keeper. Two conditions are to be satisfied. At least 3 bowler means 3 or 4. Maximum 4 bowlers are there. Okay, and at least 1 wicket keeper means 1 or 2 wicket keeper. Okay, 1 or 2 wicket keepers because there are maximum of 2 wicket keepers. So what are the different cases? See, the first case, maybe you select only 3 bowlers. Okay, you go with 3 bowlers. Okay, you go with 1 wicket keeper. Okay, and then 3 plus 1, 4, 7 batters. 7 batters. Okay, next possibility, you go with 4 bowlers or you go with 3 bowlers only. Okay, let me fix the number of bowlers as 3, but then you can go with 2 wicket keepers. Okay, that is the next possibility, and 3 plus 2, 5, remaining 6 will be batters. Okay, then number 3. Okay, you may go with 4 bowlers. Okay, and then 1 wicket keeper. 4 plus 1, 5, remaining 6 batters. Okay, or next case would be you go with 4 bowlers and 2 wicket keepers. Okay, 4 to 6, remaining 5 batters. Team of 11 is made. Team of 11 is made. Okay, these are the different cases to be considered. Okay, so that you have at least 3 bowlers and at least 1 wicket keeper. Okay, then based on that number of batters I am deciding. Now, in how many ways can this be done? Any 3 bowlers out of how many? 4. Okay, selecting 3. Look into this calculation. Selecting 3 out of 4. Then selecting any 1 wicket keeper out of 2. 2C1 and selecting any 7 batters out of how many batters? 10. 10C7. This is one calculation that I will do. Okay, then sum of all the 4 cases will be the answer actually. Okay, 3 bowlers. Okay, how many ways of selecting 3 bowlers? 4C3. This is same. 2 wicket keepers, 2 out of 2, 2C2. Now 6 batters. 6 batters means 10C6. 6 batters means 10C6. Okay, now 4 bowlers. Okay, 4 bowlers. Okay, out of 4, 4C4. And 1 wicket keeper out of 2, 2C1. And 6 batters out of 10, 10C6. Last case, 4 bowlers out of 4, 4C4. 2 wicket keepers, 2 out of 2. And 5 batters out of 10, 10C5. Okay, then I have to write down the final calculated answer. Let me do that. 4C3 will be 4 only and 2C1 will be 2. The first count is 960. Let me first write down individual data. Okay. Again 4 and 2C2 is 1 only. So this is 840. Just correct me if there is any calculation error. Okay. Then okay, this is only into 2. This one is 420. And last one is going to be 252. 252. Now adding up the total count. This is 960 and this is going to be 840. This is going to be 420 and 252. Okay, 2472. 2472. Option number A. Option number A. 2472. Yes, yes, P. Ashwarya, correct. 2472. This is again a better. These are again, expected models. That's what I told you. Most of the questions in GATE, if you solve PYQs also, are more on understanding of language and writing down into equation. Of course, some combination and permutation, basic formula, NCR and NPR, that is required. Okay. So again, a good question. The counting, basic cases analysis. Next question. Where it has gone? Yeah. Again, on a cricket team, the number of ways in which a team of 11 players, again, you have to form a team of 11 players from 22 players, including 2 of them and excluding 4 of them. See, if this condition was not given, then how many ways you can select? 11 out of 22, 22 C 11. Finished. Okay, finished. That is a simple case, very, very simple case. But including 2 of them, like 2 of the players are the very prime players, they are anyway selected at any cost. Okay, and excluding 4 of them. Excluding 4 of them. See, for all these cases, there are special formulas in combination, but I'm not talking about any extra formula for you. Without any formula, every question you can solve. See, excluding 4 of them. See, 4 persons are out of form or unfit. Okay, some fitness issue is there, so they cannot be selected in the playing 11 for today. Okay, I have to form a team of 11. 2 are my best players, anyways, I have to select. So, see, my selection is from 22. Okay, but no, my selection is not from 22. My selection is from 22 minus 4 because 4 are anyways unfit na. 4 are unfit. Okay, so I should not consider them in the total count also. And 2 are already selected. Those are selected. Think about the rest na. Think about rest. 2 are already selected. So you have to select only from remaining 16. And how many you have to select? How many you have to select? Okay, total 11. But out of 11, 2 are already selected. So they are not cases. Okay, they are already selected. There is no doubt or controversy on the 2 players, they are already in. So if the 2 players are already in, you have to form a team of rest 9. Na? Okay, so this will be 9. Out of how many? Out of 22, 2 are already in and 4 cannot be selected because of some fitness issue. Okay, so the answer is how much? It is 16C9. It is 16C9. That is the correct answer. Option number C is here in front of you. Correct. Option number C. Yes, Ishwarya. Yes, Idhar Rose. Correct. Option number C. Right. Option number C. So that is why for separate questions, there is no separate formula. Okay, it's logic. Okay, if you do it this way, then this topic is handled. You can handle it. Otherwise, with so many formulas, okay, you'll never be able to handle this particular chapter. Okay, next. I told you 1 or 2 special case I need to give one formula that I will give anyways. Okay, have a look into it. Yeah, this is the case where I'll tell you one simple formula here. Okay, so that you simplify the answer. Yes, Winter Child, correct. C for the previous one. The number of ways of distributing 7 identical balls, okay, into 3 boxes so that no box is empty. So that no box is empty. Okay, and each box being large enough to accommodate all the balls. See here, number of ways of distributing 7 balls, 7 identical balls. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 into 3 boxes. Into 3 boxes. Okay, so these are the balls and these are the box, and each box being large enough to accommodate all balls also. Okay, the condition is no box should be empty. Okay, no box should be empty. Okay, that means no box is empty means no box should be empty means, okay, each box, what should happen? Should receive how many ball? Each box should receive how many ball? At least 1 ball. If you ensure each box has 1 ball, okay, then it is done. But then also how many cases? Okay, see, if here I'll give you a definite pattern because, okay, here maybe 1 ball, here maybe 1 ball, at least 1 ball is required in every box, so here 5. Okay, it may be 1 here, it may be 2 here, it may be 4 here. The total count of the balls is 7. Okay, right. So like that, there can be multiple cases. Na? Okay, it may be 3 here, it may be 2 here, it may be 2 here. This is also 7. This is also 7. The sum of them has to be 7. Okay, each of them is 1. The sum of them has to be 7. Okay. Look into this case now. Rather than counting manually, the number of ways of dividing n identical things among r persons, or here the things were like balls. You have n balls, and you have to divide into r boxes, persons or boxes, anything. Okay, each can receive 0 or more. Two formulas I am giving. Okay, the first case is like sample space. Okay, the first case can be the number of ways of distributing 7 balls into 3 boxes. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I mean, one box may receive 0. It may happen. This is 0. This is 0. All 7 went here. Okay. So that becomes sample space. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Okay. So number of ways of dividing n items, n things into r persons, each of whom can receive 0 or more items. That means anything can happen. Sample space. Okay. This is given by the formula n plus r minus 1 c r minus 1. Okay. I'll write it more clearly here. N plus r minus 1 c r minus 1. Okay, but our required question is the second case, the number of ways of dividing n identical things, okay, among r persons, each of whom receives at least one item. Each of whom receives at least one item is given by the formula n minus 1 cr minus 1. So what is the condition I'm telling you? Each box should receive at least one box. Okay, so which formula? N minus 1 cr minus 1. N is what? The number of balls, the number of items. So how many balls I have? 7. 7 minus 1. C, R minus 1. Division into how many boxes? 3. Okay, 3 minus 1. R is the number of boxes or persons to which you have to divide the items. So the answer for the question is 6C2. Correct, 6C2. And which you solve, you get it as 15. You solve and you get it as 15. Option number A for this one. Option number A for this one. Please check it. Please check it. It is going to be 15. It is simply going to be 15. Okay. Any doubt you can specify here if there is any doubt. Find the number of ways of distributing 10 mangoes into 4 children so that each children receives at least one mango. Number of ways of distributing 10 mangoes. Number of ways of distributing 10 mangoes into 4 children so that each children receives at least one. Each receiving at least one means n minus 1 cr minus 1. N minus 1 cr minus 1. Okay, so that becomes n. How many mangoes are there? 10. 10 minus 1. See, how many children are there? 4. 4 minus 1. So this is 9C3 problem. Okay, this is 9C3 problem. Okay, not required that derivation. So fine, you can search it on internet, but not required, because if I go another 10-15 minutes I'll take to explain the complete detailed derivation of this. Okay, so that I don't want to do right now because of limited time. Okay, or you can discuss with me in the telegram later. Okay, that is possible. Okay, so this is 9C3. Okay, so 9C3 you solve, how much is the answer? We'll get 987 and 1, 2, 3. How much it is? This is going to be 374, 84, right? Check your calculation once. Yeah, 84. Okay, this one is 84. Done. Okay, if I only told number of ways of distributing 10 mangoes to 4 children, then the first case, I mean, then the children, okay, may get 0, any children may get 0 mango also, okay for me. Okay. Number of non-negative integral solutions of this. Number of non-negative. Now, what is this equation based question doing here? What is this equation based question doing here for me? Okay, we are in permutation and combination. We are counting some cases, but what is this equation based question doing for me? Number of non-negative integral solutions of, this one, x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 plus x5 equal to 20. What I need to find? I need to find non-negative integral solution. That means each xi can take what all value? It has to be taking only integral values. It is taking only integral value, and that too non-negative integral value. It is taking only integral value, and that also non-negative integral value. Okay, non-negative integral value means it could be 0 but not negative. 1, 2, 3, etc. Only integral value but not negative. 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. That is what will be the value that is taken by each xi. That is going to be taken by each xi. Okay, so x1, plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 plus x5 will be 20. Sum of them has to be 20. What does this question means now? Okay, think in the reverse way. See, what is x1, x2, x3? It can be any integer, including 0, but not negative. Any positive integer or 0, but sum of them is 20. If you think in the reverse way, okay, sum of them is 20, na? Okay, so if you think in the reverse way, what is the reverse way? Okay, you have to divide the sum 20. Okay, if you just write down reverse, 20 is equal to x1, x2, x3, x4, x5. That means I can say divide the sum, which is 20, into 5 persons, into 5 pieces, into 5 parts, into 5 boxes, anything. Okay, you have to divide a total quantity. You have a total quantity 20 and you have to divide into 5 parts. Okay, where each part is x1, x2, x3, x4, x5. Okay, so that each part receives how much? Each part receives how much? How much can be the value of each of this part? It may be 0 or it may be 1. So each part may receive 0 also. Each part receives 0 or more. Each part receives 0 or more. Okay, so 0 or more, the first case, and the first case formula was n plus r minus 1, cr minus 1. N is the total quantity. I have 20. I have to divide 20 into r. R means 5 parts. So 20 plus 5 minus 1, c5 minus 1. And this question is 24c4. This question answer is 24c4. That is the question to be solved here. 24c4. Okay. What will be the final calculated value? I will tell you here. 10,626. Okay, see, it was looking like an equation, a simple linear equation. Okay, in 5 variable. Okay, but this is actually a counting combination. How many non-integral, non-negative integral solutions are there? Okay. If I told you how many positive, strictly positive integral solution, not including 0, that means then each part will be 1 or more. 1 or more means at least 1. So then the second case formula will come. Then the second case formula will come. Okay. Second case formula can come. Okay, but here each part can be 0 also, because non-negative integers are told to 0 also is okay. It should not be negative integer. That's it. Okay, got hold of this one. Now in the counting, some more cases I want to add. What are the some more cases in the counting you see here? Okay, like when some patterns are given, the numbers of squares or rectangles, okay, in a square of n row cross n column. Like suppose you think about this question, find the total number of squares, okay, on a chessboard. Squares, and as well as you tell me rectangles also. Total number of squares and rectangles on a chessboard. Or maybe a question may be like this. Okay, you are given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 5 cross 5 grid given. This is a 5 cross 5 grid. That means the grid itself is square in nature. But from this given grid, how many squares are there? Okay, so this is also a square. A square may be 2 cross 2 also. A square may be 3 cross 3 also. A square may be 4 cross 4. Okay, so there can be several cases. Now the single square, then 2 cross 2, how many squares? 3 cross 3, how many squares? So again, it becomes a traditional combination problem. Okay, but I'll give you a fixed pattern for it. Okay, I'll in fact show you that in GATE, there was a simple question, 2 marks. How many rectangles can be observed? But again, if you count this manually, it will take a bit of time. Okay, so the basic cases I want to tell you here. Okay, see, whenever you have a n cross n grid given to you and number of squares in it, okay, it is given by summation from 1 square to n square, and summation from 1 square to n square has the formula n plus 1 to n plus 1 by 6. Okay, now again, if you are given a square of n cross n, but you are counting what? You are counting rectangles, so it is given by summation from 1 cube to n cube. Okay, summation from 1 cube to n cube. Okay, so that is given by the formula n plus 1 by 2 whole square. Okay, if the grid itself is a rectangular grid, m rows cross n columns are given. Okay, number of squares in it, number of squares is given by the formula m into n plus m minus 1 n minus 1. Keep reducing 1 1, m minus 2 n minus 2 till you get 0. Because you are reducing, there will come a time where you get 0. And if again you have a rectangular grid, m cross n, okay, and the question is number of rectangles in it, okay, that is summation 1 to m into summation 1 to n. Okay, now let us understand. Now chessboard, okay, here what is the dimension of chessboard that you have to know from your own Okay, you should know that is a basic general information that chess is a 8 cross 8 square grid. 8 cross 8 square grid. That's what I told you, no, Winter Child, just now. Only strictly positive integer means the other formula, n minus 1 CR minus 1. Each part receiving at least 1. Okay, so when you are given a square grid, 8 cross 8, number of squares is given by summation of the squares of first 8 natural numbers. Summation 1 square to n square. Okay, and which is also given by the formula n plus 1, n plus 1, 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So how much will be this calculation? 72 by 6, 12, 17 into 12, 204. 204, okay. Number of rectangles. Number of rectangles. How many will be rectangles? Now, whenever you have a n cross n square grid and you are finding rectangles, it is summation of the cubes of the first n natural number. It is summation from 1 cube to 8 cube, and which is also given by the formula n plus 1 by 2 whole square. So this becomes 36 whole square. Yeah, that is going to be 1296. These are big numbers, so manual counting will of course not be possible here. Okay. The next question can be a visual question. Okay. See, these questions is also in today's GATE pattern. This question can also be considered as a spatial aptitude question based on images. Sometimes they give random diagram, okay, where you have to count square and rectangle, small random diagram. So that is pure counting only. You have to visualize and count. Okay. But if they give a square and rectangular patterns, out of which inside how many squares or rectangles can be built? For that, I am telling you the applicable formula. Okay, what is this? Number of squares and rectangles in the given grid. There is a 5 cross 5 grid. Okay, there is a 5 cross 5 grid. Okay, so how many squares will be there? Squares is given by the formula summation from 1 square up to 5 square, which can be manually also done, or okay, let me use the formula n plus 1, 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So this will be 55. 55 squares can be located inside this. So again, think if you are counting, you will take time, no? Okay, then the number of rectangles is given by summation from 1 cube to 5 cube, that is n plus 1 by 2 whole square. Okay, so that will be 15 square, and 15 square is known as 225. Check this answer. Oh. 55 and 225. Where is 280 coming? No, na? It is in which one you are telling, Winter Child? Okay, yeah. Next question, anyways. Now, as I told you, it's a GATE 2 mark question where a 2 cross 4 rectangular grid is given. Okay, now in a rectangular grid, okay, I'll write down both the answer. How many squares will be located? How many squares are located? So as I told you, square is m into n plus reduce 1 into 3. Again, you reduce 1 so you get automatically 0. You automatically get 0. So you have to stop. So this is how much? 8 plus 3, 11. If the question was how many squares will be located inside this? How many squares will be located inside this? But how many rectangles? Question is how many rectangles? Okay, how many rectangles? So rectangle is given by the formula summation. I told you now 1 to m, summation 1 to n. See this case. Summation from 1 to m into summation from 1 to n separately. Where it is summation of 1 to 2, summation 1 to 3, 4. So this is 3 into 10 and answer is 30 for the question. Answer for the question is 30. Check it out. What are these big numbers coming? 1296. Yeah, 1296 is for previous one also. This was here. Then 55, 225 is 55 and 225 is the answer. Yeah, that is okay. Okay, yeah. So see, this was a GATE 2 mark question, easy one only. But again, manually, if you start counting rectangles, will take bit of time. Okay, that you should not spend here. Okay, that you cannot spend here. So answer is 30. Number of rectangle. This is what was demanded in the question. Okay. Chalo. Next question. Before the next question, important update for EC aspirants. The next marathon tomorrow, Sunday. The next marathon, which is going to be tomorrow, that is Sunday at 1 p.m. And that's an important, very important subject for EC guys, and that is electromagnetics. Okay, electromagnetics, including transmission line, wave propagation, and all those things to be covered by Hemant sir. And this marathon is going to start tomorrow at 1 p.m. This marathon will be live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Okay, on the Om Institute YouTube channel. Okay, on the same channel tomorrow 1 p.m. exclusively for EC. Now next, and a very heavy important topic, as I told you, geometry and mensuration. See, questions are crackable from here also, but the only thing is you should have that enough practice, and rather than practice that in the basic formulas and theorems, if you have forgotten, then that leads to problem. That leads to problem. Okay. So see, first I will start with the basic revision of the important formula here. Okay, so that this session will also serve as a quick revision of geometry and mensuration. Okay, most of them you know, I'll just go through it. Okay, what is there I have to explain in rectangle or square, but just okay, so that everything is together for you in one single place. I wanted to give this to you. Just a second. Just hold on for a second. Okay. Chalo, yeah. Okay. But yeah, as I told you, I want this to be as a formula PDF for you also. Okay. So for basic 2D figures, what is important, and you will not believe that many a times they are asking the direct question on area and parameter. Sometimes very easy 1 mark, sometimes little bit calculative 2 marks. Okay. So area and parameter from 2D figures, okay, like area of rectangle, length into breadth, parameter is sum of the sides that I have written here. For square, it becomes a square, every side is equal. Okay, square sometimes is, some questions will use this diagonal length. So what can be this diagonal length? By the Pythagoras theorem, it is root 2 times a, under root a square plus a square. Parameter is sum of the sides, which is 4a here. Okay, for scalene triangle, now 3 different cases of the triangle. The scalene triangle, all 3 sides are equal. All 3 sides and angles are different. I mean, not equal, I told equal, are different. Okay, 2 sides and okay, the corresponding opposite angles. And the corresponding opposite angles equal. Okay, that is isosceles triangle, and then equilateral triangle, all 3 sides and angle equal. Okay, so each angle, because all the angles are equal and the sum of the angles is 180, so each angle will be 60, of course. Okay, so normally if it's a scalene triangle where all the 3 parameters, 3 sides are different only, so area, say normally for any type of triangle, area is half into base into height. That is again commonly you're going to see the questions useful using this formula, half into base into height. Okay, where height, okay, whatever base you take, height is the perpendicular drop from the vertex to that opposite vertex to that particular base. Okay, and then there is the hero's formula, which says that the area is given by under root of, okay, s minus a, s minus b, s minus c, where s is given by, what is s? S is known as the semi-perimeter. We call this s as semi-perimeter. And 2s means the full parameter here. Okay. Okay. Then for equilateral triangle, again there have been direct questions using this formula. For equilateral triangle, area root 3 by 4 a square. All the sides are equal. Suppose each side is a. This is A. Okay. Here also this was required to be A, and this is separate B. And if these two sides corresponding opposite angles, as I told you, corresponding opposite angles, these two will be equal to theta. Okay, here all angle will be equal and each angle will be 60 degree. Okay, and the area root 3 by 4 a square separately you can note down. Parameter automatically 3a. Quadrilateral, if it is any random quadrilateral, the area is given by half into AC, any one diagonal, into product of the perpendicular to the diagonal. Okay, that is h1 plus h2. Parameter is sum of the sides, but rather than quadrilateral, special quadrilateral cases can come to you like trapezium or parallelogram or rhombus. Okay, trapezium. Okay, so area you know half into distance between parallel sides, that is h, into sum of parallel sides AB plus CD. Okay, and then this is AB plus BC. Parameter is sum of sides. Okay, parallelogram. Okay, parallelogram you all know, I should not define it, just containing two pairs of parallel sides. Okay, these two are parallel and these two are parallel. Okay, suppose I just name it here AB CD. Okay, so what I can only write down is AB is parallel to CD and at the same time BC is parallel to AD. Okay, two pairs of equal and parallel sides. Okay, right. So what is the area of parallelogram? Simply base into height. Okay, this is the base A and height h. Okay, and parameter is sum of the sides. Okay, rhombus. Okay, all four sides are equal. All four sides will be equal. Okay, not all four angles, but all four sides will be equal. A. Now the area of it is actually given in the form of diagonals. Okay, half d1 d2. Okay, half d1 d2, where d1 and d2 are the diagonal length of the rhombus. Half into product of diagonal d1 d2. A perimeter 4 times A. Okay, now one more thing about rhombus you should know. One more thing about rhombus. What is important I will mention here. Okay, the diagonals, the point which can be used in the question. Diagonals of a rhombus, they bisect each other. I will take question here also. They bisect each other at right angles. At right angles. What does it mean? What does this mean is, okay, this particular angle, okay, or any of this angle is 90 degree. They intersect at 90 degree, but not only they intersect, they also bisect each other. Okay, so when I say they bisect each other, that means suppose you call this as center O. Okay, what I can also mention as O to D and O to B, they will be equal, and that is D1 by 2. This is total diagonal D1. Similarly, O to A and O to C will be equal and equal to D2 by 2. This was the D2 diagonal. Okay, this is D2 by 2. This is separately D2 by 2. Okay, diagonals, they bisect each other at right angle. This is the useful property for rhombus. Okay, regular hexagon. Okay, all six sides are equal. Okay, in fact, okay, how much is the each angle here? How much is the each angle? Is 120 degree. Is 120 degree. Each of this angle is 120 degree. Okay, each of this angle is 120 degrees. So I will tell you this point little bit separately. This is something that you must be aware about. Will I get it here? No, let it be. Yeah. So what is the condition there? Whenever you talk about regular hexagon, okay, regular hexagon can be broken. Suppose this is the center O. It can be broken into 6. See here. This will be mostly vertical. I will redraw the center actually. This is O. Okay. Now it this regular hexagon can be broken into 6 equilateral triangles. 6 equilateral triangles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that is how I have written the area. So area is 6 times root 3 by 4 a square. Okay, so each of this, now this was a, this was a. Okay, so this will also be a and a only. Okay, and what is the area of equilateral triangle? Okay, root 3 by 4 a square. So 6 times. You can simply remember the hexagon formula by this way. 6 into root 3 by 4 a square. Then I told you each angle is 120. Okay, I told you each angle is 120. If it is, one more thing, okay, if it is the n-sided regular polygon. What do you mean by regular polygon? A regular polygon is all sides and angles are equal. Okay, so all angles are equal. What is each angle? What is each angle? Okay, it is given by this simple formula, n minus 2 by n into 180 degree. Okay, that is why if I ask you to write down every angle here, so 6 minus 2 by 6 into 180 degree, that becomes 2/3 of 180, 120. Okay, so in any polygon, the angle in any regular polygon, any angle is given by n minus 2 by n into 180 degree. That is a separate thing that I have written here. Okay, that may be useful. Okay, then coming back to hexagon, it is broken into 6 equilateral triangles. So 6 times the equilateral formula I told you. Okay, next is what? Then circle area, pi r square parameter. Parameter means you can call circumference here, basically 2 pi r. So for semicircle, okay, the area is pi r square, and the total parameter, okay, the curved parameter, circular parameter pi r, half of the above one plus twice this radius, or basically diameter, length is considered here. Okay, because when I am telling you perimeter, it is a total boundary. If they separately mention the semicircle is open, then the perimeter part is only pi r. Okay, then what else? Quadrant, the quadrant area 1/4 of the total area 1/4 of pi r square. Okay, then perimeter, this one is how much? 2 pi r by 4. This much is 2 pi r by 4, then plus twice of this radius. Okay, a ring, there are sometimes questions on circular tracks or circular rings. Okay, where you have, suppose if you assume this as a circular walking or a jogging track, okay, which has two circles, one is outer, one is inner. Okay, so what is the total area of this track, of this circular ring? It is the total outer area minus inner area. Outer area pi r square, inner area pi small r square. Simple, na? That you can manually also calculate. Okay, outer and inner parameter are respectively written there. Okay, now a sector. Okay, some questions may also take you towards a sector or segment of a particular circle. Okay, so if you go towards the sector formula, now see. Okay, look into this. Suppose AB is a chord of the circle that makes a particular sector with the center. Okay, and suppose the angle subtended by this chord at the center, or by this arc, AB arc at the center, is theta. Okay, what is the area? Okay, what is the area? The area here, now see, if you want to remember it by a simple logic. Okay, what is the total area? Okay, what is the total area? The total area is given by, now total angle is how much? Total angle is 2 pi. The total angle is 2 pi. This corresponds to 2 pi r square. So if the angle is theta, how much area should it swap? Okay, total angle is 2 pi, full circle. It gives 2 pi r square, correct? Sorry. It gives pi r square, I'm sorry. That is pi r square. So for theta angle, first for 1 degree angle or for 1 radian angle, you divide by 2 pi, you get r square by 2. Okay, you get r square by 2 into theta. That is what is written here, half r square theta. Okay, that is simple logic to put this, formula of the sector. Okay, perimeter means what? Okay, length of this, length of this arc plus twice the radius. Now, what is length of any arc given by? Okay, what is L here? This is separately, separate discussion that I will write down here. Length of arc. Okay, arc, if you want to write down arc, sorry. If you want to write down the arc is normally written this way, L or length of the arc, that is nothing but r into theta. Okay, the radius into the angle in radian, theta in radian. Okay, segment. Okay, what about the segment here? Oh, the color has drastically changed here, na? Okay, I think because of the background. Okay, now if you talk about the segment here, okay, if you talk about the segment, now you see this is the chord AB, and any chord divides the circle into two segments. Okay, any chord divides the circle into two segments. Okay, this one is known as the major segment. Okay, forget this, I'll draw this separate picture. Okay, and then I'll tell you this thing here. All these things can be easily derived. Okay, but yeah, I just want to complete this formula set for you. Okay, so any arc or any particular chord, okay, suppose this is the chord AB, divides the circle into two segments. One of them, the bigger one, major segment, the other one, minor segment. Okay, right. Now, when I come to the formula will be r square by 2 theta minus sine theta. Again, theta to be taken in radians. Okay, and the parameter. Now, what is the parameter? Okay, this AB straight line means AB chord plus AB, I'll write this way, plus AB curve. Okay, so this is chord AB plus this is arc AB. Okay, if you join through straight line, that becomes the chord of the circle. If you go from A to B over the circle, it is the arc of the circle. Okay, so what is the parameter? This and this. I am talking about minor segment basically. Okay, all these calculations are with respect to minor. The other one also with respect to minor segment. Okay, but not that important. Okay, we will see in the questions what really becomes important for you. Now, when you talk about 3D figures like cubes or sphere, you will have two types of things coming up. Okay, one is majorly, the total surface area and the volume because it's a 3D figure. Okay, so cuboid. Okay, the total volume, the product of the three dimensions, L into B into H. Okay, the total surface area is, every surface is a rectangle. Okay, so, every rectangle area, base into height. Okay, so considered the sum of the areas of all rectangles. Okay, cube. Okay, a cube. Okay, product of all three dimension here is a cube, and then every side becomes for a cube is a square. Okay, area of a square, how much? A square, and 6 times a square is the total surface area for the cube. What is there next? Okay, right circular cylinder. Okay, the volume, pi r square h. Okay, and the total surface area, if I talk about open, I mean if it is not closed at the base. Okay, so open, the curved surface area, open, or I'll call it as the curved surface area, the curved surface area of cylinder, 2 pi r h. Okay, the closed surface area, closed means closed at the top and the bottom. And what is top and bottom? They are circular discs. Okay, what is the area of circle? Pi r square, so twice of pi r square if it is closed at the bottom. Curved plus base area. Okay, similarly, right circular cone, the volume is given by 1 by 3 pi r square h. Okay, and the area, okay, the surface area, the curved surface area is pi r l. What is L? L in the case of cone is known as the slant height. H is the actual height. L is the inclined or the slant height. Okay, and what will be L? It will be under root of the h square plus r square. Okay, h square plus r square, Pythagoras theorem basically. Okay, so closed surface area, closed means it has only one circular disk at the bottom, and that is pi r square added with the above formula. Okay, what else? Sphere, the volume 4 by 3 pi r cube, and surface area of the sphere 4 pi r square. Then accordingly hemisphere is written here. Now some basic angle relations also. Okay, these were the basic formulas that you need. Now some basic angle relations like, okay, you know what is the obtuse angle? Any angle between 90 to 180. If it is exactly 180, we call it a straight angle. Okay, if it is between 180 to 360, it is a reflex angle. Okay, any angle between 180 to 360, that is known as a reflex angle. Okay, the greater one here, it is shown here. Okay. Okay, then two angles are complementary if the sum of them is 90. Two angles are known to be supplementary if sum of them is 180, or if they combine to form a straight line. Okay, they are supplementary angles. Okay, now when two parallel lines are intersected by a two parallel lines are intersected by a transversal line. Okay, so what are the relations you should know here? Okay, just I will keep adding here. You will all be knowing automatically that this angle 1 and angle 3 are equal. Angle 1 is equal to angle 3. Okay, can anybody name, okay, what do these angles are known as? They are equal because they are what type of angle? Okay, similarly 2 and 4 will be equal. Angle 2 equal to angle 4. Here, then at the next vertex, G and H are vertex. Okay, 5 and 7. Okay, what is the next case I am getting? Angle 5 and angle 7 are 8, and next is angle 6 and angle 8. Okay, so 6 and 8 are equal, 5 and 7 are equal. What is this? Okay, I am just waiting for your reply. Other than that, okay, just allow me a second. I just need to check somebody outside. Yeah, by the time, just name it. I'm just waiting for it. Just a second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we shall continue now. Correct. So, yeah, by the time you have commented also, that is good. And that is what? Vertically opposite angles. These are vertically opposite angles. Okay. Then I will make down some more pairs. Angle 1 is angle 5. Okay. Line AB and CD are parallel. Okay. So, yeah, but sorry, yeah. So, angle 1 and angle 5. Okay. They are said to be what? They are said to be corresponding angles. Okay. They are on the same side of the transversal line. Okay. Above both the parallel lines. Okay. Similarly, angle 4 will be equal to angle 8. Okay. What else? Angle 2 will be angle 6, left side, and angle 3 equal to angle 7, left to left, but both are downside, 3 and 7. Okay, corresponding angles. What else? What else you should know? Okay, now see, as I told you, 1 and 3 are equal, but 3 and 7 are equal. So 1 and 7 are equal. Okay, 1 and 7 are equal. Okay, now similarly, now one more thing, 1 and 5 are equal, 1 and 3 are equal. So these 3 and 5 are also equal. Okay, so there are two more categories that I will write down. Okay, now see, angle 3 and angle 5. Angle 3 is angle 5. Similarly, 4 and 6 will be equal. 4 and 6 are equal. Now, they are said to be alternate angles. Okay, alternate. They are on the alternate sides. Okay, 3 and 5. Okay, 4 and 6. Okay, they are alternate interior. Alternate but interior. Interior means between the two lines. Okay, but as I told you, 1 and 7. See, 1 and 3 are equal, 3 and 7 are equal. 3 and 7 are corresponding. So 1 and 7 are also equal. Okay, they are also alternate. One on the right side, one on the left side. Okay, but they are on the opposite, or they are on the outside line. Okay, so alternate exterior. They are not between the two parallel lines, they are outside. Okay, so that is alternate exterior. Alternate exterior. What is that alternate exterior? 1 is equal to 7 and 2 is equal to 8. So these are some combinations, of equality of angles that you should be aware about. Okay, what else? Okay, some fundamental properties of triangles, very useful. Okay, you may get very useful in these properties in the question. Sum of any two sides always greater than the third side. Very foundation, everybody must be knowing it. Sum of any two sides, like if I have taken the two sides, the three sides as ABC, so A plus B will be greater than C. A plus C will be greater than B, and B plus C alone will be greater than A. Okay, the difference of any two sides is always less than the third side. Okay, is always less than the third side. Okay, A minus B greater than C. Magnitude, I mean whoever is bigger or lesser, that I don't know. Okay, so modulus A minus B greater than C, modulus of B minus C is greater than A, and modulus of C minus A will be greater than B. Next one, sum of the all three interior angles, that is something foundation everybody knows, is 180 degree. Sum of an interior angle and its adjacent exterior angle. So what do I mean by this? Okay, suppose let me write down this angle as theta 1, theta 2, theta 3. Okay, what is the first point? Theta 1 plus theta 2 plus theta 3 is anyways 180 degree. Okay, but sum of an interior angle and its adjacent exterior angle. Okay, now suppose you consider one angle as theta 1. Okay, sum of an interior angle and sum of an interior angle is written. Okay, chalo. Then I'll show you this way. Just a second. Or let me show you this way only. Okay, so just tell me how much will be this angle. Okay, first with respect to a single point. So when I continue, when I have extended this line, it is a straight angle. And straight is 180. So if this is theta 1, this is 180 minus theta 1. This is 180 minus theta 1. Okay, so I have written greater. Oh, sorry. This is less than. By mistake, I have written there. This is less than C, this one less than A, and this one has to be less than B. That is what was mentioned here. Okay, less than the difference, less than the third side. Okay, yeah, what I'm trying to tell you here, sum of these two angles is 180 and sum of theta 1, theta 2, theta 3 is also 180. That means theta 2 plus theta 3 will be 180 minus theta 1. Okay, that means this particular angle. This particular angle is theta 2 plus theta 3. Okay, so in a triangle, measure of an exterior angle, this exterior angle equals to the sum of the measures of the interior opposite angle. Next one, a triangle must have at least two acute angles. Simple, na? Okay. acute angle is less than 90 degree. So can there be more than two obtuse angle? Can there be at least two obtuse angle also? No. Obtuse angle is greater than 90. Can there be two 90s also? No, because 90 is 180. What is the third angle? There is nothing left for the third angle. Okay, so at least two angle will always be acute. Okay, only one of the angle may be obtuse or may be right angle. Okay, that too not necessarily. All three may be acute. Okay, then let ABC. Now relation between the sides. Okay, based on, see, this is something, okay, that you already know. If it is a right angle triangle, okay, what I have told here is, suppose ABC are the sides and suppose C is the largest side. Suppose this is C here, this is A, this is B. Okay, now in case of right angle triangle, so you already know Pythagoras theorem. What is C square is A square plus B square. But if the triangle is acute angle triangle means all angles are acute. All angles are acute. That is an acute angle triangle. If one angle is 90 degree, that is a right angle triangle. And okay, if one angle is obtuse, that is a obtuse angle triangle. Anyways, I told you more than one angle cannot be obtuse. Okay, so if it is obtuse angle, something of this kind, suppose this is your largest side C, this is A, this is B, then C square here will be greater than A square plus B square. So keep that right angle triangle as reference, for which you know Pythagoras theorem. C square is A square plus B square. For obtuse, C square will be greater than A square plus B square. For acute, okay, C square will be less than A square plus B square. Okay, keep this as the reference. C is the largest side of the triangle. Okay, then sine rule. Okay, again useful. Okay, A upon sine A. A means the length of a side divided by sine A, where a capital A means its corresponding opposite angle. Okay, so A upon sine A will be equal to B upon sine B will be equal to C upon sine C. Okay, then coming to the area formula. Already in the earlier table I have written that area, but the different ways of writing the area of triangle: half into base into height. Second way of writing the answer, the Hero's formula, root S, S minus A, S minus B, S minus C. And one more way, with the sine rule we derive it. Okay, and the other way of writing the area is also given by half into A into B. Suppose you take A into B, then you take sine of the angle between them. Between AB, what is the angle? C, sine C. This will also be equal to half. Suppose you take BC. Okay, so what is the angle between them? A. So take sine A. Or it is also equal to half AC. If you take AC, what is the angle between them? B. So here you can write down sine B. Here you can write down the sine B. Okay. So that is also one more way of writing the area of triangle. With the help of sine rule, this is turned out. Rest anyways you know. Okay. Now some important definitions you should be aware if some language is coming in the question. What is the altitude or height of the triangle? As I already told you, perpendicular from a particular vertex to the opposite side. Okay, it should be perpendicular. Okay, that is known as the height. Okay, or simply known as altitude. Okay, so there are three vertex, so there are three altitudes in the triangle. Okay, now since I have referred to altitude, I will also tell you that these three altitudes, they intersect at a particular point, and that intersection is orthocenter. Okay, the point of intersection of the altitudes is known as orthocenter. Okay. Sometimes question may be very simple, but it is just using the language like ortho center, in center. Students forget it. That is why I am just doing a quick revision first. Okay. Then, okay, median. Now, what is median? From a vertex, when you draw a line segment to bisect the opposite side. Bisect the opposite side means, okay, BE will be equal to EC. If A is the median, I call this as median, then BE should be equal to EC. Okay, so median is simply also known as side bisector. Okay, a line drawn from a vertex to opposite side which is going to bisect that opposite side. That is side bisector, also known as median. Since there are three sides, there are three medians. Okay, there are three sides, there are three medians. Okay, the medians, okay, intersect. Three medians, they intersect at a point known as centroid. Okay, the intersection of medians. Okay, right, what is important that I am highlighting? Okay, then there is something like side bisector, there is something called angle bisector. From a vertex, you draw a line going to intersect the opposite side, and this line is going to is going to bisect the particular angle. Okay, divided by 2. Okay, similarly here and here. So there are three angle bisectors bisecting each angle. Okay, so there are three bisectors, three angle bisectors, they intersect at the point. The intersection of angle bisectors of a triangle will be referred to as incenter. Okay, perpendicular bisector. Okay, now what is perpendicular bisector? A line, okay, which bisects a side and also perpendicular to it. So it may not start from the opposite vertex. It may or may not. Okay, a line which is bisecting as well as perpendicular to a side, okay, is perpendicular bisector. It may or may not start from the, okay, it may or may not start from the opposite vertex. Okay, it may or may not start from the opposite vertex. Okay, it can be any such, here it is a symmetric type of triangle drawn actually. But if you see here, okay, suppose if this is ABC triangle, okay, so if I draw perpendicular from A to the opposite side, it will not be side bisector then. It is only perpendicular. It is only perpendicular. Got my point? So suppose this is D. Okay, so what is AD? AD is known as the perpendicular or altitude, which I have already named as altitude. Okay, but suppose if you take the point E, which is the midpoint, E, which is the midpoint of BC. Midpoint of BC means it is bisecting it equally, BE and EC, and also it is perpendicular. Suppose it starts from some vertex, okay, suppose F. Okay, then this FE is what is known as perpendicular bisector. Why? Because it bisects the side and it is also perpendicular. So that is the difference. Okay. Okay, so there can be three perpendicular bisectors again, and they intersect at a point known as the circumcenter. Now, like some important properties about triangles, some important review about circles. Okay, theorems of circle you can say. So if there are two equal arcs, they will always subtend equal angle at the center. Like equal arc means the length, this length AB and this length PQ is equal. So if these two arcs or these two chords also you can say, arc or chord, anything. Okay, if they are equal, they will subtend equal angle at the center. So both of them will be equal to same angle here, theta. Okay, next. Okay, equal chords of a circle are equidistant from the center. Okay, so if these two chords are equal, when you calculate their distance from the center, that also will be equal. Okay, this distance x, this distance will be x. Okay, next. Okay, perpendicular. Now this is usually more useful in the question. The perpendicular from center of a circle to a chord will always bisect the chord. Okay, this is the chord. This is the chord. I have drawn a perpendicular from center to the chord. If this is perpendicular, it will automatically bisect the chord. Okay, that means AD and DB. Okay, AD and DB will be equal. Okay, AD and DB will be equal and equal to AB by 2. I mean, better I should write this way. AD and BD are equal and equal to AB by 2. It has bisected the chord. Okay, perpendicular from center of a circle to a chord will bisect the chord. Okay, right. Then the line joining, it is like a reverse. The line joining the center of a circle to midpoint, okay, will be perpendicular. It's like, first I told you when you draw from center a perpendicular line that will bisect. Bisect means it will connect the D, which is the midpoint. Now vice versa, I am telling, if you connect the center to the midpoint of a chord, it should be perpendicular to the given chord. That is what I am now telling. Okay, so the line joining the center of a circle, okay, to the midpoint of a chord, okay, that means it is like a bisector and hence it will be perpendicular. Okay, now next theorem. The angle subtended by an arc at the center is always twice the angle subtended by arc at any other point on the remaining point of the circle. Okay, so if AB, if this is the chord which subtends an angle theta here at some point of the circle, the same chord will subtend how much angle at the center? 2 theta. Okay, 2 theta. Okay, for that reason, angle in a semicircle is a straight line. Okay, so whenever you take AB as a diameter, the largest chord, diameter, okay, so any diameter, okay, you connect with any point on the circumference of the circle, it will always make 90 degree. Angle in a semicircle is a right angle. What else? Okay, angle in the same segment of a circle are equal. I mean, if this is a common chord, AB is a chord, okay, it makes an angle at C, it makes some angle at D, both of them will be equal. Angle in the same segment subtended by a chord are equal. Okay, a tangent at any point, okay, now simply remember this is a useful result, and simply remember this way, tangent of a circle is always perpendicular to radial line. What do I mean by radial line? Radial line means the line joining center to the circumference, any point on the circumference. So what I do, I draw a tangent to the circle at the point P. Okay, tangent to the circle at the point P. So tangent at the point P will be perpendicular to the radial line at P. What is the meaning of radial line at P? Line joining the origin to the point P, that is perpendicular to OP. So this particular tangent at the point P will be perpendicular to OP. Tangent always perpendicular to radial line. Okay, tangent perpendicular to radial line. Okay, the length of two tangents drawn from a common external point. Okay, to a circle. Okay, to a single circle, if you draw two tangents from a single common point, okay, PA and PB, they will be equal in length. They will be equal in length. Okay. Now, let us start with some more questions and the techniques and what are more useful, then you'll understand from questions. Starting with some basic, I told you, there are sometimes basic questions on area and perimeter. When you solve, especially from geometry and mensuration, I'll request you to go through as many PYQs as you can, because this is all, in the beginning I told you, it is almost a sure shot question producing area. In the adjoining figure, PQRS is a rectangle 8 cross 6 inscribed in the circle. What is the area of the shaded portion? Okay, this shaded portion, I mean, let me make it clear. The shaded portion means this one, okay, shaded by the light orange. Shaded by the light orange color you see on the screen. So you can tell me this one quickly. So this is one, type of question, okay, shaded area, okay, or left out area. Repeatedly they keep asking questions around this. Okay, so what is that shaded area here? Okay, the shaded area here will be the area of the entire circle. What is not shaded is the rectangle, so you just have to subtract the area of rectangle. Okay, so what is the area of circle? Area of the circle pi r square. Area of rectangle dimensions are already given, 8 into 6. Okay, but what is the radius of the circle? That is the only effort you have to do, a very basic effort here. Okay, what is going to be the radius of the circle? So let me join this. Okay, this rectangle is 8 cross 6. So this side is 8 and this side is 6. Okay, this is 6. Okay, 8 and 6 and 10, Pythagoras triplet. Okay, so what is going to be QS? QS will simply be 10. QS will be 10 and QS becomes the diameter. So what is the radius of the circle? Okay, 10 by 2, that is 5. Okay, QS is 10, so radius will be 5. Okay, radius will be 5, so you get your area of circle as well done. Radius is 5, so pi r square 25 pi minus 48. Okay, you have to compute and write down the answer. Compute 25 pi minus 48, give your answer here. 30.5 approximately. 30.5, option number D it is. Yes. Next question then. Find the area of the shaded portion of an equilateral triangle with the sides 9 units shown in the following figure. Okay, find the area of the shaded portion. Shaded portion means this lines. Okay, shown with this lines of an equilateral triangle with side 6 units shown in the following figure. A circle of radius 1 unit is centered at the midpoint of the side of triangle, and that is not covered in the shaded portion. Accordingly, you have to find the answer. Yes, come on, give me this answer. Yes, Ishwarya and Winterchild, correct for the previous one. Okay, what is there? Let's do it. Okay, what is the area of the shaded portion? Okay, I'll take this separately. So what is the shaded portion required? This one. Okay, how much will be this much area? First of all, it is, if you discard that circle, it is half of the area of equilateral triangle, because the triangle is clearly mentioned equilateral. Okay, half of equilateral area triangle. What is equilateral triangle area? Root 3 by 4 a square. A means the side of the square, which is 6. the side of the square, suppose this is A, which is 6. Okay, half of the equilateral triangle area minus what? Minus this portion, okay, which is the quadrant of a circle. What is the quadrant of a circle area? 1 by 4 pi r square. Now, radius of the circle was clearly mentioned. Radius is 1 unit given. Just have to substitute the data here. Okay, what is common? Some 1 by root 2 or 1 by 4 has to be taken common at the end. I think, let me first solve here. 1 by 4 is common here only. Then I have root 3 by 2 a square. A is 6. Okay, minus 1 by 4 outside here also pi into radius. Radius was 1. Okay, so this is going to be how much? 1 by 4 times 6 square by 2, 18 root 3. No option like that. So better I'll take 1 by 2 only outside. Okay, yeah, that I'll do later. Let me first calculate this. How much it is turning out to be? 1 by 2 root 3 by 4 a square, which is 36, minus 1 by 4 pi into radius is 1 square, and pi has been written as 22 by 7. Okay, so root 3 by 4 cancelled by 9 root 3 by 2 minus 1 by 4 into 22 by 7. Okay, so this will also cancel here. Only 1 by 2 to be taken outside, then 9 root 3, and this is 11 by 7. 9 root 3 minus 11 by 7 into 1 by 2. Option number B then. Yes, John, correct. Sai Tanuj, correct. Winter Child, correct. This is the answer B. Okay. No, Bhanu Shrimula, in the previous question, that width is the diameter of the circle. That is how I have taken. Please check that. Okay. This particular rectangular diagonal is also the diameter of the circle. Okay, not the curve of the circle. Okay. Radius is given as 1. The circle of radius 1 unit is centered at the midpoint. Okay, so this is clearly mentioned that this is centered at the midpoint. Okay, and this is the radius, which is clearly given as 1. Okay, right? So B is the correct answer. Yeah. Next one, what is there? Yeah, see, a gate 2 mark question. In geometry, I have taken few PYQs also that we can discuss here today. What is there? An equilateral triangle, a square and circle have equal areas. What is the ratio of the perimeters of equilateral triangle to the square to the circle? Ratio of perimeters of equilateral triangle to square to circle. Tell me all three. Okay. Ratio of the perimeters of equilateral triangle to the square to a circle. Okay. They have equal areas. Okay. A equilateral triangle, a square and a circle, they have equal area. Okay. Suppose you have a equilateral triangle side A. A square. Okay. Then if I have used A, suppose the square side is B. And circle for which I need radius, and radius is R. So they have equal area, means what is the area of equilateral triangle? Root 3 by 4 A square. Area of a square, B square. And area of a circle, pi R square. All of these are equal, and suppose equal to K. Suppose equal to K. Sanjeev. Aptitude is, you can watch, no problem. For every branch it is okay. Okay. So now from here, let's first write down the value of A, B, C, R in terms of K. Okay, so from here, A can be written as how much? Okay, 4K by root 3. That is A square and under root of this. What is B? B will be simply root K. Okay, and what is going to be C? What is going to be R from here? K by pi and under root of this. Clear this one? What is the ratio of the perimeters of the equilateral triangle to the square to the circle? What is the perimeter of equilateral triangle? 3A. Perimeter of square, 4 times side, 4B, and to a circle, 2 pi r. Okay, so that everything can be represented here. Okay. Okay. So basic area parameter, 2 marks question, just you have to rearrange the calculations and the terms. How much this will be? 3 times A. Now what is A? Okay, it is 4K by root 3 is to, okay, is to 4B. What is B? B is root K simply, is to 2 pi r. What is R? Root over K by pi. Now in ratio, if any particular number is common, you can cancel. Now we write down the simplified ratio. So what you can cancel? Root K, root K, root K. So after cancellation, how much is left? Under root of 4 is 2. Okay, then further divide by root 3, root over root 3. Okay, under root 4 I have taken. This is to 4 and this is 2. pi upon root pi. Okay, 2 root pi. Okay, further it is how much? Okay, so 4, 1, 2 will also cancel. Okay, 1, 2 will also cancel. Okay, 3 divided by root over root 3 is to 2 is to root pi. Is to 2 is to root pi. Okay, so how much is the final answer? Or it may also be written as, no, 2 is to root pi, A or B. Now what is this net power actually? What is this term? 3 raised to the power 1, and this, if you shift above, okay, will become, this is how much? Power half, 3 power 1 by 4. So this has to be total 3 power 3 by 4. Okay, and 3 power 3 by 4, so A is not correct, then B is the correct answer, because 3 power 3 by 4 can be written as 3 power 3 by 2 power half, and 3 power 3 by 2, 3 power 1 into 3 power half, 3 root 3 and whole power half under root. Then B is the correct answer. Then B is the correct answer. Basic arrangement you have to focus here. The first term is under root of 3 root 3. Okay, then is to 2 is to root pi, anyways we got that. Now what is there? The area and perimeter. Okay, 2 mark question. Some arrangement, some calculations also there, that's it. Next question. Okay, the length of the diagonals of a rhombus are given to you, 8 and 15. Find the distance between any two parallel sides of the rhombus. Okay, distance between any two parallel sides of the rhombus. See, what is this question demanding to you? Okay, the length of the diagonals of the rhombus is given to you. Suppose this is the diagonal D1, this is the diagonal D2. Okay, the length of them is given. Okay, as per my picture, or let me write down this as the shorter one, no problem. Suppose this is D1, which is just a second, I have to change the slide, I think. D1 is 8, D2, this one D2 is 15. Okay, distance between any two parallel sides of the rhombus. Okay, now suppose, let's say this is the distance between the parallel sides, which also becomes the height of the rhombus, distance between any two parallel sides. Okay, suppose that distance is h. Okay, what is the simple point to be used in this question, you know? Okay, use this as the area formula. What is the area of a rhombus? Number one way of writing the area of rhombus is half into product of diagonals. But a rhombus is ultimately a parallelogram, and for any parallelogram, area is given by base into height. Now what is this? This base is A, that is the side of the rhombus, and this can also be written as base into height. Okay, D1, D2 is given. If you are able to find A, you can find the H as well. Now how do I find A? Okay, suppose this is A, B, and suppose this is O, the center. Okay, diagonals, they bisect each other at right angle. I told you the diagonals, the point to be used is the diagonals of a rhombus, they bisect each other at right angles. That means this is going to be 90 degree. Okay, the angle OAB, angle AOB, not OAB, angle AOB will be 90 degree, and at the same time, okay, what will be OA? Okay, OA will be half of the diagonal D1. Okay, that is 4, and O to B, that will be half of the diagonal D2, that is 7.5. Okay, so what is going to be the same, because it is the hypotenuse of side opposite to 90 degree. Okay, so A square will be nothing but OA square plus OB square. Okay, so what is going to be the value of A? Under root of OA square, that is 4 square, plus OB square. OB is 7.5. Okay, first let me write down this value, approximately how much it is. This is some 8.5. Okay, the side of the rhombus is 8.5. Okay, let me just use this here. Okay, half into 8 into 15 is A, that is 8.5 into H. Okay, so what is the H? This is calculated as 60. Okay, divided by 8.5. So some 7 point something. 7 point something. Or it is given in the fractional form. So I can write this way also. 120 is divided by 17. Okay. 120 is divided by 17, which will clearly 7 cancel the 7 and 7 1 by 17 it will be there. 1 will be the remainder. 7 1 by 17. Option number A. Option number A. 7 1 by 17. Now see, as soon as the geometry discussion and question have started, the chat box has become little silent. Okay, that means you are taking little bit of time to solve, but no problem. Take time, learn, and that is the reason I have, yeah, Ishwarya comes up with the correct answer A. And for that reason, before going to questions, especially for this topic, all the formulas and theorems that you need to revise, especially for gate level questions, I have demonstrated. I've just gone through it as a quick review, and later, as I told you, PDF will be available to you in the Telegram, so you can use that PDF for your quick revision. Okay, next, what it is, in an equilateral triangle PQR. Okay, gate 2 mark question again. Gate 2 mark question. In an equilateral triangle PQR, okay, side PQ is divided into 4 equal parts, side QR is divided into 6 equal parts, and side PR is divided into 8 equal parts. The length of each subdivided part in centimeter is an integer. What is the minimum area of the triangle PQR possible in centimeter square? What is the minimum area of the triangle PQR possible in centimeter square? Okay, minimum area of the triangle. What is the meaning of this minimum area? It's a good question here. Okay, see here, in an equilateral triangle PQR, first let me draw one equilateral triangle here. Okay, suppose there's some equilateral triangle, okay, given as PQR. Now what is next? Okay, in an equilateral triangle PQR, side PQ is divided into 4 equal parts. Okay, so it is divided into 4 equal parts. Okay, so what will be the 4 equal parts? A by 4, A by 4, A by 4, A by 4. Because it is equilateral, all the complete side PQ or QR or PR, all of them will be equal and equal to A. Then what is next? Okay, side QR is divided into 6 equal parts. QR is divided into 6 equal parts. Okay, so 6 parts. Okay, so each part will be A by 6 here. And last statement, the side PR is divided into 8 equal parts. This is PR, this is going to be divided into 8 equal parts. Okay, so each of them will be A by 8, A by 8, A by 8, by 8, by 8, by 8, by 8, and by 8. Okay, each of them is going to be A by 8. What is next now? Okay, what is the minimum area of the triangle? Now, the length of each subdivided interval, the length of each subdivided part in centimeter is an integer. The length of each subdivided part is integer. Okay, that means this A by 4, A by 6, A by 8, this is the length of each part according to me, and all of them have to be integer. And A by 4 will be an integer if A is divisible by 4, or if A is a factor of 4, multiple of 4, sorry, not factor, A is a multiple of 4. A should be a multiple of 6 also, then only A by 6 is divisible and it will give integral answer. A by 8 also should be integer, that means A should be a multiple of 8 as well. So that means what is A? A has to be a multiple of 4, 6 and 8. That means common multiple. If it has to be multiple of all three, means common multiple. Okay, so what is the minimum possible value of A? Minimum value means LCM, lowest common multiple, LCM of 4, 6, 8. LCM of 4, 6, 8 is the A minimum. The question is telling you what is the minimum area of the triangle. Okay, equilateral triangle na. Okay, area of equilateral triangle is given by root 3 by 4 A square. So what is that minimum area? Means root 3 by 4 A minimum. And what is the A minimum? LCM of 4, 6, 8. This I can directly say 24. Yeah, the minimum, the LCM is 24. So this is root 3 by 4 into 24 square. How much it will be? 124 you cancel. So 24 into 6, 144 times root 3. 144 times root 3. 144 times root 3. C option is ready for you. Well, this is a good question. This one is a good question. Right? Yeah, Murli Krishna, it is not A, recheck. Bhanu, correct answer C. Shine along, correct. The A value is 24. Okay, then accordingly minimum area can be calculated. Minimum area can be calculated. Next one. What is there in the next one? Okay, yeah. Corners are cut from equilateral triangle. Again, a gate question. Okay, from an equilateral triangle to produce a regular convex hexagon as shown in the figure. Okay, so a hexagon also we discussed earlier. What is the ratio of the area of regular convex hexagon to the area of original equilateral triangle? Now, what is the important point is corners are cut from equilateral triangle to produce a regular convex hexagon. Important point is, okay, let me take this. Okay. You see this question now separately. Okay. Now, because it is a convex hexagon, regular hexagon, okay, what is each angle in a hexagon is 120. That is what I told you. So that means, dear, this particular angle, we use the white color, this is 120 and hence this is also 120. Each angle 120. So what about this? 60. What about this? 60. If these two are 60, 60, here also 60, automatically the third angle becomes 60, 180, then only the sum will be coming up. Okay, each angle then becomes 60. Okay, so that means, okay, this is equilateral. Okay, this upper triangle is equilateral. Okay, similarly we can prove here this is equilateral, this is equilateral. Okay, now corners are cut from equilateral triangle. What will I say? Suppose this particular side is A, equilateral triangle. Okay, what will be this side equal to? Okay, now anyways the other one is a hexagon. Okay, the other one is a hexagon. How much is this side of the hexagon? A. If this is A, this is A. But if this is A, for equilateral triangle also sides are equal, so these two will be A. Okay, so if these two are A, now again hexagon, this is A, this is A, this is A, this is A. So all these are A only. Got my point? All these are A. So ratio of the area of regular convex hexagon. Okay, area of the regular convex hexagon, each angle 120. I'll write this here separately. Okay, area of the convex hexagon. I told you how much? How to remember convex hexagon area? 6 times the area of equilateral triangle. That is 6 times root 3 by 4 A square. Okay, what is the area of the original equilateral triangle? Oh, sorry, if I have called A here, this becomes 3A. Okay, for equilateral triangle, the original equilateral triangle, the area is 3A. Okay, now for equilateral triangle, the area is root 3 by 4 into side square, side is 3A. Okay, so what is the required ratio? What is that required ratio? Okay, 6 into root 3 by 4A square divided by area of equilateral triangle, root 3 by 4, 3A square. So root 3 by 4, first of all cancel, A square cancel. Answer is 6 divided by 3 square, which is 9. So 2 by 3 is your answer. Option number B, please tick mark. Okay. Okay. 2 by 3. 2 by 3. Yeah, like in the beginning, I took na area of shaded region. Come to this, I think next one is that only, right? Shaded region or occupied or unoccupied region, one in the same thing only. Like in the beginning, I took shaded versus here it is occupied versus unoccupied. What is there in this question? Gate 20 for 2 marks. 7 identical cylindrical chalk sticks are fitted tightly in a cylindrical container. Okay, 7 chalk sticks are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They are fitted tightly, just closely packed, tightly packed in a cylindrical container. Okay, the figure below shows the arrangement of chalk sticks inside the cylinder. The length of the cylinder, the length of the container is equal to length of the chalk sticks. Okay, the ratio of occupied space to empty space. Now, because it is space means it is in terms of volume. It can be area or it can be volume as well. Okay, come on, take this question and answer it. Okay, the ratio of the occupied space to the empty space of the container. Occupied space to the empty space. Okay, so what is the, now because it is space, we'll talk in terms of volume. Volume of occupied space. What has occupied the space? 7 chalk sticks. Okay, and the volume will be 7 times, okay, the volume of a chalk stick, and the chalk sticks are also cylindrical in nature. Okay, cylindrical chalk sticks are there. 7 identical cylindrical chalk sticks are there. Okay, an area of cylinder pi r square h. So what is r? I'm assuming r is the, what I'm assuming is r. Okay, just look into this picture first of all carefully. Okay, look into this line. Since they are closely packed, okay, so they are connected end to end. Okay, now if they are connected end to end, what is this value? What is this value? This much. This much is r, where small r is radius of a chalk stick. Okay, I'll use capital R as the radius of the container. Okay, now because identical chalk sticks are there, this is r. So what is the capital R? This becomes capital R, radius of the container, capital R, and that is nothing but equal to 3r. That is nothing but equal to 3r. So what is the volume of occupied space? Pi r square h. Okay, and we have to find the ratio with respect to what? Ratio of occupied to empty space. Okay, occupied to empty space. Okay, so volume which is occupied divided by volume which is going to be empty. Okay, occupied volume 7 into pi r square h. Empty volume. Now, empty volume means total volume of the container. Total volume of the container pi r square h. The h. Okay, the length of the chalk sticks and the length of the container is given as same. Okay, minus the occupied. Empty means what? Total minus occupied. Okay, so first of all, cancel the pi and h factor. Okay, so 7r square divided by pi h cancel, but this is going to be 3r whole square. Capital R is 3r. Okay, minus again 7r square. R square also cancels. 7 is divided by 9 minus 7. Okay, that is 7 by 2. The last answer, 7 by 2. Okay, option number D. Gate 24, 2 marks. Let me here first of all take you towards a gate 25 2 mark question. I've taken the screenshot. This was not typed with me. Okay. Okay, again some shading has been given. Gate 25, current year it is. Okay, the recent gate exam. Okay, in the triangle PQR, in this triangle P, Q and R, the length PT and TR, okay, the length PT and TR are in the ratio 3:2. Okay, so if the PT and TR in the ratio 3:2, so I can take PT 3K and TR as 2K. Okay, I am taking PT as equal to 3K and TR if required 2K. Okay, so that the total PR becomes 5K. Okay, now let's see. ST is parallel to QR. Two semicircles are drawn with PS and PQ as diameters as shown in the figure. Which of the following is true about the shaded area PQS? The shaded area PQS. Okay, so this is talking about shaded area. In the beginning only I told you lot many questions on shaded area only. Okay, Sanjeev, you can pause the video, you can do na. Okay, that's what in the beginning only I told you. If you think you can solve a question, pause the video or mute the video and solve and match your answer. Because if I stop and solve na, I will be able to complete only half the portion. So I want to give you more content, you solve and match the answer. What is there? No harm in that. Okay, come on. So what is the true about shaded area? So there are some 4 options given. How the options are given? Shaded area 16 by 9 times the area of semicircle with diameter PS, or shaded area is equal to the area of semicircle with diameter PS. So we have to compare, okay, with respect to area of semicircle with the diameter PS or diameter PQ. Diameter PS or diameter PQ. Okay, diameter PS or diameter PQ. Now these two are parallel. Okay, that also was mentioned. And what is the length of PT and TR are in the ratio 3:2. That also I have taken into account. Okay. Yeah. Come on. Take this question and solve this. What is the shaded region? Okay. The area of the semicircle with the PQ diameter minus the area of the semicircle with the PS diameter. Okay. With the PS diameter. Okay. That is what you have to work out. Okay. But yeah, this angle is common to both the triangle. These two lines are parallel. That means these are also equal. Okay, this is common angle. These two will be equal because of parallel lines, corresponding angle. Again, because of parallel line, corresponding angle. Okay, these two are also equal. Okay, that means what can I clearly say here is, okay, the triangle PQT and the triangle PQ, sorry, this is PST. Rewrite triangle PST. Okay, and the triangle PQR. Okay, all angles are equal. Okay, all angles are equal. Okay, right. So they are similar. So what can I say here is, so the ratio PS upon PQ, the ratio of this PS upon PQ should be same as PT upon PR. Okay, and the PT upon PR is PT upon PR. So PT upon PR will be 3 by 5. PT is to TR was given to you. That is 3 by 5. Okay. So now, how much is the area of this shaded portion? This will be equal to area of what? Area of the semicircle, okay, is given by pi. Radius will be PQ by 2. Pi r square. The first radius will be PQ by 2 minus. Okay, the second semicircle has the diameter PS or radius PS by 2. Okay, so this can be then equal to pi by 4. 2 square I take outside. Now, what is going to be PQ square? As I told you, PQ and PS. So, this is okay, I have written here. What can I take here as? Okay, what is PS and PQ ratio is 3 by 5. Okay, so now you can once again take here, K I have already used now. Suppose you take PS as 3L, you can take PQ is equal to 5L. Okay, so that if you write down this area, PQ square means 25L square minus PS square means 9L square. So net answer is how much? 16. Okay, into 16L square into pi by 4. Let this be like this. We can cancel out but not required because we have to compare that this shaded area is how much. This shaded area is how much? This shaded area is how much times the area of the diameter, area of the semicircle with diameter PS. Okay, so sorry, not this. Okay, area of, I will write down both this data separately also. Area of diameter with PS diameter is pi, okay, PS by 2 whole square, and that was pi by 4, okay, PS square, that is 9L square. Okay, and the area of semicircle with PQ diameter, this is half PQ by 2 whole square, that is pi by 4. PQ means 25. Okay, my answer is pi by 4 16L square. Yeah, so I can rearrange my answer. I will do that effort here only. Okay, I can rearrange the answer and write down the answer as pi by 4. Okay, then answer is 16L square. I'll write this way. 16 by 9, 9L square. So 16 by right, better I will write at the front only. I'll write this way. 16 by 9 into pi by 4, 9L square. Now, okay, 9 cancel, you'll get 16 answer. So it is 16 by 9 times of the first area. That is the circle with PS diameter. 16 by 9 with the circle with the PS diameter. Option number A. Option number A. Calculations you can handle anyway. The intent of the question I have made it clear to you. Okay. Next question. Okay. So this is gate 25 recent question only, 2 mark. Okay. Okay. Next question anyways. The diagonal of a cube is 6 root 3. Okay, what should be the diagonal of a cube in general? The diagonal of a cube is given by root 3 times a. The side of the cube is a, is 6 root 3. That means the side of the cube is 6. If 1 kg paint, basic question, if 1 kg paint, sorry, that is half pi r square, but that was to be cancelled, na? So I have discarded it, I think. Okay, that's okay. I mean, what was the intent, I know, na? I mean, I have already cancelled this because this half factor which is going to come here also, okay, which is going to come here also, which is going to come here also, and this is also going to come here also, this 1 by 2 factor, but eventually please note that it is not affecting the answer. That was there in my mind, okay, because ultimately it's going to be cancelled as ratio, okay, but no problem. This also you will take half here, okay, half here also, and half here also, no problem, okay. Right, yeah, next question where we were. Come on, solve this. So if 1 kg paint covers 12 square feet, how much will it take to paint the exterior of the cube if the cost of the paint per kg is rupees 320? Is rupees 320. Okay. So now see, how much it will require to paint the exterior of the cube. Okay. How much is the exterior of the cube? Okay. The total area, the total exterior area, that means surface area of a cube is given by 6a square. That becomes 6 into 6 square. That will be 216. Okay, that is the total area. Okay, 216 square feet. The dimensions is in feet. So the area becomes square feet. Okay. Now 1 kg of paint covers 12 square feet. Okay, 1 kg of paint covers 12 square feet. So if it was 12 square feet, I need 1 kg. Okay, if it is 216 square feet, how many kgs of paint is needed? That is the first thing. So that is 1 by 12 into 216. So that will calculate 18. 18 kgs of paint is needed. Okay, so now cost of the paint per kg is 320. Okay, so what is the total cost? 18 is multiplied by 320. Whatever answer you can write here. Correct? 5760. 5760. Option number B. Simple one this is. Option number B, 5760. Yes. What is the next question? Water flows out through a circular pipe with an internal diameter 6. Okay, at the rate of 12.6 km per hour into an empty cylindrical tank whose base radius is 3. In 40 minutes, what is the water level in the tank? So see, what is the logic to solve this question? Water flows through a circular pipe. Okay, water is flowing through a circular pipe. Okay, whose diameter is 6. Okay, and it will go into an empty cylindrical tank. Okay, it has to go to an empty cylindrical tank, and in 40 minutes, okay, what is the water level in the tank? Suppose that is H. Okay, suppose that water level is H. Okay, and the cylindrical tank has the base radius of 3. Has the base radius of 3. So see, whatever volume comes outside, okay, from this particular pipe, which is a circular cylindrical pipe, okay, will be entering into the cylinder, okay, into the cylindrical tank, okay, into this empty cylindrical tank, okay, where in 40 minutes, okay, now what is the rate of water given? Water is flowing at the rate of 12.5 km per hour, okay, 12.5 km per hour into an empty cylindrical tank, and in 40 minutes, how much water will go? So that you can calculate, 12.6 km per hour, okay. So in 40 minutes, now see, 12.6 km means that is a dimension of the length here. Okay, 1 hour, 12.6 kilometer. Okay, For 1 hour means 60 minutes. 1 hour means, let me write this way, 60 minutes, 12.6 kilometer. Okay, so in 40 minutes, how much will be the flow in terms of length? Okay, it will be 12.6 by 60 into 40. That is 2/3 basically. Okay, that is going to be 2/3. So that is 8.4 kilometers. Okay, 8.4 kilometers in terms of length. Okay, how much is the radius of this pipe given? This is given the internal diameter 6. Okay, internal diameter 6. That means the radius here is 3. Okay, and the radius is actually matching. Okay, so that will cancel. That is 3 centimeter, and here it is 3 meter. This one is a huge tank. Okay, because the speed of the water is considerable. Now water is coming at a faster rate. Okay, but how much is the outflow volume will be equal to inflow volume. How much is the outflow volume? Okay, so that is pi into 3 centimeter whole square, pi r square into h. Okay, how much is the length in terms here is 8.4 kilometer. This should be equal to pi into r square. Here r is 3 only into h. Okay, where h, I have taken SI unit, so h first will come in meters and then options will be in centimeter. That is not a problem. Okay, so pi cancel. Now 3 square 9 centimeter, 3 square 9 into 8.4 into centimeter, 10 centimeter square 10 power minus 4. Okay, kilometer 10 power 3 is equal to 9 times h. 9 also will get cancelled. So what is actually h is 8.4 10 power minus 1. Okay, that is 0.84 in meters. So 84 centimeter. 84 centimeter. Got this? Volume matching. A logical question, just connecting the speed of the water. Okay, that will decide the length of the water. The radius of both the pipe and container is given to you. Next question. In a right angle triangle, okay, the angle C is 90 degree and CD is the perpendicular on the hypotenuse. Some questions can be basic trigonometry. Mind it, some questions can be basic trigonometry. Okay, what is there? Angle C is 90 and CD is the perpendicular on hypotenuse. So that means D is also right angle. Okay, if BC is 15, okay, BC is given as 15, AC is given as 20, then what is the CD equal to? What is the CD equal to? I'll tell you a simple way of solving this question. Okay, consider the angle here as theta. That will work. Okay, because sine theta is how much? Okay, now if you consider what triangle you are considering, in right angle triangle you can apply the direct trigonometry, that is triangle ABC. If you consider the bigger triangle ABC, what is sine theta? Sine of the angle B, okay, is opposite side. Opposite side means AC upon hypotenuse, that will be AB. Okay, sine theta opposite side upon hypotenuse. Hypotenuse is AB. Okay, and then in the triangle, okay, another perpendicular triangle, that is CDB. Consider the triangle CDB. Okay, in that if you write down the sine theta, because theta is common to that also, opposite side, that is CD, divided by DB. Divided by hypotenuse, not tan theta. I've taken sine theta. Opposite side by hypotenuse. Hypotenuse is CB there, which is given to me. Okay, which is given to me. Only thing is, what is going to be AB? I'll calculate here separately. AB will be root over 20 square plus 15 square and 400 plus 225 under root of 625. That is 25. Yeah, 15, 20, 25. Triplet. Okay. So, what is the AC value given? AC value you see 20 upon AB value upon 25 is equal to CD. That is the required question. Divided by CB. Okay, CB is again 15. Okay, CD value. Okay, how much it is going to become? 4/5 of 15, 12. Answer is 12. Option number B. Simple. A basic trigonometry. Okay. So you can be ready with that trigonometric questions as well. Next question for you. Next question for you. If 10, 12 and x are the sides of an acute angle triangle, how many integer values of x are possible? How many integer values of x are possible? Okay. There is one more question for triangle in gate 25. So I'll give this as homework for you. Basic triangle identities, you know, but I want you to solve this, and this is the homework number 2 for today. You have to mention the answer in the comment box later on after the video gets over, not right now. Okay. Let everybody solve and mention in the comment box. I will reply with the correct answer. Okay. Read this carefully. Okay. Use the properties that, about the triangle, whatever I have told you, and you can get this answer. Homework number 2, gate 25, 2 marks question. Just read it. I want you to solve this question. Okay. H, homework number 2 for today. Next. If 10, 12, x are the sides of an acute angle triangle, how many integral values of x are possible? How many integral values of x are possible? Tell me. Now, acute angle triangle. Okay, acute angle triangle. Let me recall one important point. Okay, A, B, C, and suppose C is the largest side. What is the relation for acute angle triangle? C square is less than A square plus B square. For right angle, it is equal. For obtuse angle, it is greater. Okay, if 10, 12, x are the sides of an acute angle triangle, so what is the largest side here? What is the largest side here? Okay, definitely not 10, but it may be 12 or it may be x, because x is unknown. That is what, how many integral values of x are possible. Okay, so largest side may be 12 or x. That is unknown to me. Okay, that is unknown to me. So case number 1. Okay, if largest side, okay, I'll name it as, if largest side is 12, or that is x. Okay, so yeah, if it is 12, case number 1. Okay, then largest side, that is 12 square, will be less than what? 10 square plus x square. Otherwise, there will be case number 2. Okay, that is x square will be less than the 10 square plus 12 square. So sum of the squares of other two. Okay, we have to solve this. Okay, so what do I get from the first one? Okay, that 144 is less than 100 plus x square, or I can say that x square is greater than 44. One case here. From here, very clearly, x square is less than 244. Now, what are the squares greater than 44? What are the squares greater than 44? Acha, largest side may be 12 or x. If I have taken 12 as the largest side, okay, this condition, I'm so sorry. Okay, here I have taken 12 as the largest side, assuming 12 greater than, or greater than, or worst case equal to x. Next case, if 12 less than x, okay, the x becomes largest side. Okay, that also I will write down. So what are the squares greater than 44? 49, 64, 81, etc. Okay, so what can be the value of x? 49 is the square of 7. Then 64 is 8 square, 81 is 9 square. Then it may be 10, it may be 11, it may be 12. But we are in the first case where x is less than equal to 12. Where x is less than equal to 12. So x is only up to 12. Remember. Second case, x square less than 244. So what are the squares less than 244? 225, 15 square, 196, 14 square, etc. So what is x? 225 means 15 square. 196 means 14 square. Then below it, 13 square, 169. Okay, below it? No, not below it. X has to be greater than 12 here. Okay, equal to I have included here. Okay, so combining 1 and 2, if I just combine 1 and 2 together, what are the different values of x? If I ask you the possible value, that also is okay. It can take any integer value, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Case number 2, you merge here, 13, 14, 15. Any of these values possible. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 3, total 9. Okay, total 9 values it can take. How many integral values are possible? It is 9. Now it's a good question, little unique question. Okay. Okay, then the next question. Line AB is 24 meters in length and is tangent to the inner one of the two concentric circles at the point C. Points A and B lie on the circumference of outer circle. It is known that the radii of the two circles are integers. What is the radius of the outer circle? What is the radius of the outer circle? Okay, see here, line AB is 24 meters in length and is tangent to the inner one of the two concentric circles at the point C. So that means the question is definitely talking about two concentric circles. Concentric circles, they have the same center. Okay, so let me first draw the two concentric circles and then read the data once again. Okay, yeah, I match their center. Now, line AB is 24 meters in length and is tangent to the inner one of the two concentric circles, and that is tangent at the point C. Okay, so let me draw that tangent, and line AB will be the tangent to the inner one. Suppose this is A, suppose this is B, and this is C. Okay, line AB is the 24 meters in length and is tangent to inner one of the two concentric circles at the point C. Okay, at the point C. Okay, points A and B lie on the circumference of the outer circle. Okay, that means for A and B becomes the AB becomes the chord. It is known that radii of two circles are integers. What is the radius of the outer circle? What is the radius of the outer circle? Now this is the center which is common to both. Okay, let's say this is the radius of outer circle, and this one becomes this is small r, this is capital R. Okay, line AB is 24 meters in length. Okay, now line AB is 24 meters in length. Okay, but remember one important theorem I told you. Line AB is tangent to the inner circle, and tangent, okay, is always perpendicular to radial line. I told you to highlight that theorem. Tangent is perpendicular to the inner line. Okay, is perpendicular to the inner line. Perpendicular to the inner line. So tangent, that means AB is perpendicular to the radial line. That radial line here is OC, the line from center to the circumference of the inner circle. Okay, so this is one theorem that I am applying to the inner circle, that the tangent is perpendicular to the radial line. So AB is perpendicular to OC, number one. Now converting and going to outer circle. Now converting and going to the outer circle. Now what I say for outer circle? Okay, OC. Writing down the reverse result. OC is perpendicular to AB. Okay, AB means chord. Okay, now whenever you draw the perpendicular from a center to the chord, it will always bisect the chord. Okay, OC perpendicular to AB, that means OC will bisect the chord. Remember, OC will bisect the chord. That means if it is bisecting, that means AC and BC will be equal and equal to total AB divided by 2, and total AB was 24, so divide by 2, 12. Okay, so this is 12. Okay, so now Pythagoras theorem. Consider this triangle here separately. Which triangle? OCB. This OCB. This is again a Pythagoras, this is right angle triangle. Na? Okay, so small r square, okay, plus BC square is equal to capital R square. Okay. Radio of both the circles are integers. Okay, so can you just have to make a manipulation. What is the BC value? Let me write down the BC, that is 12. R square plus 12 square capital R square. So what is the Pythagoras integral triplets here? 5, 12, 13. Okay, so R has to be 5, capital R has to be 13. Okay, capital R has to be 13. So radius of the outer circle, which I have taken as capital R, and that is going to be 13. Okay, option number A. Again, a good question. Option number A. Option number A here. Okay, inner circle radius, if I ask you, if I had asked you the inner circle radius, that will be 5. Why 12? Can you repeat the question? What is the doubt about 12? Okay, Anusha. I think your doubt was with reference to the previous question. Okay. Larger side may be 12 or x. It cannot, the only thing is it cannot be 10. It may be 12 or x because x can take any value. X is unknown. So there are two cases. Na? X maybe less than 12, x may be greater than equal to 12. These are the two cases that I have taken here. Tell me what else is the doubt. Yeah. So this was also a question on circle and tangent theorems. Okay. Next question. In triangle ABC, angle A is 58, BD perpendicular to AC and CE perpendicular to AB. BD and CE intersect. BD and CE intersect each other at O, which is inside the triangle. The bisectors of angle DBC and angle ECB meet at the point P. What is the measure of the angle BPC? Measure of the angle BPC. Come on. Okay, let us solve this. What is given here? In a triangle, okay, let me start with some triangle. Let me first draw a random triangle here. In a triangle ABC, suppose this is A, this is B, this is C, angle A is 58, BD is perpendicular to AC, okay. BD is perpendicular and CE is perpendicular to AB. And BD and C intersect each other at O inside the circle, okay, inside the triangle. Okay, say this is E, so this also is perpendicular, this is perpendicular. Okay, they meet in, they intersect each other, BD and C, at the point O, which is inside the circle, inside the triangle, I mean. The bisector of angle DBC, bisector of this and bisector of ECB, they meet at the point B. What is the measure of the angle BPC? This is a good question around triangle. Okay, see, first let me solve this much. Okay, what is the angle A given is 58. Now see, BD is perpendicular, so this side let me draw, this is also 90. Okay, so this is 90. How much will be this angle, dear? How much will be this angle? Okay, we can easily construct this much angle, na? Okay, let me see whether it is required or not. Yeah, mostly it will be required only. Yeah. So, how much is this angle? How much is this angle? Or whether it is required or not, let me see. But at least this angle can be say, because this is right angle triangle, na? This is 90 and 58. Okay, how much? Rest is to be fed here. Okay, total angle is 90 plus 58, combining these two. Okay, subtract from 180 and how much I am getting is 32. This angle is 32. Okay, same logic I can apply to calculate this much angle as well, because this is also 90 and 58, so this also will be 32 only. Same calculation. This is 32. Okay. Now the bisector of angle DBC. Let me draw these bisector. Okay, DBC. Okay, suppose this DBC, this angle is suppose total theta. Okay, I need to draw a bisector of it. Okay, and this angle, what is the next angle? ECB. ECB. Okay, acha. If this is theta 1, suppose this angle is theta 2, and I need to draw the bisector of this. Let's say this is the bisector of it. Okay, they meet at the point P. They meet at the point P. What is the measure of the angle BPC? So the question is this angle. Angle BPC is theta, and that is the question actually. Okay, that is the question. Now see, I'll tell you what is theta. Okay, so theta, okay, consider this triangle BPC. Sum of the angle is 180. This is theta. This is theta 1 by 2 because it was bisected angle. Okay, this is also bisected angle, theta 2 by 2. This total angle is 180. Okay, this is 1 point. Okay, theta plus theta 1 by 2 plus theta 2 by 2 is 180. Okay, now come to the original triangle ABC. Coming to the original triangle ABC. In the original triangle ABC, okay, the sum of the angles, if you compute, this is 58, angle A, plus, see, this is angle A, this is angle B. Angle B is 32 plus theta 1. 32 plus theta 1 plus angle at C. How much is the total angle at C? Again 32 plus theta 2. This total has to be 180. So yes, we get theta 1 plus theta 2 from here. Okay, 58 plus 32 plus 32, that makes it 90. 90 plus 32, 122 plus theta 1 plus theta 2 is 180. Okay, what is theta 1 plus theta 2? Then that is equal to 58 only. That is equal to 58 only. Okay, so how much is going to be the theta here? Okay, how much is theta? Theta 1 plus theta 2 is 58. 58 by 2, and this is total 180. So how much is the theta value? 29 you subtract from here, 151 is the answer that you will be left with, option number B. But a good question, I will say. You have to, think that much in the exam. I mean, not very difficult, but at least, many questions in GATE are basic. I told you area parameter or shaded area type of question. That is one category. One is the basic, geometry of triangles and circles. That is very common. That's around triangles also, using this angle properties and all. They keep discussing the question. Okay, guys. So I already updated you about our offline course. The next offline course starting from 26th February. Before I take the next question and next area, we are going for a break. Okay. Okay. Let us keep it for roughly 15 minutes and let's resume. I take some rest. Okay. But yeah, after the break, attendance has to be promising. See, it's almost more than 7 hours completed, but you have to maintain that energy and attendance. We'll resume at approx 5:35 or 5:37 p.m. Okay. See you soon. Okay. All right. So we'll then continue to the next area. So definitely it's been a long time. So definitely the board is also responding slightly slow, but that's okay. We can be patient. Okay, let's move on towards the next area, guys, and that is around the clocks. Okay, discussing the next area around the clocks. Okay, so yeah, let's start this. So once again, our session, and when talking about clocks, okay, there are two hands that you should always take care. That is the minute hand, the longer one, of course, and this is the smaller one, which I call it as R hand. Okay, now their rotation speeds is important here. The minute hand covers how much degree per minute. Okay, so see, minute hand, if you see, will have full rotation. Okay, because after every 1 hour, the minute hand will come back to 12. Na? So that is having full rotation every hour. Full rotation means 360 degree, okay, per 60 minutes. Per 60 minutes. So how much per minute? That is 6 degree per minute. Okay, so what is the speed? 6 degree per minute. R and will cover how much? Now R and in 1 hour will go from where to where? Okay, where to where? Bhanu, clock is a topic which is like a numerical reasoning, you can say. We call it as numerical reasoning. It has some basic reasoning along with some calculative part. Okay, so yeah, numerical reasoning. You can properly, it's under logical reasoning, but we better call it as numerical reasoning. Okay, now in every 1 hour, what will happen to the R and? Okay, if it is at 10, after 1 hour, it will go to 11. After another 1 hour, it will be at 12. Okay. So total angle in a circular dial is 360. So how many dials are there? 12. Okay. 360 by 12, 30. This particular angle. Okay. Angle between any two is 30 degree, correct? Angle between any 2 points or any two integers on the clock is 30 degree. Okay. So that means if you want to talk about R and it will have 30 degree. Okay. Per 60 minutes per hour, 30 degree per hour. How it is 30 degree? 360 by 12. Okay, so 30 degree per 60 minutes makes it half degree per single minute. Okay, the speed. If you talk about R and 360 degree per hour or 6 degree per minute, or if you talk about the R and that was the minute hand, R and half degree per minute. Half degree per minute. Okay. Now one very much expected question. One very much expected question. Let me go to that question first of all, and then I'll talk about several aspects of clock. Okay, here it is. What is the angle between the two hands of a clock when the clock shows 3 hours 25 minutes? 3 hours 25 minutes. Okay, 3 hours 25 minutes. Okay, firstly, okay, you should be able to handle the question by the concept. Okay, 3 hours 25 minutes. Okay, you should be able to handle the question by concept also. Okay, so suppose this is 12, 3, 6, 9. Okay, but when the time is 3 hours, exactly 3 hours, then only the R and will be here. Na? Okay, now 3 hours 25 minutes. Okay, first of all 25 minutes. Okay, minute hand will come up here. Correct. So this is going to be minute hand. Okay, the bigger one. But the R and will not be exactly 3. Na? Okay, it will have gone slightly towards 4. It would have gone slightly towards 4. Let me draw it a little smaller only. So this is how 325 would look in a clock. Okay. This is how 325 will look in the clock. Okay. This is how 325 will look into the clock. Okay. Now, how much is this angle? That is what the question is asking. How much is this angle? Okay. Now say this is the center. Okay. You can trace it this way. Okay, suppose this is 12. Okay, and this is the angle I wanted. Okay, so let me calculate this angle. Okay, that is the minute hand angle, and let me calculate this hour hand angle. Okay, 25 minutes. Okay, 3 hours 25 minutes, correct? 3 hours 25 minutes. In 25 minutes, what is the angle by the minute hand? Okay, let me call it as theta mh. Okay, so I told you 6 degree per minute. Okay, 6 degree per minute. So 6 into 25 is how much? 150 degree. 150 degree. 150 degree. Okay, now the time is, to be precise, 3 hour 25 minutes. 3 hour 25 minutes. In this much, how much is the angle by the hour hand? How much is the angle moved by the hour hand in this much of the time? So see, in this much of the time, okay, hour hand, now this is the hour hand, okay, this is theta hh, and this bigger one is theta, sorry, excuse me, mh. Hour, and in every 1 hour, okay, in every 1 hour, it is rotating by 30 degree, okay, 30 degree, okay, in every 1 hour. So in 3 hours, 30 degree into 3, 30 degree into 3, okay, plus 30 into 3 is 90. Okay, if it was exactly 3 o'clock, it would have been like this. This would have been 90 degree, but okay, it has slightly gone right. Okay, this is more than 90. How much right? Okay, 25 minutes. So every 1 minute, half degree. Okay, so 25 minutes, half degree per minute. 25 minutes means half degree per minute. Okay, for the minute hand, that hour calculation not required, but because after every hour, minute hand will reset to 0 degree. 0 degree means I am starting the reference from 12. Okay, so this is how much? This is 12.5 plus 90, so 102.5. Okay, what is the required angle? Okay, what is the required angle is the difference between these two. Okay, so that is 150 minus 102.5. That is the concept of solving the question. 47.5 degree. 47.5 degree. But now, since it's a common question, okay, you solve it in one single step. Okay, this is what is the concept of solving the question. Method number 2. Okay, theta given by the formula 30h minus 11 by 2m modulus. Finish. Okay, because it's an expected question, you can directly use this formula. Okay, so that is what I wanted to mention here. Okay, the first thing, the angle between the hands of the clock. Okay, the angle between the hands of the clock. I have shown you two pictures where the time first is 10, 10. Okay, and in the second scenario, the time is 6:30. Is 6:30. What is the angle between the hands of the clock? Okay, so writing down that formula here as well. Okay, 30h minus 11 by 2m, and take the magnitude of it. Magnitude of 30h minus 11 by 2m. 30h minus 11 by 2m, where time is given to you as h hours and some m minutes. H hours and m minutes. That should be the time given to you. H hours and m minutes format. So 30h minus 11 by 2m. This is what you have to apply. Okay, directly if you wanted to solve the question. Okay, so see, if the time is 10:10, what is going to be the theta? Okay, 30h, 30 into 10 minus 11 by 2 into m. Okay, and magnitude of this. Okay, so 300 minus how much? This is 75. Correct, na? Sorry, 55 it is. This is 55. Okay, so the net answer is 245. That means this particular angle, okay, which is seen here is 200. Oh, see, now see, normally when you talk about angle, okay, normally when you talk about angle, we also talk about the angle as the obtuse angle, not the reflex, not the reflex. Okay, this might have come as 245. Okay, how much is this angle? 115. How much is this one? 115 degree. Okay, so you subtract 360, okay, or in the magnitude form only you subtract, the form will be 115 degree. So answer that we should normally write is 115 degree. Okay, 115 degree. Okay, okay, the obtuse one. Okay, this is the reflex angle. Okay, this is the obtuse angle. Okay, the actual answer usually has to be obtuse or acute angle, anything, not the reflex one, the smaller angle, the smaller angle. Next, when the time is 6:30, okay, what is the angle? 30 into h, what is h? 6 minus 11 by 2 into m. M is 30. Okay, so this becomes how much? Modulus of 180 minus how much will be this value? 165. Okay, so this is simple and smaller only 150. This is 15 degree. This much angle will be 15 degree. Got it? 15 degree. Okay, now next. What is there next? Okay, so yeah, I'll apply the same method to the previous question as well. So which I have shown you by concept how actually these questions are solved. But then if you apply the direct formula, okay, you are going to get the answer same here also. 30 into h. What is h for me? 30 minus 11 by 2 into m. M is 25. Okay, so solving this, you complete the calculation. It has to be 47 and a half only. It will be, it has to be 47.5. Okay. Done, everybody? Okay, so this is one thing. Okay, this is one thing. Angle between the hands of a clock. This is one direct expected question. Okay, you can solve by the concept I told you, or you can apply the formula directly. Okay, that is what. Now, next. Okay, next. Okay, in a period of 12 hours, okay, the hands make an angle of 0 degree. Okay, 0 degree means they coincide. Okay, they coincide. How many times? This has been calculated data just showing to you. That's not relevant to remember. Okay, the hands will coincide 11 times. Okay, this is just a picture to show you that. Okay, hands will coincide. This is coincide at 12. Then 1 hour, 5 minutes and something. It is not exactly 1 hour, 5 minutes something. So like that, there will be 11 times when the hands of the clock coincide. Okay, when the hands of the clock coincide. They are opposite to each other. That is at an angle of 180 degree. That also happens 11 times. So every data is for a period of 12 hours because all these questions on clock. Remember, it is not digital clock. Okay, it is an analog clock 12-hour format. Okay, it is a 12-hour analog clock format. So every data is for a period of 12 hours and they make 90 degree or any other angle 22 times with each other. Okay, not important. But yeah, this is something important which usually produces good question. The hands of a clock coincide in every 12 by 11 hours. Okay. How much is the time gap? Okay, in which they coincide. Okay. Now suppose, okay, first coincide is 12 only. Okay, when the time is 12 AM or PM, whatever. You understand that 12 means look into this picture. Okay, they are coincident. Okay, they are coincident. Okay, then the second coincide. Okay, the second will be 1 hour something something. 1 hour something something. Okay, how do you find they coincide at 1 hour something? Okay, they coincide. Simple logic is theta is 0 degree. They coincide means theta has to be 0 degree. Okay, so theta has to be 0 degree. So how much is this minute? Okay, theta is 0. That means 30h will be 11 by 2m, correct? Okay, because theta is 0, na? So what is the value of m? 30 into h. H was 1 here. Okay, into 2 divided by 11. So 60 by 11. Okay, so this is 60 by 11. Or if you talk about third, it will be 2 hour and again something. How do you find this something? Again theta will be 0. Okay, 30h, h will be 2 now, will be 11 by 2m. Okay, and when you solve this, this is going to be 120 by 11. Okay, so the coincide is happening after every 1 hour and every 60 by 11 additional minute. 60 by 11, then twice of 60 by 11. Okay, so it is happening. The coincide happens every how much hour? I will write this way. Every 1 hour and 60 by 11 minutes. Now 1 hour is again 60 minutes. So 60 plus 60 by 11 makes it 720 by 11 minutes. Okay, 720 by 11 minutes or 720 by 11 is what has been written in mixed fraction here. Okay. So the hands of the clock will coincide every 720 by 11 minutes. Okay. If the hands coincide at some p minutes where p is greater than the given value, greater than the expected value, that means the clock is taking more time to coincide, it is running slow or losing time. Okay, if the hands coincide faster than this, it is taking less time, that means the clock is faster one or it is gaining time, and this usually happens because of manufacturing defects or sometimes battery issues as well. Okay, the clock may run faster. So you might have noticed that the clock of your watch, the clock of your home does not synchronize with the mobile times, and because digital clocks are usually more perfect. Okay, okay. So this is what is the next concept from which question can be there. What type of question I will show you. Okay. So the first model of question I told you, and whenever it is angle between the hands, you can directly apply the formula. This was a detailed thing, but I've given you a formula. You can easily use and apply the formula. What is the next one? At what time between 3 and 4 o'clock are the hands of a clock in opposite direction? Now, what do you mean? Okay, by the hands of a clock in opposite direction. Opposite direction means theta between them is 180 degree, and theta formula again you can directly use 30h, modulus of 30h minus 11 by 2m is 180 degree. Okay, now the time is the time expected between 3 and 4 o'clock. Okay, so what is the h value? Time is 3 hours and something. 3 and 4 means 3 hours something. So how much is the r value? That is 3. Okay, that means 30 into 3, 90 minus 11 by 2m. The magnitude of this is 180. That means the net value can be plus or minus 180 anything. Okay. Right, net value may be plus or minus 180. It may be plus 180, it may be minus 180. Okay, what is 11 by 2m then? Okay, 90 minus 180. Okay, minus 90, that cannot be a possible value. Minute cannot be negative. 90 plus 180, 270. So this is the value to be taken. This is to be discarded. Okay, so what is the value of the minute? 270 into 2, 540 is divided by 11. Okay, how much minute? 540 by 11. Quickly, let me calculate. Okay, this is approximately 49.09. Okay, 49 something. Okay, that means option number D. Simple. 3 hours 49 minutes. 3 hours 49 minutes. 49 9. It is not power. It is 49 9 by 11 mixed fraction written here. Okay. Okay. This is the next area. Okay. At a given time, between 3 and 4, when they will be opposite. Okay, or they can ask that what is the time between 3 and clock where they make an angle of 60 degree. So simple, theta you equate to 60 degree. The theta formula is there, you just equate to whatever angle they want. Okay, next question. Okay, now this is what is the good variety of question I was trying to mention from here. A watch which gains uniformly was observed to be 4 minutes slow. Okay, it is gaining uniformly, it is running fast. But originally it was 4 minutes slow at 6 a.m. on Monday. Okay, I'll write down this data here. On 6 a.m. Monday, okay, it is some 4 minutes slow clock. Okay, on the subsequent Thursday 7 p.m. So directly the next data is 7 p.m. Thursday. Okay, it was noticed that the watch was 6 minutes fast. So dear, from 4 minutes slow to 6 minutes fast, so how much the clock has gained the time? Okay, 4 minutes slow to 6 minutes fast. Fast means it is gaining time. How much gain? Net gain is 10 minutes of time. Okay. Now, what is the actual gap of the time in terms of hours or days? 6 a.m. Monday, 7 p.m. Thursday. Okay, how much plus here? Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 entire days. Okay, 3 entire days. Okay, 3 entire day. Every day has 24 hours. Plus 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. of Thursday will be 3 days. Now 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Okay, 12 plus 1, 13 hours. 13. So total 72 plus 13, 85 hours. Okay, the given interval is 85 hours. So what can I say? What can I say here? I can say that clock has gained 10 minutes, correct? In an interval of how much? In 85 hours. Okay, now what is the question? Okay, now because it is gaining time, it started from slow, it is slowly gaining time. Okay, there will come a point when it gains exactly these 4 minutes, and that will be the moment when it is showing the actual correct time. Then again it keeps gaining fast, that means it is running fast ahead of time. Okay, so when did the watch show the correct time? Okay, right, when clock gains 4 minutes. Okay, for it to show correct time, okay, clock should gain 4 minutes because it was originally 4 minutes slow. Okay, how much will it time will be elapsed till the time it gains 4 minutes? 10 minutes in 85 hours. Okay, 1 minute gain in 85 by 10 hours. 4 minute gain 85 by 10 into 4. That is a simple unitary method. 8.5 into 4, 34 hours. Okay, 34 hours. So what should be my answer? My answer is the original time, 6 a.m. Monday. Okay, and whatever I am telling will happen 34 hours after it. Plus 34 hours. So 34 hours is one day plus 10 hours. 24 plus 10. So one day Tuesday plus 6 a.m. plus 10 hours, 4 p.m. of Tuesday. This event will happen on 4 p.m. of Tuesday. Option number B, please tick mark. Option number B. This is like a good question that can be expected from clock. Clock running slow or fast. The clock running slow or fast. Okay, next question then. Okay. Correct, na? Okay. Now, these are the common models of question from the clock. Let me also tell you the common model of question from calendar as well. These are very basic, simple topics. Okay, not to leave it, just quickly, you can understand these topics. Okay, there's nothing great there. Okay, calendar. Clock, one direct question, the angle between hands of clock. Good question, the clock losing or gaining time. That also I have told you. Okay, calendar. Okay, calendar. Now, in the calendar, two important concepts, odd days and leap year. Let me tell you what is odd days. Okay, see here. Today is Monday. After 191 days, it will be how much? After 191 days, it will be how much? See, after every 7 days, the day will repeat. Na? After every 7 days, okay. After 7 days, it is again going to be Monday. If today is Monday. Okay. By the way, today is Saturday, but just okay. Just follow the question. Okay. After 7 days, it will again be Monday. After 14 days, again Monday. Okay. So after every integral multiple of 7, like after 70 days, after 140 days, like this, if you keep tracking, it will be Monday only. Okay. Because a 7-day period will complete a week. Okay. Will complete a week. Okay. Now, what is 191? Is it a multiple of 7? Is it a multiple of 7? Is 191 divisible by 7? Okay. Is 191 divisible by 7? No. Okay. 140 plus 51 it is. Okay. So 140 plus 49. So you can break it this way. 191 is 189 plus 2. Okay. Now what is 189? 189 is multiple of 7. It is divisible by 7. Okay. Plus 2. Okay. And after every 7 days, it will be Monday. So Monday plus 2, what will you get is Wednesday. Is Wednesday. Okay. So what is required to solve this question? Okay. Now let me come to the concept. Okay. The concept required to solve this question is usually we call it as odd days. Okay. What are odd days? Number of days more than, okay, number of days more than complete weeks. The number of days which are more than complete weeks, like 191 is 189 plus 2. Now 189, right now only for the current question, if you divide now, 189 is 7 into 27. Correct? Okay. So what is 191? 191 is 7 into 27, means 27 weeks plus 2 days. Okay. Number of days more than the complete weeks are known as odd days. Why this is important? As I told you that once a week is complete, the same day what is given will come up. Okay. Now you don't have to break the calculation like this. So how do you calculate the odd days? Odd days is simply obtained by taking the remainder of total number of days given divide by 7. Okay. Total number of days given divide by 7. Okay. Total number of days given divide by 7. So if I had to solve this question directly by the odd days concept, see what is odd days? Remainder of total number of days 191 by 7. Okay. And that will be 2. So that is why the answer, that remainder you can calculate. Na? That will be 2. And that is why the answer is Monday plus 2 and Monday plus 2 means 2 days after Monday is Wednesday. Okay. Option number A. So that is the first important thing is calendar is the concept of odd days. Is the concept of odd days. Now, suppose if any year is a leap year. Okay, we'll come to the next thing. Suppose if any year is a leap year. What is a leap year? Okay, 366 days. 366 days. Okay, 366 days. Okay, the extra day is 29th February. You know that. Okay, so how many odd days will be there in any complete leap year? How many odd days will be there? Odd days is the remainder when 366 divided by 2, and that is going to be 2. Okay, that is going to be 2. Okay, right. Basically, a leap year has total 52 weeks plus 2 extra days. The number of extra days other than complete week is the odd days. Okay, odd days. So, suppose if I tell you for a leap year, if 1st January is suppose Monday. Okay, right. 1st January is Monday. So, what is going to be 31st December? What is going to be 31st December? So, see, if 1st January is Monday, na, okay, so what is going to be the 1st January next year? What is going to be 1st January next year? That should be Monday plus 2 because number of odd days is 2. Okay, 1st January to 1st January year is complete. Then only 366 days are to be counted. Okay, this will be Wednesday. Okay, so the day will, what is the 31st December? The 31st December is going to be Tuesday then. Okay, is going to be Tuesday, -1. Okay, so if a leap year starts on Monday, it will end on Tuesday. If it started on suppose Friday, it will end on Saturday. Okay. If I talk about ordinary year, now next, if I wanted to show about a non-leap or we simply call it as ordinary year, which has 365 days and 365 days accounts for 52 complete weeks per day. So that one extra day is odd day. That one extra day odd day can be calculated by our calculation as well. Odd days is the remainder of 365 by 7, and when this is calculated, this will give you the result of 1. Okay. So now again, if I tell you that if 1st January of an ordinary year is suppose Monday, 31st December of it will be how much? Will be Monday only. Okay, why? Because 1st January of next year, then 365 days complete. So that will be plus 1 day, Monday plus 1 Tuesday. So when you come to 31st December, it is again Monday. So ordinary year, you check any calendar, 2026, na? It is ordinary year only. Okay, it is ordinary year only. Okay, starts and ends on the same day. I guess we started Wednesday. 1st January was Wednesday, Thursday. Probably it was Thursday. Okay. 366 by 7. I think 2 was the answer that I have written. No, it is by 7. Okay. Remember. Okay. So this year we started with Thursday, 1st January. Okay. You check what is 31st December. It will be Thursday only. Okay. So this is about odd days. Okay. This is about odd days. Acha. Sometimes they can ask you to identify leap year. Okay. How do you identify leap year? That is a separate thing. How do you identify leap year? Okay. If it is a non-century year, there are 2 points to remember here. Okay. Century year or non-century year? If it is non-century year, okay, it must be divisible by 4. Okay. If it is a century year, okay, it must be divisible by 400. Like 2100. Okay, what I mean here is 2000 was a leap year. Okay. But 2100 will not be a leap year. People, some of the students only know leap year means divisible by 4. No. If it is a century year means multiple of 100. Okay. It has to be divisible by 400. Okay. So 2100, all this will not be leap year. 1600 was a leap year. 1800 was a non-leap year. Got my point? If it is a century year, multiple of 100 has to be divisible by 400. Any other year, any non-century year, divisible by 4, like 2024. Okay, like 2024. Okay, that you know, the number is divisible by 4 if last two digits are divisible by 4. Okay, so that is also one area, identifying leap year or non-leap year. Okay, and then odd days. Major concept in calendar. Okay, expected is leap year only. Sorry, is odd days only. Okay, now this was a simple data. Oh, the day after 191 days. Now let me give you a bigger gap. Let me give you a bigger gap. If there was Sunday on January 1, then what was the day on January 1? That is January 1, 2010. What was the day on January 1, 2016? January 1, 2016. Okay, January 1, 2010 to January 1, 2016. See how many odd days are there in leap year, non-leap year. You may remember, you may not remember. That is optional. But what you can do is, what is the time gap between January 1, 2010 to January 1, 2016? Okay, starting with 2010. 2010 is a non-leap year. It is not divisible by 4. So non-leap year means 365 days. Okay, how much it is? Plus 365. Then comes 2011. Okay, this is 2010, 2011. Again 365 days. What will be the next? 2012. 2012 leap year. Divisible by 4. Okay, what will be next? 2013, 2014, 2015, and then you will come to 2016. Okay, so this will again have 365, 365, 365. Okay, and 365. 2010, 2010, 2016 to 1st January, na, that is not required. Because 2010 I have counted here. Right? Okay, so what is the odd days? The odd days is the total number of days. It is going to be the total number of days divided by 7. The remainder of total number of days. What is the total days? 365 into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, plus 366. 1 leap year and 5 non-leap year divided by 7. Okay, now remainder theorem. Morning we covered. Okay, inside the remainder, whenever there is a big calculation, you can replace every number by its own remainder. Like 365 by 7, remainder is 1. So 1 into 5. 5 by 7, remainder is 5 only. 366, remainder is 2. So you can replace every number in the numerator by its individual remainder and solve. What it is? It is 7. 7 by 7, divisible 0. If there is 0 odd days, means complete weeks. Okay, complete week. So answer will be Sunday. Given day Sunday. Sunday plus 0, no odd day. Would be Sunday only. This also means that if the 1st January day is matching, okay, then the 2010 and 2016 calendar will be same. Okay, 2010 and 2016 calendar will be same. Okay, 1st January matches. So the next question directly I will take on calendar matching. The calendar for 2011 will be same as which year? That is next area, calendar matching. There has been a question in GATE with respect to calendar matching. It was a 2-mark question. Okay, the calendar for the year 2011, okay, will be same as, okay, which one? So see here, okay, how do you solve? Okay, previous question, so you were very clear that you have to go from 2010 to 2016. It was mentioned, but in this question, nothing of that sort has been mentioned. Okay, and forget the previous question, don't correlate, it's an independent question. Okay. 1st Jan 2011 is suppose X. It's suppose X. I don't have to calculate also Sunday, Monday, etc. Okay, but then the 1st January of which year will be same? Okay, so see, I will put up this way. 1st Jan 2012. Okay, then 1st Jan 2013. Okay, so how many extra days, how many odd days are there? Based on that, na? Based on that, na? 1st Jan 2012, then 2013, then 2014, then 2015. Okay, here to here, how many days? Okay, 2011 non-leap year, na? Plus 365. Okay, 365 days. Okay, remember, whenever there is a non-leap year, okay, remainder, I will write this data once again separately. 365 divided by 7 is 1 odd day. And if it is a leap year, we got 2 odd days. We got 2 odd days. Okay. So if this is X, this will be X plus 1. 365 means 1 OD. 1 OD. Okay. So this will be X plus 1. Now plus 366. 366 means how many OD? 2 OD. Okay. 2 OD means this is going to be X plus 1 plus 2. That is X plus 3. That will be X plus 3. Okay. 1st January 2014. Okay. Now 13 to 14. 13 was a non-leap year. So plus 365. And plus 365 means 1 OD. Okay, so 1 OD means X plus 4. Okay, then 14 to 14 is again non-leap year, plus 365. Plus 365 means 1 OD. Okay, 1 OD means this is X plus 5. This is X plus 5. Okay, then 1st Jan, all this is data of 1st Jan 2016. 1st Jan 2016. Okay, so again there will be plus 365 which corresponds to 1 OD, and 1 OD means I will get X plus 6 here. 2016, be very careful now. 2016. Okay, I wanted X plus 7. Whenever X plus 7 will come, whenever X plus 7 will be X. Okay, after 7 days week will repeat, but 2016 is the leap year. Okay, leap year means 366 means 2 OD. If it is 2 OD, 2017 will begin with X plus 8, and X plus 8 is nothing but X plus 1, because plus 7 means reset only, na? X plus 8 is X plus 1. After 7 days it is same only. Okay, so 2000 we have to redo the same thing. Okay, so now 2018, got the logic, na? 2018 365 non-leap year, 365 means plus 1, so X plus 2. Okay, then comes 2019. Okay, again plus 1, X plus 3. Okay, because this is 365. Then 2020. Okay, again 365. Okay, again X plus 1, again plus 1, so X plus 4. Okay, 2021. Okay, this is also now 2020, again leap year. Okay, so plus 2. Okay, plus 2, so X plus 4 plus 2 required here, so we have come to X plus 6, and now we get the answer. Okay, 2021, I will replicate the data here. 2021 starts with X plus 6. 21 is a non-leap year, so plus 365 you go to 2022, and that will be 1 odd day more. 1 odd day means X plus 7, and X plus 7 is X. Okay, so 1st January 2022 will be same as 1st January 2011. So the calendar will match for 2022. 2022. Okay, 2022. So what is the basic technique there? Okay, I mean, I have explained you this very clearly. You just keep writing the odd days and the year. 2011. Okay, non-leap year means 1 odd day. 2012, 2. Okay, 2013 again 1. Okay, whenever you get the odd days as 7 or multiple of 7, there you have to stop. Okay, that is the flow that you can make separately. Okay, that is also one flow that you can make separately. Wherever it is 7 or 14 or 21, there you have to stop. Got my point? Got my point? Now, it might also be possible. Now, on the next condition, the question is not only 1st January. Suppose this is 2011. Suppose, listen to me very carefully. Suppose you got X plus 7 at 2024. Assume here it is 2022, but suppose this was 2024, where you got X plus 7. X plus 7 means X. So, will you say answer 2024? No. Why no? 2021 is an ordinary year. 2024 is a leap year. How their calendar can match? Only 1st January will match. Okay, I mean not only 1st January, 1st January to 28th February will match. Okay, 29th February will come extra if it was a leap year. Okay, that will be missing here. So the calendar after that will be totally disturbed. Okay. So 1st January matching you have to do, but both should be either ordinary year, both should be either leap year. That you have to be careful. That is one precaution from my side. Okay, that is one precaution from my side. That is why very blindly you can say this cannot be the answer, because it's a leap year. This cannot be the answer. This is ordinary. Even if the 1st January would have matched, that could not be the answer. Okay. That cannot be the answer. Okay. So Previous question, 2010 ordinary. Okay, 2016 leap year. Entire calendar cannot match. Only 1st January will be matching. I mean, again, 1st January to 28th Feb will match. But for the previous question, will I say calendar matching? No. No. Okay. So that is something to be careful. Calendar can match. Both are leap or both are non-leap year. Okay. And 1st January of both the years should be same. Okay. That is about the calendar matching. You have to take care specially. Now next, okay, next important area I'm entering is the blood relations question. Okay, what is there in the blood relation? See, how do you deal with the blood relation question? If you understand one, if you just put down one simple method in the blood, in your blood, and that is, okay, the family tree, the questions are crackable. Okay, what do you mean by family tree? I will just simply tell you some codes. Okay, to solve this question, just remember some basic codes. What are the codes? Okay, if I write A dash B means siblings. Okay, siblings are what? Siblings are the children of same parents. Okay, real brother or sister, brother or brother. Okay, brother or brother, brother or sister. Okay, sister to sister, anything. Okay, A equal to B will represent marriage. A married to B. Okay, now married means one of them will be male, one of them will be female. To represent male, we will use box. To represent female, we will use circle. Okay, then next A down B. Okay, that means parent to child. Now, parent may be father, mother, anything that can be represented by box or circle. Child also can be son or daughter. Okay, so downwards arrow means parent to child relation. Okay, so if you remember these basic codes, you can solve it. Otherwise, if you try to, read every statement and solve it in mind, it's going to be very complicated many times, because sometimes the length of the question will be even more. 6-7 statements may be given to you. Okay. Now see here. H has two sons, A and Y. H has two sons, A and Y. Okay, so I'll straight away draw the family tree for this. H has two sons. Son means down, parent to child relation. What are the sons? A and Y. Now see, son means male. So put a box on A and Y. Now they are the son. I mean, they are the children of same parent, so they are siblings. They are siblings. Dash. Okay. A is married to M. Now married means equal to relation, and A is male, so M has to be female. Okay. A is married to M. M is the mother of P. M is the mother of P. Okay. So parent to child, mother of P. Okay. P gender is not known till now. N is the daughter-in-law of H. Now, what is daughter-in-law? Okay, daughter-in-law means suppose you have a son. Okay, your son is married to somebody. That is daughter-in-law. Okay, that is your daughter-in-law. Okay, so N is the daughter-in-law of H. Now, H has a son A. A is already married to M. Forget. H has another son Y. Okay, where Y can be married to N, then only N will become daughter-in-law. Now, daughter-in-law means the wife of son. Wife of son. Out of the two sons, A is already married to M. So Y can be married to N. That is the important point. N is the daughter-in-law of H. S is the mother-in-law of H. S is the mother-in-law of H. Okay, so mother-in-law means, okay, mother of your spouse. Spouse is a generic name used to represent, either husband or wife, anything. Okay, so who is a mother-in-law? Mother-in-law of H means H will be married to somebody. H will be married to somebody. Okay, that somebody will have the mother, and that is S. Okay, then S becomes the mother-in-law of H. Okay, that somebody is not mentioned here. Okay, that somebody is not mentioned here. Okay, so who among the following is the wife of Y? Who among the following is the wife of Y? That is already obtained. They can give a relation and they can ask anything. So wife of Y is N. This is the answer. Wife of Y is N. Option number A. Option number A. Yes, Bhanu and Ishwarya, correct. Family tree only can help you simplify the questions in minimum amount of time. Next one. Okay. Muskan points towards Jason. Muskan, now, Muskan points towards Jason and says, okay, so this is some narration. Okay, somebody narrating some relation to somebody. Okay, he is my. Now, Muskan is pointing towards Jason. Okay, Okay, so Muskan is speaking towards Jason, speaking about Jason. He means Jason, and my means Muskan. Who is the speaker here? Muskan. Muskan points towards Jason and says, he is my father's sister's husband's mother-in-law's only daughter-in-law. So some are like more jumbled words. In a single line they have mixed. Okay. Previous one was still neat and clean, that this is the mother, this is the brother, this is the son, something. Okay. But here it's one single line. Okay. So you have to be very careful. He is my. Now my means Muskan. Okay. I'll start with Muskan. I'll start with Muskan. Okay. My father's. Okay. So Muskan has a father. Suppose the father is F. I'll represent father by F. Okay. And father is the male body. Okay. And father to child, down arrow. Okay. My father's sister. Suppose the father sisters is represented as S. And sister means female. Brother, sister, dash, sibling. Sister's husband. So sister has a husband, suppose H. Marriage relation. Husband's mother-in-law. Okay, so husband's mother-in-law means mother of your spouse. So already H is married to S. Okay, so that mother-in-law, let me call it as MIL. Okay, that mother-in-law I am writing here as MIL. Okay, and since mother means female gender, okay, mother-in-law means mother of S. Mother-in-law of H means actually mother of S. Okay, mother-in-law's only daughter-in-law. Okay, now what is daughter-in-law? I told you again. Daughter-in-law means wife of son. Wife of son. So this female, this has a son F. This has a son F. Okay. Only daughter-in-law's father. So this will have some daughter-in-law. This is that daughter-in-law. This is that daughter-in-law. I'm calling it as DIL. Okay, daughter-in-law's father. So this daughter-in-law has some father. Already I've used F. Suppose this is F2. Okay, suppose this is F2. Like this, the tree is completed. How is Muskan related to Jason? He. Now finally, this is Jason. Actually, let me not write F2. Okay, this is the final thing about Jason. Jason is this guy. Okay, Jason is this guy. So here let me place Jason. Father means male only. Okay, how is Muskan related to Jason? Tell me. How is the Muskan related to the Jason? So two generations below, now one generation below child, one more generation below grandchild. Now grandchild can be granddaughter or grandson. Now listen one point carefully. Yes, here the correct answer. Here the correct answer is granddaughter. Okay. But actually, because there is no other option of grandson, we'll take the answer as granddaughter. What I want to say is Muskan. Usually, we might have seen, okay, in our country, Muskan is usually the name of a female. But that is not a theorem, that is not something that can be derived. You know, some names are common to male and female. Somebody can put the name of a boy as Muskan. Nobody stops. There is no legal law to stop that a boy cannot be named as Muskan. Okay. So by the name Muskan, Reena, Tina, Sheena, don't generalize somebody as a male. Or by name Ram, Sham, something, don't summarize somebody as a male. Okay. If it is not mentioned. Okay. So generally Muskan could be grandson or granddaughter. Okay. Could be grandson or granddaughter. Okay. But here there is only one option given, so I will choose granddaughter. Do you understand my point? Sometimes there may be option grandson, granddaughter, and then I will put option can't say. Then it becomes can't say. It can be anything. It is the grandchild. Okay, Muskan is actually, what is the correct answer that I should write for this one is grandchild. This is the most generic answer. Grandchild, most generic answer. Hope you got this. Okay, grandchild. Most generic answer should be grandchild here. Okay. Next question. Now again, statements are given straight further. B is the father of C. Read every statement and directly execute the family tree. Okay. What is given here? B is the father of C. B is the father of C. Father means male figure, father of C. C is father only. C is the father of D. Okay. So here it is. C is the father of D. D is married to E. D is married to E. Okay. E is the daughter. Now E is the daughter means E is female. Okay, if E is female, D has to be male. Male married to female. Okay, E is the daughter of G. Okay, E is the daughter of G. Okay, G is the husband, means G is male. G is the husband of F. Husband again means marriage, and married to F, F becomes female. If X is the only son of F, okay, if X is the only son of F, now son of F means son of G as well. Okay, so I'll place it here only, and son means male. So that makes X and E are siblings. Okay, son of F means son of F and G both. They are married. They are married. Okay, so if X is the son of F, also becomes son of G. Okay, automatically it becomes son of G also, right? Okay, how is X related to D? Okay, X related to D. Now, how is X? X is the brother of D's wife. Okay, any relation, okay, from your wife's side becomes in-law, like mother-in-law or what I told my father-in-law. Similarly, X is the brother. Okay, who is X? Brother, but not real brother, brother of D's wife. Okay, so it becomes the brother-in-law to D. Okay, brother of D's wives becomes brother-in-law to D. Option number B. Option number B. Got it? Option number B is the correct answer here. Right. Now, sometimes the relations can be given in the form of codes, several codes given, like A bracket B means B is the mother of A of B means B is the father of A divided by B, A into B, A plus B, A minus B. Some codes are given. Okay, and this is the question. If T minus P divided by Q is given, how is Q related to T? Okay, now see, let me write down the question here. T minus P divided by Q. Only two of the codes are used here to form the question. What is T minus P? Okay, B is the son of A, means P is the son of T. What is the meaning of this? P is son of T. And what is the meaning of P divided by Q? Divide means sister. The second one. Okay, second one means Q. Q is the of P. Okay, now let me complete this, convert this into the family chart. P is the son of T. Son means male and T means father. T means parent, anything. P is the son of T and Q is the sister of P. Q is the sister of P. Q is the sister of P. Sister means siblings. Q means female. Right? How is Q related to T? How is Q related to T? How is Q related to T? No, I think none of these only. Na? Let me recheck it. T minus P. Minus means son. Okay, the second one. P is the son of T. B is the son of A. Correct. And divide means sister. Second one. B is the sister. Q is the sister of P. Q is the sister of P. That is correct. And P is the son of T. That means P and Q are sibling. Okay, so how is Q related to T? Q is the daughter actually. How is Q related to T? Daughter. Because they are the children of same parent. So correct answer has to be daughter. So that is why mark none of these here. It is daughter actually. None. Yeah, already you've also started giving the answer as D. Q, none of these. Daughter it is. Cool? Daughter it is. So some coded relations. Okay. Now see, there are two questions here. This is more of a puzzle. As I told you, some miscellaneous puzzle questions are also very common. This has some blood relations also. That is why I put this question here. But this is more of a, I'll call it as a miscellaneous puzzle. Okay, where there is blood relation plus mapping in the question. What is mapping? I will tell you. Mapping is also a very common question. Okay, what do I mean by mapping in this question? I will explain you. These questions are based on the following information. 8 persons A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all belonging to the same family and related to each other. So that blood relation will come. They go for a picnic. A is the student and is the youngest person in the group. C is the writer and the wife of B. Okay, so mapping here means what person has what profession. Okay, blood relation is also given, and the mapping here is the mapping of person to its profession. What the profession the person does. Okay, what is the profession that the person is going to do. Okay, these are the two things, okay, that are included in this question, that are going to be included in this question. Now let's read this once again. Okay, there are 8 persons. Okay, A is a student and is the youngest child. Okay, so whatever out of A, B, C, D, E, F, okay, first profession, na? Okay, this is the person, this is the profession. That mapping has to be obtained. And there are two different questions. Okay, first question we need to figure out who is the salesman, who is the teacher. So that mapping question is there finally, but blood relation also will be used here. Okay, A is student. A is the student. Okay. So, and is youngest person in the group. C is a writer and is the wife of B. Okay, now see A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. These are the 8 persons, out of which whatever is given I will keep writing here. C is the writer and also C is the wife of B. Wife means female. So C is the wife of B. That is also done. Everything you read, execute. Everything you read, execute. And what all I have used, I will tick mark here. Okay, A is a student, that point is used. Youngest person, I have not used that point. C is a writer and is a wife of B used. Okay, wife of B, who is a doctor? B, who is a doctor? Okay, so B profession is also known to me. Okay, B is doctor. Okay, B is doctor. Okay, now next. Okay, G is the father-in-law of E, an engineer. Okay, so E is an engineer. G is the father-in-law of E. Okay, being an engineer. Okay, E is an engineer. Okay, but where is E and G? That I cannot place here. Some relation from B and C has to come. Okay, so E and engineer, this point is used, but G is the father-in-law, that I have to wait. C and F are the daughters of the salesman. C and F are the daughters of the salesman. Okay, of the salesman. C and F. Repeat this point. C and F are the daughters. Okay, C and F, daughters of the same parent, means they are sibling also, and they are the daughters of what? Salesman. Okay, and our salesman very clearly says man. Otherwise, we should have used the word saleswoman. The salesman means a male person. Okay, C and F are the, where it is gone, are the daughters. So I've used this statement. C and F are the daughters of the salesman. Okay, man means I'm using the gender here also. H is the wife of G and grandmother of A and D. H is the wife of G. G is and H both are not placed here, and is the grandmother of A and D. A and D are both missing here. Leave it. Okay, next statement. A is the cousin of D and is the son of doctor. A is the son of doctor and is the cousin of D. A is the son of doctor. A is the son of doctor. Okay, son of doctor. Doctor is B. Okay, doctor is B. So A is the son. That comes up here. A is the son of doctor. Clear, na? That I have used. Okay, A is the cousin of D and son of doctor. Okay, A is the son of doctor, at least that I have used. And cousin of D, we will see. There is a lecturer in the group whose mother is a teacher. Okay, whose mother is a teacher. All relation and professions given here pertain to one out of these persons here. Okay, there is a lecturer in the group whose mother is a teacher. Okay. So now what are professions are done by this time? Okay, what are the professions? Only 4 we have been able to write here. D, G, F, H, that is missing. Okay, A is, one more thing about A is youngest. That means there is no generation below it. A is the youngest person. Okay, G is the father-in-law of E. G is the father-in-law of E. Okay. Okay, an engineer. C and F are the daughters of the salesman. That is done. H is the wife of G and grandmother of AD. Okay, here I have the grandmother of AD. Okay, so grandmother of A and D. Okay, where A is the cousin of D. A is the cousin of D, so they cannot be the children of the same parent. And H is the wife of G and also grandmother of AD. Grandmother means 2 levels ahead. If this is A, G has to be A, and G is the grandmother. Listen to me carefully. G is the H is the, sorry, not G. H is the wife of G. H is the wife of G and grandmother. Okay, so H is 2 levels ahead and H is the female. Okay, so 2 levels above, dear, 2 levels above, a female has to be then married to this male, and now I get my salesman. Done. Now I get my salesman. H is the wife of G. H is the wife of G. Okay, so this particular guy has to be G and is the mother-in-law of A and D. Okay, so where is D? Now where is D? D cannot be at this level. Okay, B and C are married. Okay, that means C, this guy will have some, this guy will also be married to somebody, that we will figure out who is that somebody, and then they have a child. Okay, that will be D. So A and D becomes cousins. A and D becomes cousin because they have because their mothers are sister to each other. Okay. A and D are cousin. Okay. And who is the person left? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So E. Okay. E comes up here. Okay. So these are actually very good questions. Salesman is G. That is correct. We have already obtained. Salesman is G. Okay. Now what else was there? G is the father-in-law of E. G is the father-in-law of E. That also makes it clear. G is the father-in-law of E. Okay, so that also makes it clear that E has to be here. G is the father-in-law of E. So I can say that this statement also has been used. Just a second. G is the father-in-law of E. Okay, what else? A is the youngest person. I use this statement as well. What is left? There is a lecturer in the group whose mother is a teacher. There is a lecturer in the group whose mother is a teacher. Whose mother is a teacher. Okay, now, as of now, you have two mothers and there is a lecturer whose mother is teacher. Okay, so C and F, some of them may be lecturer, C cannot be lecturer, or there is this mother A, mother of A cannot be lecturer, mother of D, D may be lecturer. What else profits are missing? E is engineer. Okay, salesman is sorted. We have to see the teacher. Okay, there is a lecturer in the group whose mother is a teacher. Anything else was given about teacher? Son of doctor. There is a lecturer in the group whose mother is a teacher. There is a lecturer in the group whose mother is a teacher. I think that creates ambiguity. Whose mother is a teacher. Okay. This mother, if I assume teacher, H is the wife of G, A is the cousin. Not all profession. There is a lecturer whose mother is a teacher. So there can be two cases, dear. See. Okay, whose mother is a teacher. This is a mother, but C is already gone. C is a writer. Okay, there may be cases that this guy is lecturer. So see, there may be possible that D is lecturer and whose mother F becomes teacher. Or it may be possible that C cannot be lecturer, but C and F were siblings, na? Okay, so F is lecturer. Okay, and H their mother becomes teacher. Okay, so there are three mothers I see here. F and H are possible. C is already a writer. Okay, so there are two possibilities in that case. Who is the teacher? F. Now F is not in the option. So this is given as H. Okay, so let's choose the option as H. Teacher will be H. H teacher, F lecturer. H is teacher. Okay. If H is the teacher, F is the lecturer. Otherwise, this also was possible. Okay. I don't see anything wrong here. Okay. There is a lecturer, D, whose mother is a teacher, F. There is no information on F profession here. Yeah. So that also could be possible, but as of now, with the options, we can choose it. Okay. Right. Salesman was G. No ambiguity in salesman. Okay. No ambiguity in salesman. Okay. So the two possible options I have written there. If there is anything that you can mention, because I think there are two possibilities here. Okay. I clearly see two possibilities here. I don't see this one as further simplified. There's a lecturer whose mother is a teacher, and yeah, definitely F can also be a teacher in that case. Okay. Right. So two possibilities I have shown here. Okay. Now what I will do is I have I have one more mapping question. So before I start this arrangement, ordering and puzzles question, I'll take you towards that one more mapping question. Since I have taken that mapping question, okay, let me take this mapping question only. What is there in this mapping question? Please see. Okay, please refer to this mapping question here. Okay, study the following information and answer the questions given below. Okay, 5 students. These are little bit questions which will demand your concentration. 2 marks question if they come. Okay, 5 students, Sujit, Randhir, Neena, Mihir and Vinay have total 5 books on the subject physics, chemistry. Subject or author? Okay, subject or author. Okay, on the subjects physics, chemistry, Khanna, Harish, D'Souza, Edwin. Okay, or I think, one line has gone missing here, but no problem, we will manage. Each student has only one book on one of the 5 subjects. Okay, what are the 5 subjects? I think that line has gone missing here, but that you can understand from the below statement also. Physics, chemistry, maths. What all is there? Maths is there, English book is there, and biology book is there. English is there and biology. Okay, and there are 5 authors. Who are the 5 authors? 5 books and 5 authors. Khanna. Okay, the authors are Khanna, Harish, D'Souza, Edwin, and one of the author is mentioned here, Gupta. I will write it together. And Gupta. Okay, these are the 5 authors. Okay, we have to mark a mapping between them. Okay, based on the given information, and finally decide which of the following is correct combination of subject, student, and author. Subject, student, author. Subject, student, author. Okay, that mapping is required. Okay, what are the subjects available with me? Okay, I'll write down the subjects once again here. Okay. Physics, chemistry, maths, English, biology. Who are the students? The students are Sujit for S, Randhir R, Neena N, Mihir M, Vinay V. Okay, so S R N M V. I'll name it like this: S R N M V. Okay, and the authors are Khanna, Harish, D'Souza. I'll write Khanna, Harish, D'Souza. Khanna, Harish, D'Souza, Edwin, and Gupta. Okay, and Gupta. Okay. All right. Now see, Gupta is the author of physics book. Okay, some relations are directly given, some mapping is directly given. Again, this is a traditional mapping, okay, question, which many students looking into the depth, they will leave it. Okay. But yeah, the questions that normally students leave, okay, regular students, that becomes the difference between the topper and regular student. If you spend some time, you can attempt this, okay, right? Because this is not calculative, it is full of concentration, a brain question. Calculations part minimal. Some questions are there which will be easy, but you spend a lot of time in calculation. Okay, now Gupta is the author of physics book, which is not owned by Vinay or Sujit. Okay, so at least not owned by what, I don't know, but Gupta is the author of physics book. At least that mapping I can write down here, na? Gupta is the author of physics book. Okay, so physics, okay, I'll write down here Gupta. Okay, we can map it later. Okay, we can go and map it later. Okay, and then what else? Mihir owns the book written by Edwin. Mihir will own the book which is written by Edwin. Mihir will own the book which is written by Edwin. Okay, this is available. Okay, this is available. If you want, I'll draw this arrow here also. Physics to Gupta. Okay, then the next statement, Neena owns maths book. Neena will own maths book. Okay, Neena will own maths book. So maths and Neena. Okay, Neena own maths book. Okay, used. Okay, Vinay has English book. Okay, Vinay has English book. So English book goes to Vinay. English book goes to Vinay. Okay, Vinay has English book which is not written by Khanna. So English book is not written by Khanna. So this English book, it is not written by Khanna. That is clear. Okay, so it can be written by what, that we have to figure out. Okay, if it is not written by Khanna, only 2 options are left, the Harish and D'Souza. Okay, rest are already occupied. Biology book is written by D'Souza, that also gone. Biology book is written by D'Souza, that also gone. Where is biology book? Okay, this is written by D'Souza. This is written by D'Souza. Okay, so biology is written by D'Souza. Okay, it is written by D'Souza. English is not written by Khanna, so English has to be written by Harish only. Okay, and then Khanna, which book is left? Okay, chemistry book written by Khanna. So at least subject to author is complete. Subject to author is complete. Yes, guys. Subject to author is complete. Okay. Now, from that, can you match up? See, sometimes it's not, we can do the complete mapping, but see whether we can finish the answer. Okay. Maths and Harish, is it making a mapping? Okay. Maths with, maths with Harish. No, it's not making the correct answer. Okay. Then, okay. Physics to Gupta. Okay. Physics to Gupta is possible. Okay. That's a possibility. I don't say that's the answer. But physics, but no, this is wrong. Physics to Mihir is wrong. Mihir owns the book written by Edwin. Okay. So this is definitely not possible. This is wrong. Okay. Maths to Nina itself, maths to Harish itself was wrong. Okay. English Vinay Edwin. Okay. English Vinay Edwin. Okay. Vinay has the book by Edwin. That is correct. Okay. But Edwin has the maths book. So this also goes wrong. This also goes wrong only. Biology, Sujit D'Souza. Biology, Sujit D'Souza. That is the only possible option. Biology with D'Souza already matched. Okay. And what else is given? Okay, Sujit. Okay. Now, if you think about the person Sujit, okay, what are the books left here? Okay, what are the books left here? Maths has gone, English has gone. Now, Sujit, there was one statement that will help you to crack this. Okay, where is that? Gupta is the author of physics, which is not owned by Vinay or Sujit. So, Vinay or Sujit. Sujit will not have physics also. Okay, if Sujit, sorry, the other question. If Sujit does not have the physics book, this also gone. So only possible option that will be left is biology only, because chemistry also anyways gone. Okay, so that is why I'm telling only possible option is D. All three are verified. To biology, Sujit D. So option D. It is there in the comment box also. It is there in the comment box also. Some answers have come up. Chinmoy, Ishwarya, correct answer. Yes, guys, I should also say that yes, we have been learning from morning more than 8 hours. I think 8 hours completed, almost 9 hours. Or what 8 hours? Almost time is going to be 7. Okay, so yes, if you have been really studying, do not forget to put your attendance. What is attendance on YouTube? A simple like button. Okay, do not forget to like the session. Now let me go. I'm going to these questions in the reverse manner. Okay, a basic ordering question, but expected 1 mark. These are easily 2 mark question, mapping question. Okay, mapping, I mix the mapping and blood relation question. Okay, now Rajneesh is a very clear, mapping. This is a ordering question, a traditional ordering question. Simple 1 mark, but there have been questions like this. Okay, let me name it actually. Rajneesh, Rajesh B, Raman, suppose, see, because all starts with R only. Na? Ramesh is D for me, Rajesh is E for me. Okay, and there is one more person, Rajiv is F. Raman is already used. Okay, now what is the sequence given? Rajneesh is older than Rajesh, A greater than B. Okay, and Raman. Okay, B and C. Rajneesh is greater than both B and C. Okay, Ramesh, that is D, is older. Older in A means greater. Okay, greater than E, but younger than Rajiv. Okay, D is younger than Rajiv. That is less than F. Greater than E, but less than F. Okay, right. Raman is older than Rajiv. Okay, Raman means C for me. Is older than Rajiv. Rajiv means F for me. Okay, who among them is the oldest? Can you make out? Who among them is the oldest? Can you make out the sequence from this much of the information? Okay, so D greater than E, but D is also less than F. Okay, D is also less than F. Okay, so it is between E and F, na? It is between E and F, that is clear. C also greater than F. Okay, A is greater than B as well as C, and C greater than F. F is C. I see. A is greater than C. Okay, forget about B. Okay, A greater than C. Okay, it is greater than B also. Okay, but I want to make a sequence. C greater than F. If you write this reverse, F is greater than D. D is greater than E. Okay, and also A is greater than B. Okay, so eldest person out of all, A has to be the greater in age. Okay, that is what is the oldest person. Okay, that is A. A for me is Rajneesh. A for me is Rajneesh. C answer. Acha, Rajesh was already B. Sorry. If Rajesh was already B, I will rename it. Okay, I will rename it. I will just rename the codes here. Rajesh was already B. Okay, so Rajiv will be E for me. Raman and Rajiv was used. So A is greater than B and C. D is older than Rajesh. Okay, so D is greater than B. Yeah, some slight change. Let me see. Let me just, whether it affects or not, I don't know. Let me just redo it. Okay. Yeah, Rajesh was already there. I think I didn't read it. Okay. So what is the next statement? A is greater than BC. Next is D. Ramesh is greater than Rajesh. Rajesh means again B only. Okay. Rajesh means again B. Okay. But Ramesh is younger than Rajiv. Rajiv is E. So D less than E. Okay. Raman, that is C, is older than Rajiv. Rajiv means E. Okay. Rajiv means E. Okay. So let me see what is the sequence that I can write this time now. Okay. See, C is greater than E. Further, you write this reverse. E is greater than D. D is greater than B. D is greater than B. Okay. But A is greater than both B and C. Okay. So that is anyways coming true. A is greater than C. Automatically A is much greater than B. Okay. Then also answer is A. Then also answer is A. Who among them is the oldest? A means Rajneesh. Then we have the complete sequence. Now see, in such case, what they can ask? They can also ask the sequence. Who is the youngest? Who is the middle? Who is the middlemost? Any sequence they can ask. Okay, any sequence they can ask. Answer is Rajneesh here. Okay, option number C. Okay, okay, option number C. Going back, in a row of children, the very simple numeric arrangement, I would say. Varun is 7th from the left and Neetu is 5th from the right. Left, right. Okay. Suppose this is the first position and this is the last. Okay. So that is N and this is 1. Okay. How many students are there? I have assumed the number of students as N. So this is 1 to N. Okay. Where Varun is 7th from the left. Okay. So this 7th position, Varun has to be there. And Neetu is 5th from the right. Okay. Neetu 5th from right means how much? What is the first person at the right? Is N. Second person, N minus 1. Third, fourth, fifth. Fifth person at right will be N minus 4. I repeat, because first person is N, means N minus 0. So fifth person will be N minus 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That ways. Okay. Now, if Varun and Neetu exchange their position, Varun will be 16th from the left. Okay. If they exchange position. So now when you exchange them, okay, Varun, okay, will come up here and Varun will come up here, Neetu will come up here, okay, and Varun will be 16th from the left. Okay, so that means this Varun, who is going to be 16th from the left, but this position at Neetu's is N minus 4. So what is the N? 20. 20. Option number C. Option number C. 20 it is. Numeric arrangement. Got the point? Now when they exchange, Varun goes to the Neetu's position and Varun is 16 from the left. But that position already has been named as N minus 4. So the 16 and N minus 4 is same only, na? Same position. The N is 20. This gives you N equal to 20. Yes, Anusha, correct answer. Okay. Okay. Now this is arrangement. First I'll start with a linear arrangement here. Yeah. I'll start with this linear arrangement. 7 people are sitting in a row. Okay. 7 people are sitting in a row equidistant to each other. All of them face towards north. All of them face towards north. Okay. All of them face towards the north. To say the doubt, Jagan, be specific and say the doubt so that I can help you. Okay. So they are sitting in a row. Linear arrangement I'm starting with. 7 people are sitting in a row with equidistant to each other. Okay. And all of them face towards north. Okay, they face like this and I have to take a row of 7 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Row, linear row. Okay, all of them face towards north. Okay, this is the face up. R is second to the left of W. Okay, but where is W, where is R? Not known. 3 people between W and Q. U sits second to the left of Q. P sits second to the left of T. 3 people between P and S. W does not sit adjacent to S. Okay, so we don't have any starting point here. So we have to see R is second to the left of W. Now see, there are 3 people between W and Q and R is second to the left of W. Listen here, this itself gives me 2 possibilities. U sits second to the left of Q. Now there are 3 people between W and Q. Na? There are 3 people and R is second to the left of W. Okay, see here. If I assume, I'm just an assumption, okay, W and Q, there are 3 people, not this way. If this is Q, this becomes W, and then R is second to the left. This works fine. Okay, first left, second left. Okay, but then three people also. Okay, U sits second to the left of Q. Okay, this also works. Okay, U sits second to the left of Q. First left, second left. Okay, then P is second to the left of T. P is second to the left of T. Okay, so here or here, that we have to see. Three people sit between P and S. Okay, if P comes here, three people cannot come up here. So P and T. This is the first statement. P is second to the left of T. First left, second left. Correct. And there are three people between P and S. So 1, 2, 3 people, and this becomes S. Everything sorted. Okay, W does not sit adjacent to S. That is anyways done. That is anyways done. Okay, how many people sit between S and Q? They are actually adjacent. Answer is 0. See here. This is a linear arrangement question. This one is what? Is a linear arrangement question. Got the point? Linear arrangement question. Okay, next one. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G are sitting around a circle and facing the center. G is second to the left of C, who is to immediate left of F. Now they are sitting around a circle, okay, and facing the center. They are sitting, okay, around a circle and they are facing the center. Okay. How many people are there? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. 7 people are there. Okay, suppose these are the 7 people. Now, whenever you talk about circle, it has no beginning or end. It is not like a linear question. No beginning or end. Okay, like linear, I can say the first and the last position, the leftmost and the rightmost. But in the case of circle, there is no left, there is no right. Okay, any position can be the initial position. You can decide on your own. Okay, any position is the initial position. So G is second to the left of C, you decide your beginning. G is second to the left of C, suppose this is C. Suppose this is C. Okay, all are facing center. Okay, so G is second to the left. Okay, first left, second left. So C is facing like this. Huh? That is how we'll take left. So G comes up here. G is second to the left of C. Left of C, who is immediate left of F? So C is for the left of F, or F is right of C. Immediate right. A is third to the left of E. A and E both missing. Forget. This statement completed. Okay, B is between D and E. Now B has to be between D and E. That means B, D, E are together. Forget this. Yeah, B, D together and A second left of E. Now, when B, D, E are together, okay, 3 together places are available here. And B is between D and E. B is between D and E. So, B I place in between. But where is D? Where is E? Okay, where is D? Where is E? Okay, we have to take that A is third to the left of E. Suppose I place like this, D, E. Okay, E facing the center. A should be third left. Okay, A should be third left. Okay, so A comes up here and 1, 2, 3. Yes, correct. A is the third left. Okay, if you place E here and D here, that becomes wrong. Okay, that becomes wrong. Okay, so all the 3 statements are used here. Okay, which of the following is false? A is fourth right of E. A is fourth right of E. Okay, fourth right of E. Right side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, fourth right is A. Correct. So this is true. I want to find the false. G is immediate right of D. G is immediate right of D. See, this is the right of D. Face is this side. Okay, so G is immediate right of D. True statement. F is third to the right of D. F is third to the right of D. First right, second right, third right. Wrong. This is false. And hence my correct answer. Okay, F is third to the right of D. No. Okay, fourth has to be correct only, true only, but let us see. B is immediate left of D. C. Left of D, correct. So this is true. Okay, so the only false statement is C. Okay, we have to identify the false statement. Option number C. Option number C here, correct. To this one, answer is C. The previous one you are mentioning answer was D, correct, and the sequence also what you have written is correct only. Okay, R P W T U S Q, correct. So circular arrangement is straight away you can have a beginning point. You can define your own beginning. You can define your own beginning. Okay, what is there? Next one. 8 people are sitting around a square table. 8 people are sitting around a square table. 4 of them are sitting at the corners facing outside and remaining 4 are sitting at the sides facing inside. Now, see here. Okay, there's a combination of inside outside. So, such cases you have to be careful. You have to be very careful in such cases. 8 people, 4 are sitting at the corner, they are facing outside. So whoever are sitting at the corners, na, they will be facing outside. And the remaining 4 are sitting at the sides, they will be facing inside. Okay, so inside outside means basically the left and right position will change. Okay, this is inside, this is inside, this will be inside, this will be inside. Okay, correct. Now, W sits opposite P. Okay, but here I cannot define beginning on my own. Okay, because corners and sides are two different things. Are two different things. Okay. Now, what is next? W sits opposite P. Q is immediate right of P. Okay, 2 people sit between N and Q. G sits near N and does not face outside. Okay, G sits near N and does not face outside. Does not face outside means face inside. Okay, so inside means side. So G is at any one of the side. I will start here. You can start anywhere. You have to know what is the person at inside facing or outside. So G does not face outside means face inside. Okay, and G is near N. Okay, near N. So N can be anywhere here. Okay, 2 people sit between N and Q. Okay, so whether N is here, okay, Q will be here only because these are 2 people anywhere. So N can be anywhere, Q becomes here. Okay, there are 2 people between N and Q. This statement is used. Okay, okay. Now V is third to the right of G. V is third to the right of G. G is facing inside, so right side. 1, 2, 3. Okay, V is third to the right of G. Okay, this is used. G is not a neighbor of V. G is not a neighbor of V. Okay, so G will not come up here. That's what they want to say. Okay, U is not a neighbor of N. Okay, now I'll read again. W sits opposite P. W sits opposite P. Okay, and Q sits right of P. Now this is what? Q is immediate right of P. So this makes P here. So that P is right is Q. P is right is Q. Q Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, that was actually the battery drained off. Okay. But yeah, I think we have been able to complete this particular question. It's a good question here. Okay, it's a good question here. And yeah, this was anyways done. This portion was anyways done. Now, yeah. Taking Venn diagrams now. Okay, taking Venn diagrams. Okay, now some questions are logical Venn diagram. Have a look into it. And Venn diagram can also be used to simplify syllogism question. Look into this. Identify the Venn diagram that best represents the relationship between the given classes. Water bottle, plastic, steel. Water bottle, plastic, steel. Now, plastic or steel are two different types of material. There cannot be anything common. But water bottle can be made of plastic or can be made of steel. Okay, but it is not necessary water bottle is only plastic or steel. It may be glass also. Okay, it may be glass also. So what is the possibility here? Okay, what is the possibility? Okay, this may be plastic, this may be steel. Okay, they don't overlap, but this is water bottle where some water bottles can be plastic, some can be steel, and some can be any other material, glass or something of that kind. Okay, so that is why the correct relation is a logical question. Okay, that can describe here is option number A. Is option number A. Is option number A. Got my point? Next question. Okay, now coming to the basic numerical question here. Okay. Right. In a group of 40 friends, each person knows how to play at least one of the two games. Okay, sequence and Ludo. In a group of 40, okay, there are two games, sequence and Ludo. Okay, now whenever it is a Venn diagram, it's about two games only. Okay, it's about two games only. So let me draw. Okay, there are two games. Okay, one is sequence and another one is Ludo. Okay, sequence and Ludo. Okay, each person knows how to play at least one of the two games. Okay, so there is no person outside this actually. There is no person outside this. This is zero. Each of them know to play at least one of the two games. 25 people know to play sequence. Now, when I say sequence, okay, it may be sequence alone or it may be sequence and Ludo. These 25 people. So I can break this into three parts: A, B, C. B being common. So these 25 people know to play sequence. That means A plus B. Only sequence or sequence plus Ludo. 28 people, they know to play Ludo. This 28 is nothing but B plus C. Okay, this entire Ludo. How many people can play both sequence and Ludo? See, the question is asking B. I'll write down this equation here once again. First is A plus B plus C is 40. Okay, because there is no person outside it. Okay, A plus B plus C is 40. Okay, then A plus B is 25. Okay, and what else? B plus C is equal to 28. Okay, what is the value of B? Okay, simple. You just add these two. Okay, you add 2 plus 3 and subtract 1. You add 2 plus 3 and subtract 1. Okay, so A plus 2B plus C. When you subtract 1, B will get cancelled. Okay, and A and C both cancelled. This is 28 plus 25. 53 minus 40. That is 13. That is 13. Okay, that is going to be 13. Option number D. This is simple one. 13. Right? This is simple one. That is 13. Okay. This is simple one, that is 13. Okay, or this question can be solved by the two set theory as well. N of A union B, at least one means union. If you solve it from set theory, okay, that is also one way. Okay, is equal to NA plus NB minus N of A intersection B. Okay, so what is union of them? 40. Okay, is NA. Okay, 25 plus NB, that is 28 minus both, that is intersection. So here you get the same answer. For two option Venn diagram, you can directly solve by the equation as well. The A union B and A intersection B relation. Now see here. 40 students watch the films. Now it is three events. 40 students watch the films ABC over a week. Okay. where each student watched either only one film or all three. Okay, that means if I talk about three films, A, B, C, whenever it is three things, na dear, okay, three films, there are several common portions, but each student watched either only one film or all three. That means there is no student, okay, who watched two films. So what I will fill here? 0 and 0 and 0. Okay, there is no student who watched two films, either 0 or all three. Okay, either 0 or all three. Okay, 13 students watched the film A. So what are the entries left here? Let's not use ABC again, that may be repetition. Let us say XYZ, and let me call this as XYZ and the common portion as W. Okay, how many students watched the film A? 13. So this 13 is nothing but X plus W. How many students watched the film B? Okay, 16 students watched the film B, and B means Y plus W. And 19 students watched the film C, and C means combination of this Z and W. How many students watched all the three films? Okay, and then there are 40 students. What is the meaning of this statement? 40 students, that X plus Y plus Z plus W. The sum of all is 40. The sum of all is 40. Okay, I want the value of W. Okay, I want the value of W. So when you add this 13, 16, 19, you just add out the result. Okay, how much this is turning out to be? 29 and 19, 48. 48 is X plus Y plus Z plus 3W. X plus Y plus Z, okay, plus W. X plus Y plus Z plus W will be 40. Okay, and separate 2W then. Okay, then separate 2W. So 48 minus 48, so W will be 4. How many watched all the three films? All the three films are watched by W people, which is 4. Okay, option number C. It is C. W, not 2W. You have to give the answer as W, so it has to be 4. Got this? One more on three cases. Okay, here it is 3 ice creams. In a marriage, ice creams are of 3 different flavors. Again, 3 flavors: vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate are served. Among the guests, 100 have eaten vanilla. Okay, so again, because there are 3 events, again, let me draw the 3 circles. Suppose this is vanilla. What is the next flavor mentioned? Strawberry. And this is chocolate. Okay, now when I say 150 have eaten vanilla, that means total of this is 150. Okay, some of them have eaten only vanilla, some may have eaten vanilla plus strawberry. So again, I will classify this as A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Different portions I have filled a name. Okay, so vanilla, okay, when they say vanilla, okay, how many? 100. Vanilla has been eaten by 100, and that is a combination of A, B, E, and D. That is a combination of A, B, E, D. 150 have eaten strawberry. 170 chocolate. 50 have eaten vanilla and strawberry. 60 chocolate and strawberry. 30 vanilla and chocolate. 20 have eaten all three. Acha, so let me go reverse actually. It will make it easy. 20 have eaten all three. Okay, all three means E is 20. E is 20. Then where is that next one? Yeah, 50 guests have eaten vanilla and strawberry. Vanilla and strawberry. Okay, vanilla and strawberry. What are the common to vanilla and strawberry? B plus E. Okay, and this is 50. E is already 20, so B also you get. B is 30. Then this is used. Okay, then 60 guests have eaten chocolate and strawberry. Chocolate and strawberry. Okay, chocolate and strawberry according to my diagram. Chocolate and strawberry, what is the common? This side. Okay, E and F. F plus E, that is given as 60. E is already 20, so F becomes 40. Okay, so this 60 also done. 30 have eaten vanilla and chocolate. Okay, 30 have eaten vanilla and chocolate. So vanilla and chocolate, according to my Venn diagram, what is vanilla and chocolate combination? D and E. The common is D plus E. And this is given as 30 only, na? E is 20. Okay, so D equal to 10. D equal to 10. Okay, right. Now, vanilla is 100 plus 100, which is A plus B plus E plus D. Okay, so A also will be obtained here. 100 equal to A plus, because B is written there, 30, E is 20, and D is 10. So, what is the value of A? Is equal to 40. Okay, then this 100 gets done. 150 have eaten strawberry. 150 have eaten this strawberry. Okay, and what are the persons inside strawberry? Okay, that is C plus B. I will directly write down with the value. What is the B value? 30, E value 20, and F value 40. Okay, so what is the C value left? This is 50, 90. C value is 60. Okay, last chocolate ice cream. Okay, what are the chocolate? 170 chocolate ice cream. Okay, so chocolate is 170 and chocolate means only G value is left. G plus D, D is 10 plus E 20 plus F 60. Sorry, F 40. From here you get G also. How much will be G? 70 and 100 is left. Okay, so how many guests? How many guests means the net answer is sum of A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And that will be how much? 40, 60, 100, 200. Okay, 220, 250, 290 and 300. Okay, and 80 have not eaten any ice cream. Okay, so plus 80, there is this extra 80 which will be outside, so then that makes it 380. Yeah, option number D. Let me see anybody in the comment box. Nobody? Check out. It is audible now. What is the problem? It is audible. 290 and nah, yeah, audible only. 380. Check your answers. It is clearly coming out to be 380. Okay. Now, logical deduction type syllogism, the important one, the logical deduction, okay, which has, few types, and syllogism is the important one out of the logical deduction. Okay, what do I mean by syllogism? Where, okay, some statements and some conclusions are given. See, two statements are given followed by two conclusions, 1 and 2. Assuming that the information in the statement is true, okay, even if it appears to be at variance with reality, with commonly known fact, okay. See, all pencils are pens. So normally we consider pen and pencil different. Some erasers are pencil. Eraser is to erase the content. Pencil is to write the content. They are different. But assume some hypothetical new information is given. This is about decision capability of your brain. If I give you some new information, which you never know until now, based on that new information, if that is 100% true, what conclusion can be decided? What conclusion can be decided? Okay, what conclusion can be decided? That is something that you have to decide here. Okay, so before I start this, I'll give you some basic idea, some basic, conclusion. Okay, suppose if a statement is given, three important cases here. Suppose if a statement is given, all A are B. Like suppose previous question was about pen and pencil. Na? Suppose this is a pen, this is a digital pen, assume writing pen, assume. So I can say that all pen are stationary. Pen, is a kind of stationary. Okay, suppose, understand this, all pen are stationary. Assuming with the real world example, the statements may be randomly given, okay, far away from reality. Okay, so if all pen are stationary, okay, but okay, pen is only one type of stationery. Na? Inside stationery, books will be there. Okay, erasers will be there. Okay, books will be there, erasers will be there, notebooks will be there. Okay, pencils will be there. Okay, writing pads will be there. So many things are a part of stationery. You know it, of course. Okay, plain papers will be there. Okay, so all pen are stationery. Pen is a type of stationery, but what is the reverse? Are all stationery pen? No. The reverse is that some of the stationery are here. Some of the stationery are pen. Okay, so what is the logic is? What is the logic is when I say all A are B? Okay, draw a superset and draw a subset. All A are B, like all pen are stationary means pen are a type of stationery. Similarly, A is a type of B inside B. So in this case, draw A as superset and B as superset and A should be subset of it. A should be the subset of it. Got my point? A should be the subset of this. Okay, A should be the subset of this. What is the conclusion? Okay, there are so many B's. There are so many B's. Some of them are A. There are so many stationery, some of them are pen. Got my point? So whenever there is a statement all A are B, so what is the reverse conclusion? Some B are A. Some B are A. Now next type of statement. So these are easily handled by Venn diagram. Okay. First was what? All A are B. Next statement, some A are B. Some A are B means not all. Okay, but only some of them. Like this is all A, some of them are B. That means something in common. So what is the reverse conclusion? Okay, that some B, these are so many B, but some of them are common. A common with B or B common with A. Okay, so reverse also valid here. Some B are A. And third type of common statement, the three most common data I am giving you, explaining you directly. What is the third? No A are B. No A are B. That means if this is B, there is no A which is B. So A has to be separate. A and B are totally disjoint. No A are B. So what is the conclusion with respect to B? The statement is with A, you have to conclude with B. So if A is not common with B, B also not common with A, na? So we can say reverse also. No B are A. Both of them nothing in common. Both of them nothing in common. If these 2-3 logics are clear, then let's try to answer. All pencils. It's not that you have to remember it. I'm just explaining you how to handle the statement. Okay. I will again draw a fresh Venn diagram. All pencils are pens. So what I told you. Okay. Pencil will be inside pen. All pencils are pen. So these are pencils inside pen. Okay. Some erasers are pencils. Now some of the erasers are pencils. Okay. Now it is not necessary that eraser is totally inside. Okay. Eraser, some of them will be common. Okay. Let's say this is eraser. Some of them common with pencil. But eraser may be totally inside pen or some of the portion outside pen. That is not given. Okay. So anything can happen. Now some erasers are pens. Listen to me very carefully. These are the statements given and these are the conclusion. Some erasers, see, some pencils are erasers. So some erasers are pencils also. Okay. But if anything is pencil, it is automatically a pen. Okay. So some erasers are pens. Can I say that? Yes. Some erasers are pen? Yes. Then statement conclusion number 2. Some pens are erasers. Okay. Now see, there are so many pens. Some of these pens are also eraser. So this is also correct. This is also correct. Both conclusion follow option number C. Both conclusion follow option number C. Any doubt, please mention here. Okay. Next one. Now 3 statements are given. Okay. Look into this. 3 statements are given here. Okay. What are the 3 statements? All keyboards are scanners. Okay. So again, all A or B means A inside B. Okay. These are scanners and all keyboards are scanners. So keyboard inside scanner. No scanner is a printer. So scanner and printer nothing in common. And all printers are mouses. Now see, all printers are mouses means what? Printer inside mouse. Okay, or mouse outside the printer. Okay, so mouse may go inside scanner or may not go. Okay, this is case 1 of mouse. I will draw another case. Okay, only thing is mouse has to superset P. Okay, this is case 2. It may not go inside scanner. What is not given is a maybe. Okay, and maybe is never a conclusion. Now let us see what conclusion they give. This was statement, this is conclusion. Okay, no keyboard is a mouse. Okay, no keyboard is a mouse. No. See, I told you the mouse case number 1 can go inside scanner. How much inside? I don't know. Okay, it may go. Okay, so that some of the mouse may also include keyboards. Okay, so in that case, the keyboard is also a mouse. So no keyboard is a mouse. This is maybe or may not be. Okay, this is maybe or may not be. No keyboard as a mouse in second case, but in first case it may be possible. But whenever any statement you say maybe, it is not a conclusion. Conclusion means 100% true, without any doubt, without single percent doubt. All scanners being mouse is a possibility. See, I told you the mouse can be even large. Mouse can be even large. Okay, mouse has to do what? Okay, mouse has to superset P. It can be even big that S is also inside. Okay, this is mouse, case number 3. Okay, so then all scanners are inside mouse. So all scanner being mouse is a possibility. Yes, that is one possibility. That is definitely possibility. So conclusion number 2. See, they have clearly used the word possibility, so I say correct. If the statement was all scanners is a mouse, okay, then that is not a conclusion, that is a possibility. So that is the correct language specified here. Possibility. Possibility. Next. No bee is an ant. All cockroaches are ants. Some bees are not spiders. Okay, again 3 statements. Okay, no bee is an ant. Okay, bee and ant separate. Okay, all cockroaches are ants. All cockroaches are ants. But again, cockroach will superset A. Okay, all cockroaches are ants. Sorry, vice versa. It is given vice versa. No bee is an ant. Okay, so ant and bee separate. All cockroach are ants. So cockroach inside ants. And some bees are not spiders. Some bees are not spiders means some bees can be spider. Okay, some bees can be spiders. Okay, these are spiders and these are some of the bees. Sorry, these are some of the bees which are not spiders. Okay, now how large is spider? It may go inside here also. Only thing is spider and bee something in common. How large is spider? I can't say. Okay, conclusion. Some cockroaches are not bees. Actually, all cockroaches are not bees because cockroach inside ant and bee separate. Okay, so all cockroaches are not bee. Okay, this is not correct. The correct statement should be all cockroach are not the bees, not some. Okay. Second, some spiders are ants. Some spiders are ants. I told you this is spider case number 1. It may be possible. Okay, spider, something common with bee. Okay, spider may be large enough. Okay, this is case number 2. In that case, some spider are ants. Okay, this becomes maybe. Some spider may be ants. Okay, so neither conclusion will follow. First does not follow, second also maybe, so that is not a conclusion for me. Okay, neither conclusion 1 nor 2 will follow. Okay. Okay. So then the next syllogism question, I think this is homework number 3. You solve it, similar idea. 3 statements are given and only 2 conclusions you decide. Okay. This is homework number 3. Okay. So let me show you the next category of syllogism. See, most commonly syllogism is expected, but next category of logical deduction, statement and argument. Let me just show you, you should be aware. Statement and argument, what does it mean? Given some statement, what argument can be provided? See, each of the following question consists of statement followed by 2 arguments. Give answer A if argument 1 is strong, if argument 2 is strong. What is the meaning of strong argument? Let us see here. Okay, let us see here. What is the meaning of strong argument? See, it's like a debate. It's like a debate. Given a statement, okay, what is the statement? Should the parents in India in future be forced to opt for only one child as against the 2 or many at present? Some of the people may agree, some of the people may not agree. Okay. Finally, the law has to come by the government. But this is just like a debate statement going on. Given some statement, what do you think about this? Just don't tell the answer yes or no. If you say yes, how strongly you say yes? What is the logic? If you say no, what is the logic of saying no? Okay. So there are 2 arguments, yes or no. Okay. But if you say yes, whether that is a strong yes or randomly, okay, I think it should happen. Yes, I think it should happen. What is this I think? You justify whether you have justified correctly. So again, I'll read the statement. Should the parents in India in future be forced to opt for only one child as against the 2 or many at present? Okay, some people say yes, this is the only way to check the ever increasing population. So a very correct argument. Very correct argument. It is not that, okay, I wish yes, no. Yes, because they are talking about the correct problem of our country is the ever increasing population. Okay, so this is a strong yes. Some people may say no. Let us see why they say no. This type of pressure tactic is not adapted by any other country. Now, this is fundamentally wrong because some countries have already this policy of one child or two child, different policies are there. So, this is wrong. I mean, this is not at all a correct. See, one is strong or one is not weak argument, and one is wrong argument. They are simply blindly saying no because nobody adapts it. Their fact itself is wrong. Their fact itself is wrong. Okay, so only argument one is strong here. I will select option number A. Okay, hope you got the intent of this question. Next. Okay, hope you got the intent of this question. Now, next. Okay, homework number 4 for today. Because these are, just some miscellaneous category, you should just be aware. I don't want to spend a lot of time here. Okay, that was homework 3. Syllogism was important, so I have taken some time there explaining you. These are random, logical reasoning question. Next category, statement and assumption. Okay, next category, statement and assumption. What is this category here? Okay, given some statement, what can you assume out of it? Okay, see, it is faster to travel by air to Delhi from Bangalore. Okay, to Delhi from Bangalore, it is faster to travel by air by taking a flight. Okay, from Bangalore to Delhi. Okay, now if somebody tells you, suppose I am discussing with my friend, okay, that if I want to go from Bangalore to Delhi, air, the plane is the fastest mode. Okay, plane is the fastest mode. Okay, what the other person can assume, Bangalore and Delhi are connected by air. Of course, na. If there was no travel by air, okay, then how can I say fastest? So if I'm telling Delhi to Bangalore or Bangalore to Delhi is fastest by air, first thing they have to be connected by air. So automatically I will assume they are connected by air. Otherwise, there is no point of fastest or slowest. Okay. Second, there are no other means of transport available to Delhi from Bangalore. No, I told you, air is the fastest. Okay, train is also there, road is also there. Okay, you will take more time by train. Even road can take more time because lots of kilometer is there. Okay, but there are no other means of transport. That is not an assumption that I can make from here. That is just an illogical assumption. Bangalore to Delhi fastest by air. Okay, then there are train roads. It does not say that there are no other means. Okay, so what assumption is implicit? Option number A. Only assumption 1 is implicit. Second assumption is totally illegal, invalid. Okay, so small logical reasoning category is there. Okay, small logical reasoning category is there. Okay, previous one was homework 4. Now I'll give you the next question out of this assumption only as homework number 5. Homework number 5. Homework number 5, right? All right, guys, that's it. I'll close for today. It's almost going to be 9.5 hours, and I don't think even the students are more ready for it. The attendance speaks about that, and honestly, I'm also done for the day. It's been a pretty long session. Okay, so we'll close for today, but I think I've done enough justice giving you the entire day. It's almost entire day. We started around 10:15, and it's going to be, say 7:45. Okay. So that's it. I'll close for today. Okay, tomorrow you can watch the next marathon exclusively for EC, and that is electromagnetics, important subject for EC. Okay, important and decent weightage, 8 to 10 marks are easily coming, sometimes 11 marks also from this particular subject. So this is something very important for EC student. Okay, tomorrow 1 p.m. on the same channel. Okay, the session has been created. You can just go and set the reminder for the particular session. Okay, PDF password, yes. How could I forget that? Thanks, you reminded. Okay, last question was around logical deduction and Venn diagram. Na? So, okay, so today's PDF password. Okay, I'll share you by tomorrow. I'll be very honest today. I don't think I have much energy, to work anymore. Okay, tomorrow I'll share you the PDF in my Telegram group. I shared you the Telegram link earlier. I'll share it once again. Those who are not connected in my Telegram. So I've just shared, in the chat box the link to the Telegram where the PDF will be there, but it is password protected. And again, I request don't discuss or disclose any passwords in the Telegram group. Okay, it is for the students. So those who have learned, they only can understand the PDF. The students who have learned from morning 10 almost, it's going to be 8. Okay, they deserve it. Okay, so the password will be when everything in small, VENN. I repeat, everything in small. When everything in small, right? Okay, everything in small. Okay, no, Ashok, I'm being very honest. I don't think I can share it today. You leave that up to me. Okay, right. So already I updated you guys. Okay, you can again, be ready and inform your friends or juniors that the next offline batch, okay, for Gate 27 becomes 26th of February. That is going to be at our Hyderabad offline center. Okay. And then if you cannot be available for offline center at Hyderabad but still want the same guidance by the same ECEE faculty team of Home Institute, okay, you can also join our online live course which is starting just this Monday, 2nd of February. So this is also beneficial in case if you still want the feel of offline. I mean, quick interaction, continuous interaction with the faculty in live manner, live online manner. Okay, especially college going students can definitely take the advantage of this particular course. If you're looking for the AE preparation, the Telangana and AP Genco Transco Discoms course is also available. The latest offline course has just started. Okay, so you can be also ready for this. This is also offline course at the Hyderabad center. Okay, and this is the link of the Telegram already I shared you where you will get the PDF. Okay, so that's it, guys. Thank you. Okay, for any more queries regarding our batch, regarding the fees, regarding faculty, or regarding anything, okay, you can visit our website homeinstitute.com or homeinstitute.live. Especially all the details of live courses and our batches will be available here, offline courses also. Okay, the query, if you want to have any query solved, 9515694053, and this is our official Telegram handle, okay, of Home Institute, okay, by the name Home Institute only. Okay, and if you're planning for any offline visit or any offline classes, this is the center, Hyderabad. We are located at Kothapet. Okay, so you can visit there directly. Okay, so that's it. Bye bye. Thank you. Stay safe. All the very best for your examination. Of course, 100% in the morning I told aptitude syllabus is infinite, but I highlighted some important topics out of which majorly I have covered the high probable models. Maybe one or two is left, but that's okay. I've given enough justice. I believe it's 9.5 hours almost. Okay, so see you in another session. All the very best for the examination. Thank you. Stay safe and take care of yourself. Many of you in the session also were continuously asking about upcoming marathons. So as I told you, tomorrow is electromagnetics. Monday will be analog circuits marathon again, analog circuits part 2. So yeah, that's what I will tell you, that stay connected and be subscribed to the channel so that any session marathon or any practice session happening, you'll automatically be notified about it. So do not forget to subscribe to the Home Institute YouTube channel. You'll automatically get the updates in our community.